And I think it's too, as you said, nature doesn't create and destroy energy. It just changes form.
Changes form, exactly.
Light, heat energy, kinetic energy becomes something different when channeled in a different way. So how can a vital life energy just stop?
No, exactly.
I don't believe it can.
No, I don't think so.
I'm totally with you on that, Guy. I just, it. The trouble is, I think, in the kind of psychic worlds and things and the paranormal, there are professional skeptics out there, and that is their mission, their job, to try and poo-poo it all and to stop it from getting out. But the trouble is, that's the one thing really they can't actually explain away, is the fact that if everything is energy, which it is, isn't it? Then how can you not understand that energy is not going to die? It's just going to change its form, isn't it?
And it's, if you think about it rationally, it's what all religions tell us as well. We go on from here to heaven if you're a Christian. There's rebirth as something else with a lot of Eastern religions.
Buddhism and that,
nothing actually tells you it's a full stop. There's always another step.
Well, you look at that, you look at so many beautiful people, like, for example, I mean, my mum was a beautiful woman, and you just think, well, how can something so beautiful just be nothing? How can it just go and be nothing? And you're always looking for that sort of thing and thinking, well, when people lose someone so close, and you think, well, how can it just go to nothing? It can't, can it? I mean, love is there, and we know that love's there, and you'll always love, and love never goes, love never leaves. But
well, that's the interesting thing with love as well, is you can't scientifically quantify it, can you? But we know it exists because we feel it.
Yeah, it's an intransient force that compels and repels. But as you say, you can't sit down in a science lab and go, right, how much love is there in this room tonight? How much do you love this person?
Well, there was a classic one. There's a classic one with the skeptics of Richard Wiseman for some. I mean, when I spoke to him once on the phone, and I was trying to explain to him that I was basically channeling all this wonderful philosophy and poetry, and he said, "Oh, I'll send you this test." So he sends me this Zener test, or Zener cards. And I've never heard such rubbish in my life. You've got to guess what circle goes with what circle, what square, and what. And I thought, what a load of old topic. And it's nothing about what I told him anyway. I mean, what's that going to prove?
Well, it's basically like giving somebody who's a maths genius a history test, isn't it, really? It's stupid.
Yeah.
But it was the more you get right, the more psychic ability you had.
Okay.
But the point of it is, you don't know how many you got right because no one ever told you.
They never tell you. Okay, right. That makes a lot of sense,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But it is very interesting though, isn't it? I think it's it's good to have a conversation about these things, and I think sadly that the paranormal and life after death, etc., I think for many years it's being deliberately ridiculed so that people don't really discuss it and talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It has been, and it's you look back in history, and anyone with slightly different thinking gets ridiculed, be it Da Vinci, be it Nikola Tesla, be it Einstein, until it's accepted thought. And if you imagine you were sat in a bar in Ohio in 1902, and the Wright brothers walk in and tell you that within a year they'll be flying. Yeah, of course you will, guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, get on that route, beer boys.
Yeah.
Have another beer.
Have another route.
And yet now we've achieved supersonic flight, and we don't think twice about getting into a steel tube and flying around the world, do we?
Exactly. So thank goodness for visionaries then, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And where's the conclusive argument that tells me that a psychic is not a visionary?
Well, there we go. I mean, it's interesting with Nikola Tesla, because Nikola Tesla obviously was demonstrating some kind of clairvoyant ability, because he used to be able to see, he'd have a flash of inspiration and he'd see these inventions working, and he'd keep fine tuning them, not by making them physically, but by doing it in his mind. How incredible is that?
Yeah, incredible man.
Have you read Nick Cook's The Hunt for Zero Point?
Yes, I have actually.
That affected me massively because I knew him as a flight international aviation journalist from my world, if you like. And reading that, I know some people have dismissed it as massive conspiracy theory, but the things he touches on there, that he's approached from a very scientific, cold, journalistic viewpoint, really blew my mind. Some of the, and it's tied in with the mysticism, it's tied in with the esoteric, it's tied in with Tesla, it's tied in with some of the weird things the Nazis were up to.
Well,
I mean, according to some, I mean, it's interesting that they were actually supposed to be working on saucer projects, weren't they?
They were. And were they working on a time machine?
Oh, the Wenceslas mine, I think it was called, wasn't it?
That's
I remember
it.
that. Yeah, that looks really interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that, I've seen several programs about it, one of which I think was trying to debunk it and say, oh, it was just a water tower. But there were some interesting things there that, I think some of the locals that were around sort of at the time, or remembrances from around the time, were talking about cabling. Am I right in that?
Yes. Why did we need such high-powered cabling for a water tower?
Exactly. I don't normally mix electricity with
Not
water.
really.
Not a great mix, no. And
not really, no.
And then you factor in what the Americans were up to with the Philadelphia project.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
And there's enough contemporary evidence about, I mean, we won't go to that particular area in Nevada, but there's enough evidence of what the Americans were up to. I mean, Nick even talks about an American Air Force press release that was an official release that then got hushed up within a matter of weeks, but it went out. It's in the Library of Congress. They can't argue. It hasn't been destroyed. They put out a press release. They were experiment with what I suppose we call quantum theory now, that what better way of hiding a battleship than have it suddenly not be there?
Well, exactly.
Well, I think they tried to explain some of it away by degaussing experiments, didn't they? But it doesn't quite cut it for me. I think obviously something was going on, wasn't it?
For sure.
So, I think, wasn't it to do with torsion fields as well?
Yes. Yep. And the 0 point energy theory being that if you can achieve that, I wish someone would, because we wouldn't need fusion or fission. We could be nuclear free and have enough power for everybody forever for zero destruction of the planet.
Well, I think that's the thing that Nikola Tesla was demonstrating, is the fact, and he said, didn't he, that we have an abundant source of energy, free energy all around us.
Absolutely.
And he wasn't the only man, actually, who discovered this and knew this. There were other inventors as well. I think one was called, Thomas Henry Murray, if I've got that right. I think he invented something as well. Keeley was another one. So there's been actually quite a few people and many others as well. I think I can't remember his name. I think he was a Russian guy, Grabovsky or something. I can't remember. Someone will probably tell me anyway. But he also discovered this, and I think his was to do with beetle wings. He found that by tapping these beetle wings, it caused them to levitate. So it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Certainly food for thought, isn't it?
There's a lot out there, definitely.
But it's interesting, I had some woman at a bus stop, I was talking about some things, and she said, oh, you're one of those conspiracy theories. And I said, well, a conspiracy is just a truth waiting to be found, isn't it? And she didn't know what to say.
Well, no, I was going to say, I think the conspiracy theorists are up 5-0 on this.
Yeah, 5-0.
Yeah.
5-0 to the conspiracy theorists. Oh, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Honestly.
Yeah. But it's very interesting.
But they can't give you a rational argument, can they? That's
well,
the point, you know.
no. I think the problem is that that's the very frustrating thing about the whole kind of thing with conspiracy theories and the paranormal and everything else, is you do try to have a conversation with people, and their immediate response, some people, is they immediately say, oh, it's a load of old rubbish. And I said, well, have you actually investigated it? Have you looked at it then? I don't need to, because it's a load of rubbish.
Yeah.
You know, how do you reason with people like that? Because that's how you find truth.
Well, that's debate, isn't it?
You know, if you want to find truth, then you've got to go look for it. You've got to do your own research, not rely on what a book says or what a so-called expert tells you. You have to do that yourself to find the truth.
But that is it. That's the art of debate, though, is it being able to reason, isn't it? And that I think we've lost that to great now. People are not able to reason, are they?
No, people have lost the ability to think for themselves, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You accept what you're told. Pat on the head, get on with it.
Yeah.
And free thinkers.
Yeah, free thinkers, that's
well,
right.
That's the trouble. If you're a free thinker, you know, it's a bit of the old herd mentality, I think, that goes on there, because I think that there probably are actually more free thinkers than we think there are out there. But I think the problem is they're a bit scared to step out of the herd, aren't they? And for the rest of the herd going, oh, well, you're weird. You know, we don't want anything.
Yeah, you're a weirdo. Yeah.
I think we're all weirdos here, aren't we?
Would have thought so. We wouldn't be here otherwise, would we?
But I'd rather be weird than normal and boring, I have to say.
But I think that's the thing. If someone can give you a rationed and reasoned argument, instead of just dismissing something, well, that would be fine, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, in I think it was in 89, 90, I was in Benidorm, or it might have been earlier than that. I think, it was about around that. And I saw through iPad binocular that I realised that they did have some extraordinary things, didn't they?
Oh, well, I think we're extremely advanced. I mean, you must have heard about the cattle mutilations quite a lot some years ago. Yeah, that was kind of a strange thing as well. And I think there was always a kind of a lot of talk about black military helicopters at the time hovering over these happenings. But what I thought was quite interesting is that they seem to share a common link, and that is the wounds were cauterized. And I thought, well, if they're cauterized, very interesting, because I remember not long after we started hearing about the cattle mutilations, we started having the laser surgery, so it would cauterize the wounds, you know, in surgery.
But that's just a conspiracy.
Yeah. But I was kind of thinking to myself, well, do you think don't think, no, it's bad for you. But I was thinking that maybe, do you think that perhaps certain parties were doing some experimentation on, you know, tissue to see, you know, how it worked before they then implemented it into mainstream medicine?
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened. You just have to look back at some of the photographs of surgery techniques post First World War of skin grafting and things.
Yeah.
And just because that was done with sanction to save poor fighting men's appearances, I bet they didn't just suddenly arrive at that as an answer. I'm pretty sure they experimented a bit beforehand.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit like Dolly the Sheep, isn't it? Remember that coming out, Dolly the Sheep?
Oh, Ross,
yeah,
exactly.
Our own clone, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I remember that in the Sun headlines, Dolly the Sheep cloned. And that's going back a few years, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's a while, yeah.
They just come on now. It's incredible. Cloning people, I think. But that's another conspiracy theory. But anyway, Guy, we are coming to the end of our time.
Well, sort of. I think we've got a little bit longer yet. But I'm really interested in talking to you, because I remember also you mentioning about even in your own home, you had an experience as well.
Our house is an 1827 house, and the previous owner died in the house. You know, fairly common in an old house. People die. They used to not go to hospital to die. They died in their homes.
Yeah.
So this lady had died in the 1990s, and for the first year and a half, we'd hear footsteps. We'd hear doors banging. We'd hear a muted cough every now and then, clearing of a throat. One day this got to a particularly, it was when we were renovating the house. We were, stripping back plaster, finding old doorways that had been bricked up and things, and it got particularly, active. And my wife went up to what was the old lady's bedroom and basically went in and said, "No, you can stop this. This is our house now. We're looking after it. We're cherishing it. It was yours for a long time, but it isn't anymore."
Yeah.
And it all stopped.
Oh, yeah.
All stopped.
Yeah. So she was obviously a bit upset and thinking, "No, I don't want you to change that. I like it as it is.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That clock
My
back there.
house." So it makes you think sometimes that perhaps people pass over and, they're perhaps not aware that they've passed over.
I think that's a very good point. The conscious mind, I mean, let's not get into telekinetics and things like that, but the power of the mind is huge. And even medical science reckons we're only using about 15% of what our minds are capable of living every day.
Even less.
Some about 1%.
So why is it beyond the wit of wisdom that someone who refuses to accept their death finds a way of their spirit maintaining?
That's right. I think so.
Or if someone has a traumatic death and didn't want to die that day, didn't expect to die that day, has a sudden and traumatic passing, it's perhaps a blip in their personal timeline, and they jump off.
Exactly.
Well, that's quite true, isn't it?
It's another mystery we can go into another time, I think.
Well, it is interesting.
Perhaps so.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I know you've got loads more stories to tell, and I'm quite intrigued. I think we're on basically till we've got another 10 minutes to go yet. So you're all right if you want to tell some more. It'd be fascinating.
Sure.
Yes, that's fine. Well, so if you want to tell some more,
I believe you've had Hamilton White on, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, we haven't personally. He was on a different show, but yes, we know Hamilton.
You know Hamilton. You should have him on.
Tell him that. Tell him if he's watching. Hamilton, come on.
I will. I asked him if I could tell this story, and he said yes, absolutely fine. A few years ago, we were going with some of his artifacts to see a chap in the Midlands, and we took these things to a hotel because it was a fair distance away from where we both were, so we had a night in the hotel. And Hamilton said, "Here's my distilled thoughts. I've written down some of the weird stuff that's happened to me lately. What do you think? I'll see you in the bar in an hour." And I sat in my room and I read this manuscript. And I went downstairs and there was already a beer for me, and I necked it in one. And Hamilton said, "How long have you known me?" I said, "Well, we've known each other since the last century age." He said, "Do you think I've made any of that up?" I said, I no, but I wish you had. Because that's weird stuff. He said, "I know, it is, and I can't explain it, but I have friends who are psychics, and they have said that I have got this aura that's following me around." I said, "Okay, that's great. Can you keep it to yourself, please?" And we had a pizza and had dinner and whatever, and turned in for the night, him in his room, me in mine. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, I found myself moving out of bed into the wall next to the bed.
Ooh.
And my ribs hurt, and I would swear I'd just been kicked out of bed.
Oh my goodness.
And I had a bruise. The next morning I showed Hamilton the bruise in my side, and I picked up my phone, and as I looked at the screen, a message came from Hamilton and said, "Yeah, it's bloody weird, isn't it?"
Goodness.
So I rang him up and said, "H, do you?" He said, "Yeah, it's my knight, the bloke who follows me around." Said, "I wasn't belittling your stories when I said I wish they weren't true. I just haven't got it in my head at the moment to get my head around the fact that they clearly are true." He said, "Oh yeah, but he just won't draw your attention to the fact that he is with us."
Yeah. So give you a good boot.
Yeah, he gave you a good telling off, didn't he?
Well, Hamilton gave the guy a rollicking for it, but at the time I was a good 18 stone. I'm 6 foot tall, but I flew through the air, and this hit me hard enough to give me bruised ribs.
Goodness
Wow,
sake.
that's
Yeah.
amazing. So, do you think that? Because I know you've had a lot of experiences. Because I remember we had quite a long chat on the phone. Do you think that you ever may put pen to paper and talk about any of these in a book?
This is going to sound really weird. The time doesn't feel right.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I was with Hamilton the other day and he showed me a Holocaust relic.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't touch it. I could
No.
not physically touch it. I tried, but there was something about that object that I physically couldn't be close to it anymore.
Mm.
And Hamilton said that's weird because my mate, who is very much a psychic, he felt exactly the same way. When Hamilton and I went to Tomar, to Portugal, and went to the Templar Citadel at Tomar, there was a part of it that I couldn't walk round. I said, "What's wrong?" I thought, "I cannot be here anymore. I have got to go." And we left and get to another bit, and it's absolutely fine. And we're plucking oranges off the trees and eating them and stuff. But that particular part, couldn't cope with. Could not.
Yeah.
Something wasn't as dramatic as my mum shouting no or stop, but it was. I shouldn't be here. I really do not feel comfortable in this place at all.
So I wonder what happened in that particular part, because wasn't there some sort of the inquisitions and things that went on there. I'm not sure if I'm right or that, but I know there were certainly some things that went on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, mass murder happened in that part.
Oh, okay. So you obviously picked up on that then.
I guess so. It's the only explanation I can come up with. So I love castles and love history, but that particular bit couldn't deal with it.
No. I think this is the truth, though, isn't it? Of it is that this is something we all have, an innate ability within us to be able to do that. Every single person on the planet, animals have this naturally. The sixth sense and intuition. Everybody has it.
It's funny that everyone does, but not everyone's willing to admit it.
No.
And then you read about Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys.
Mm-hmm.
He did a song called Good Vibrations, massive hit all over the world in the mid-60s. What's he actually talking about?
Well,
he's talking about the ability to pick up vibrations from people without talking to them.
Well, I think it's interesting as well because there was an absolute explosion of really creative works, I think, in the 60s and going into the 70s. And I think maybe I was talking about Gary about this before, and I was thinking, do you think maybe it's because, and I'm not advocating this in any way, shape or form, I just want to make that clear, but do you think it's probably the use of some of the experimental sort of psychedelic drugs maybe?
I think freeing the bounds of social mores allows free thought.
Oh yeah,
and that's a lot of the reason that the establishment didn't want LSD or any of it. I mean, yes, it's psychotropic drugs are damn dangerous, so don't mess around with them. Yeah. But I think you're right, Shona. The explosion of freedom of thought that happened with the post-war generation, and not all of them were on mind-expanding substances. I mean, yes, Jack Kerouac started it, and the Beats promoted it, and it carried on through psychedelia, but.
But I don't think Agatha Christie was on psychedelic drugs.
No, I don't think she was at all.
Roger Kipling.
Well, actually, I think he was.
Oh, Raja, was he?
Yeah, when he was in India, I think he did dabble a bit, actually.
Oh, well, good.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah,
and it always goes hand in hand. I mean, one of the greatest romantic poems, Coleridge. Kubla Khan in Xanadu de Kubla Khan, the Stately Pleasure Dome Decree. He wrote it when he was off his trolley.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah.
And he admitted it. He was interrupted by the postman bringing him a letter, and he went to the door and took the letter, and then he sat down to continue the second and third stanza, and it had gone because he wasn't stoned anymore.
Oh no.
He was on opium, which was legal at the time.
I bet he was really annoyed with that postman, wasn't he?
I'm sure he was, because once he published the incomplete poem, people like Byron were writing to him and saying, "You've got to finish this. It's amazing." You know.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
I think it just goes to show, because I know the shamans all over the world. I mean, they take certain psychotropic drugs and things to to tap into areas of the brain that stimulates areas that we don't normally use. And I think we really, as we said earlier, we really don't know the true depths of the mind, do we?
No, not at all.
No, but it's fascinating. But listen,
what
Guy,
a wonderful guest! What a wonderful guest!
I've really enjoyed chatting to you, Guy, and I hope that you come back sometime and tell us about when you come out with some more books as well, because I'll be fascinated with those.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Shona. Delighted to be on. It's been lovely.
Thank you very much. You take care.
Yeah, take care.
You too, guys.
See you soon. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Well,
what a guest, eh?
What a guest.
Yeah.
Really super interesting with that.
Yeah.
He's had some amazing experiences.
Yeah.
And I know that he's had many more as well, because I spoke to him on the phone, but we just don't have the time.
Well, just say that next week we've got a very special show, because we're going to have the Allens investigate. The Allens,
yeah, we're going to investigate ourselves. Well, I think only because people have been asking about us.
They have.
They've been really asking, know too much. So
we'll be telling some amazing stories. So tune in.
I hope you tune in next week, guys, if you're listening. So thank you once again for joining us on the Allens Investigate. You can check us out at www.theallensinvestigate.com. And we're broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 FM, from the beautiful, gorgeous city of New Orleans. And I must go and visit there. We must go sometime.
Yeah, sometime.
I think it'd be absolutely wonderful.
Bye for now.
I think it would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Been to America before, want to go back. Definitely enjoyed it. Well, I hope you tune in next week, and I hope you've enjoyed listening to our conversation with the wonderful Guy this evening, and certainly some
extraordinary stories there.
Certainly some food for thought there.
Word, yeah.
Really is, because as we were talking about the mind, I think that the mind has a capacity that we really don't know the true depths of.
Well, that's the aim of the Allens Investigate, isn't it? To dig deep.
Well, it is, because I think the thing is that we need to dig deep and search for the truth, as I mentioned earlier on. Don't rely on what people are saying. Don't even rely on what we say, because that's just our opinion.
Yourself, isn't it?
Search yourself to find the truth. And I know that there's a wonderful Buddhist comment on this about the truth, which has completely gone from my brain, unfortunately. But never mind. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Take care and
listening.
Listen.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. Do not ask me what happened there. It just wasn't working with me. Anyway, we are broadcasting live right here in the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3, 107.7 FM from New Orleans, and Roku TV. For those of you guys who do frequent Roku, find us there as well. We're fully sponsored by the amazing folks over at Folgers Coffee, who have been basically a part of our journey since the beginning. So thank you, Folgers. We appreciate you so very much. Also, very grateful for Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, for his contribution of his time, his voice, and his music for our intro and outro. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found anywhere that good music can be found. So check him out. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the artwork here at the Outer Realm. So thank you, Steve. Find him on, again, Instagram and Facebook. Tonight, we welcome for the very first time Heather L. Arnold. She's going to be discussing her continued research and new subtac, The Island of the Giants, The Lost Race of Giants of Aruba, Bonaire, and I'm going to see if I can say this properly, Curacao.
Yeah, that's right. Curacao.
You know, it has to sound that thing out today.
Yeah, when you see a little squiggly under the sea, it's an S.
I know. I was sitting here thinking, oh my God, I feel like I'm learning some hooked on phonics.
Yeah. I don't think Spanish is hooked on phonics, though.
Just like, what? I know. It took me a few
That's
shots
funny,
at
though.
it. So
That
I was
is
just like-
funny.
Anyway, guys, I see there's already people chiming in with questions. Please note that we have 7 different chat rooms that are like all come to the soundboard. So it's kind of like having 7 lanes coming down into one. It's not like we're ignoring anybody, but we just have to work in order on all the chat rooms. And we have to go with the pace of our guest as well. So I see some good questions coming in, and there are questions that actually I thought of as well. So it'll be nice to share them up. So Joseph, we will get to you. Big hello to you, Tamara and Mark. Hey, Mark, how's it going? We're just waiting for Heather to come in. So it should be interesting. Anyway, oh, look at that. Okay. Waiting. So how are you?
Well, I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, it's been a day. It's been a day. So leave it there. Yeah, it's been a day.
I'm in a nice heavy sweater prepared for the insanity of tomorrow. Just saying. Tomorrow night, we're expecting a storm into
Okay.
Saturday because, you know, March comes in like a lion.
It does indeed. So yeah, quite a bit of snow coming
Yeah.
mixed with rain. So always like, I have no patience.
I'm needing the sun. I'm missing the sun. I'm missing everything about it.
Mhm.
I'm really missing the vitamin D. I'm missing the heat. I'm missing the joy it gives you when you see it. I'm having
Right.
issues with my sound. I keep adjusting it and it keeps sending itself back up to the top volume.
I hear you. Perfect. So, which is good. And I see that Heather is in. We're going to bring her
Thank you,
in.
Heather.
Okay, people, here we go. Can Heather take me to the crib? What? Well, let us get there
Now,
first, Mark.
You're a ray of sunshine.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello,
Hi.
everyone.
That's because she's in Aruba, where it's really nice
Yeah,
out right now. It's
exactly.
not snowing like it is
That's
here.
my kind of life, beach life. That's my life.
Heather,
Yes,
how are you?
beautiful.
How are
Great.
you?
How are you? Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. We've been looking forward to it, and it's your first time on, which is really awesome as well. And we've already have questions chiming in. We're just explaining to everybody they're going to have to wait till we
Yeah.
get there. So, again, what we'll do when
Right.
questions come in, we'll put them up, and Amelia will read them off because we have a huge audio audience as well. So we just like to be able to hear the questions so they understand what you're answering and so on. So you'll have to be a little patient with us there, but otherwise we're good to go. So I'd like to always start off with humble beginnings because, one doesn't just fall into researching giants without something that draws you to it. So I'm going to let you take it from there, and we'll keep up with you and jump in every now and then.
Great. Well, again, thank you for having me. I'm actually broadcasting from the place where it all started, which is the Caribbean island of Aruba.
Very
For
nice.
those who are unaware, Aruba is 16 miles off the coast of South America. It actually hugs the coastline of Venezuela. Some days we can actually see Venezuela from Aruba. So there are three islands that are called the ABC Islands, and there's Aruba, and then there's Curacao, and then Bonaire, in that order geographically, going towards the west. And all three of those islands were called the Islands of the Giants, and they were noted on maps as such. I came into this by moving to Aruba in 2005, and I started a tour company where my whole goal was to have historically accurate tours. And what I was finding through going and stealthily looking at other people's tours, and or just speaking with tour guides in general locally, was that a lot of the history being communicated to the guests was just made up, something for tips. And it was a little bit frustrating, but it allowed me an ability to find something that's was going to be new about my tours, in that they were going to be historically accurate. And so I began to research the history of Aruba, and it was so difficult to find the history of Aruba. It was very challenging, very cloudy, and it kind of just simply started when the Europeans came here. And that's kind of when they started talking about the indigenous population who was already here, which were Arawak, which most likely were from the mainland, meaning South America. So I then thought, well, this is odd because, Aruba had gold and has gold. I mean, a lot of Aruba's gold is still here. And its location is very prominent. It was where all the, all the action is, very close to Central America and South America. It just didn't make sense. And then I found out that the children in school were being taught that the islands were called the Useless Islands. And it immediately triggered something like it was some sort of diversion, because you're not going to call islands useless if they have gold. So
that's true. Yeah. Ooh, you liking?
She's frozen.
So then I began to do research online. I went to the archaeology museum. I got some books out. They have a great archaeology museum here in Aruba, by the way. And so I found one of the archaeologists from that museum speaking at a conference, and he was
You're really low too.
Hmm?
Yeah, you're really low.
Wow.
And back.
Because I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just phased out. You were gone completely.
Oh.
And it was really low. The soundboard's okay, so I don't know, because we'll just see what happens.
Can you hear me?
How's my sound?
Oh, there you go. You're back.
Is my sound good?
I had to lower it because when I speak and all three of us are on our mics, I'm getting tons of feedback. So I'm just going to mute myself while you speak so I don't.
Okay, yeah, and Heather just disappeared altogether. So. But you're good now, like you're not freezing or anything. You were for a minute. So, okay, so we were talking about the museums, amazing museums in Aruba. If we can pick up from there, that would be great. You're freezing, you're lagging a little bit.
You don't see me?
Yeah, we see you. You're freezing a little bit, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So when the archaeologists mentioned that there were no giants in Aruba during the talk, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're freezing up every now and then, but we're so far so good.
Okay, good. So when he mentioned that there were no giants in Aruba, I immediately figured out that there were probably giants in Aruba, because he was going on and really adamant that there were no giants in Aruba. It was very strange. So I immediately began to research giants in Aruba. And what I stumbled upon were Vespucci's letters that he wrote after he had visited the New World, and the New World being South America, and some of the Caribbean. It was after his first and second voyages. And the term, the Islands of the Giants, actually came from Vespucci and from his voyages there, where he actually interacted with the giants on Aruba. Some people say that perhaps Vespucci first landed in the island of Curacao, but actually the first island he landed upon was Aruba. And so then it was through that research of his documents, his documented story, his actual interaction with the giants, what they looked like, what how he feared for his life, and thought he was going to die the day he met the giants. And then it led me to look at the archaeological reports and research the archaeological reports, which all of my research is based off of the archaeological reports coming from Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. And I have not counted them. I actually have a large suitcase, because I'm still waiting for my stuff from the States, but a large suitcase filled with all of the peer-reviewed journal reports, field notes, other printed and published reports of the archaeological remains of these giants. And it was through that research that I put together the story of this ancient race of giants who inhabited all three islands approximately 5,000 years ago, but now with new updated dating technologies, we're finding that they're going back in some cases at least 7,000 years. But it could be even longer than that. And quite frankly, that's what I think, that it probably goes back even longer than that. And and that's how I began the journey of the Islands of the Giants.
Well, it's fascinating. I have to ask you what your take is on where do you think they come from? I'm only going there because, there's so much that comes with the whole paranormal ufology side of everything. Oh, they came from space. They, came in, and people go, oh, they're the film. Like there's so much that, you're like, no, can we just talk academically for a second? So what is your take on where they came from, who they were?
It's so puzzling because you don't know. They simply appeared, apparently, in Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. They were not from Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao were actually at one point one island. And through a series of mega tsunamis starting in 500 BC, the islands were split into three. And it appears that these archaic humans, as the archaeologists refer to them, or pre-Columbian humans, were not from anywhere else. We're not from South America. We're not from Central America, and appeared out of nowhere on these islands. Now, interestingly, the story goes, the local story goes, that there is a stone actually that I've been to. It's on Bonaire. It's called the Mother Stone, or the Navel of the World, which is interesting because there's a Navel of the World in Easter Island as well. And this is a large monolith of limestone, and in the center of the monolith is an indentation, and it appears such as a navel, as a belly button. And it is through this navel that the giants were said to have been born. And from the backside of this navel, going through the stone and into the center of the earth, is supposed to be where the mother, the creator, is. And from this mother, she birthed these giants through this hole, this belly button. And to this day, when you go and you visit Bonaire, it's quite interesting. If you get to the stone, it's really off the beaten path, and you'll see a lot of skeletal remains scattered around the stone. It appears to be a place, and it's known for being a place where animals go to die so that they can get back to source quicker. And so we saw many strange animals to this day. We took a picture. My daughter and I have a skull. We saw that still we can't figure out what the skull is of. It's very strange. And also, one of the legends of that stone is that if you're suffering from any illness, you or have any sort of dilemma in your life that needs clarification, you can crawl or climb actually up to the navel, and there's no way a human can go in there unless they're in the fetal position, which is quite interesting. And then hopefully then all your problems will be solved if you spend some time in that navel. So that's the story that's told of the birthing of the giants. Personally, I have asked an archaeologist here on the island who's still an archaeologist, and I asked him, where does he think they came from? And he told me he thinks they have roots in ancient Egypt. And he came to that conclusion based off of their physical characteristics, how they were light skinned, how they have light hair, and they also have cranial deformation, and it's a natural skull elongation. So it's not done by head binding.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah,
That's
it's very
interesting.
strange. The elongation of the giants here in the Caribbean is similar to the cranial elongation that you'll see in some of the ancient Egyptian
Yes.
mummies, such as Tutankhamun, Akhenaten,
Mhm.
etc. So that could be one way of them, their origin story. But it's totally puzzling. Although they have many characteristics similar to giants found globally, which I think
Sardinia, one of them.
it's
That's the big one.
yeah, exactly. Sardinia. Giants remains and stories of giants have been found globally. I think the only place where we haven't heard any stories of giants is Antarctica, but
So far.
exactly. So
So
far,
far.
exactly. Right, correct.
It's interesting because there's still so much that has to do with giants and, let's say, the mounds of North America, where a lot of people believe they could be partially the origins of the North American native people, the indigenous people, because so many skeletal remains have been found in mounds that were indigenous mounds as well. And nobody seems to be able to figure out where some of these indigenous people actually come from. Do you think that your giants or giants in general would, as soon as I say procreate with women of natural being, the hole in the field of things is going to start coming out at me. I know it, but do you think that was a possibility, or are we just looking at apples and oranges here?
No, it's a similar, from my window, I can see one of the three of the most sacred cave sites on the island. They're caves that are inside of a huge monolith of limestone. And there are several caves, but three of them show signs of habitation. One was simply set aside for burials. And this is a very inaccessible cave site. It's so dangerous. I went in it a couple of months ago, about 2 months ago, for the second time. And I mean, literally, it's such a dangerous trek. So you can tell because of the placement of where this burial is. These were elite status individuals. This was a site that was never to be discovered by others or in any way violated by the general population, who was probably above being ruled by these giants, below rather being ruled by the giants. And the similarity between the mound burials and the burial that in this cave is that the one of the popular forms of orientation of the bodies is in the shape of spokes of a wheel, so that there's a central skeleton in the center, and then the heads emanate head then to foot, the foot going towards the outside from the center skeletal remains, as if it's spokes of a wheel. And this is actually a burial orientation that is found. It was found. It's since been excavated, and the skeletal remains are who knows where, which is the age-old story. But this burial pattern is actually repeated here in Aruba, and Aruba is pretty far away from the mounds that actually have this, such as in Alabama, West Virginia, Ohio, of course. So that's, could be a connection. Another interesting thing is that in 2003, there were genealogists who and other scientists who did an analysis of the mitochondrial DNA of the Aruban people to determine where their ancestry was. The reason why they chose Aruba is because Aruba was one of the few islands in the Caribbean that didn't bring over slaves from Africa, because the island is in a semi-arid climate and there's nothing that you can grow. So the Arubans were kind of insulated, especially the ones who never left Aruba. Their DNA is kind of intact. So after the analysis, it was determined that 70% of the Arubans had in them this archaic DNA. This is the DNA of the giants. And so what probably happened, because in this same cave site I mentioned, there is one cave set aside, and it is what I believe to be a birthing chamber. There is a petroglyph of a woman, and she's wearing a veil, a shroud, essentially. And in her belly, they made little cup marks for her belly button. And through her belly button is a little baby in her belly. And on the wall are little are marks, are slashes. And the slashes can mean all sorts of things given the context. In this sense, I believe it's births. And so this would have been a birthing chamber. By the way, very strange supernatural paranormal things have happened in this birthing chamber as well, particularly I brought my daughter there. These strange lights showed up around her, and it was actually quite magical. It wasn't scary, but it was definitely intriguing. My daughter also happens to be a Aruban, so that's actually
there we go.
interesting. So, after seeing the slashes, you realize, wow, there weren't a lot of births. I don't even think there were a lot of giants, although they were the elite status individuals, clearly ruling over average statured humans who were around at the time. And we know that from burials where the two are mixed within the burial sites, that, and also giving birth to babies with elongated skulls can't be easy. So you realize that there were not a lot of them. And I think at some point, particularly after contact with the Europeans, that they needed to mate with average statured humans and create now this mixed gene pool. And I think that's essentially what happened for their own survival. They began to just leave their little status, their little circle, and branch out to average statured humans.
Right. So you have DNA that shows up as being like an ancient like DNA, but there's nothing to compare it to, I guess.
Nothing, right? It was
you can't
determined
get anything
that
from bones or anything.
Was determined that there's nothing even close to that DNA in existence. There's no modern DNA that matches the DNA. So it was assumed through deduction that it was this ancient archaic DNA from the archaic humans who lived here 5,000 to 7,000 or even greater years ago, which is quite interesting that the DNA is even still intact. But then again, people are still walking around with Neanderthal DNA and Denisovan DNA. So it makes sense that then this DNA would still be intact. It's very interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, to go just a couple of steps back, the umbilical cord, like in her belly button, that there's a baby and this is birth, makes a lot of sense, because birth, the baby's umbilical cord, is life, and it attaches to the mother. So just because I'm seeing some questions come through the chat room, that often when they were carving or leaving, these carvings or paintings, whatever they were doing to communicate to the other world or to the generations to come that they left behind, that was how they told the story. It doesn't necessarily mean it's that, like a birth from this place, from the umbilical, like from the belly button.
I
Mhm.
think it was just denoting that
Yeah.
she was pregnant, and that this was a baby inside of her. She also has, and I have pictures of it on, and when, later when I give out my contact information, you can see all the petroglyphs yourself. There's also a cup mark for her eye. So the mother's eye is made into a small cup mark, and then in her belly, where her belly button would be, is a cup mark as well. And then the
Yeah.
baby is behind there, which is quite interesting.
It sounds beautiful.
Yeah, it really isn't.
Mhm.
It's as if it was done yesterday, because the site is so inaccessible that thankfully it's one of these places that hasn't been terrorized by vandals or trampled upon by tourists, and so it's really been preserved due to the fact of its location. And it's amazing that the Giants knew this, and that's why they chose this very sacred space. And it would
Mhm.
make sense that you would want births to be in a place that's very protective and far away from others to disrupt what was going on, particularly if there were so few births and these were the elite ruling class. They would probably want to have it be as protected as possible. So it really makes sense, the genius of it all. And in the middle actual cave is just petroglyph panels filled with petroglyphs. And there's no activity shown of eating or living or burning fires in those 3 caves. It's as if each cave had a distinct purpose and the purposes didn't overlap, which is also quite intriguing. And that cave system, I think, is one of the most sacred spaces of the Giants throughout the Caribbean.
Right. It sounds like, it's like a high degree of intellect there and spirituality, which is far different than a lot of the myths that you hear, like, oh, they're cannibals. Like, I mean, that you hear that almost like, seriously, like, I can't tell you how many times I've read about that, or I've heard other researchers say, oh no, they were said to be cannibals. And I keep saying, well, it sounds a lot like the whole Nephilim thing there. That's a Nephilim idea. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that some Giants probably did practice
Right.
cannibalism. I think a lot of ancient cultures did have human sacrifice and did have cannibalism. I, was recently in Belize in January, and that's the Maya, where towards the end, when they weren't getting water and the people were going crazy. I mean, I went in a cave system where they had found the remains of an infant child with the umbilical cord still attached. So they had sacrificed that child to the gods within the cave in hopes of rain or food or peace or war. So yeah, I mean, that is a common theme in ancient cultures. There's no evidence here of cannibalism. The archaeologists actually looked for that. And for example, in Chaco Canyon, there was cannibalism. And you can see where they were digging out the bone marrow, where there were cuts that weren't from animals. They were clearly cuts from sharp objects, even teeth, human teeth. And they also found the excrement, the petrified excrement of the people of Chaco, and they found human remains within the excrement. So that's something archaeologically speaking you can determine, and it was determined that in Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao there was no cannibalism. I don't know, does that mean there wasn't any at all? We don't know. There could be something we just haven't discovered yet, and that could definitely throw a wrench in the theory. But as of now, there's allegedly been no cannibalism amongst the people here, and which is quite interesting because there's very little food source. Even at that time, Aruba was still a semi-arid place. However, the more you explore and look around, you realize there's so many things that you can actually eat. Seafood was a very big part of their diet. As a matter of fact, they took the shells and made mounds similar to the mounds that you find in North America. They're called shell middens. But after doing a research on the mounds made of shells, even in Florida in the U.S., I think that there was a more distinct purpose to the mounds. They have a shape to them. They have their positioning is very specific. They're not just by the seashore, which is why archaeologists think they're just piles of garbage. They are also next to burial sites. Some of them have flat tops on them, which is, very hard to do with shells. So it's quite intriguing. Sadly, one shell midden has been completely destroyed. Some of the shells are even extinct, and I mean, they don't even exist. The shells are fossils essentially. So I think that they weren't they if anyone could have had a reason to practice cannibalism, it might have been the giants here because they might have been running out of food. However, there's no evidence of that or of sacrifice at this time of humans. Now there are in the burials sometimes birds will be found in the burials, turtles, turtle shells, bones, various bones from animals that some of them aren't even here anymore. And in two cases, actually three cases, two in Aruba and one in Bonaire so far, there have been remains of monkeys with the burials. Those burials were only of females. So it's interesting. The burials were only of females and the monkey was only with the females in each case. But the monkeys did receive an elite burial. So they received the same accoutrements, grave gifts, etc., as the females did within the burial.
Yeah. I also think maybe it would depend on the size. Like your islands, what was the average size? I mean, you hear stories anywhere from 7 feet to 15 plus feet. I imagine if you're on the higher scale of that, it's going to take a lot more food to sustain you, as let's say a 7 foot. I mean, we've had giants in our own time that were, like 7 feet that are in the world record book, So what were your giants, height?
Well, the estimates are 7 to 8 feet.
Okay.
But what's interesting about the giants is it's not just that they were tall, they were wide. They were exceedingly wide. They were very big people. Their bones were so thick, in fact, that when archaeologists in one of the reports used a traditional human cadaver saw to saw through the bone, the saws kept breaking. So they actually had to invent a specific saw to get through the bones. So these were massive people. They weren't just tall, they were wide, they were big, their bones were big, their heads were big. Their cranium was shaped differently and attached to the neck differently to accommodate a larger brain and a heavier brain case.
Like a Bigfoot type of stature? I'm not saying same individual, I'm just saying type of stature, just big all the way around.
Big all the way around, exactly.
Right.
Now, there are some reports in one of the archaeological reports that was published in 1980. It was reported that the giants were taller than 8 feet here. So what happens is when you get archaeological remains and you look at them, first of all, the bones shrink over time. And secondly, height is determined by a mathematical equation that the archaeologists came up with, not necessarily the measurements, but more of a hypotheses based off of what they've seen in the past. So there's a chance that they're wrong, and they admit that in some of the studies that these giants could have been bigger. For example, the largest skull that was found, and actually that was found in a cave in Curacao, that's almost a foot long, the skull. So these were very large people. To accommodate a skull like that, you would need a very large body. Also, now that I'm here, I have people showing me instances of giant footprints. And it's weird because these footprints are in solid stone and they're in diorite or they're in basalt or they're
how heavy are you?
Yeah, so it's very interesting because you can see where the foot went in when it was soft, because you can see the displacement of the material around the toes, and when they pull the foot up, you can see where you would pull your foot up and how it would pull along this kind of, I guess, liquid stone at that point, whatever it was,
Mm.
even if it was because Aruba was originally a volcanic island, even if it were from lava. I mean, how do you step on lava?
Exactly.
It's bizarre. So there are megalithic sites here in Aruba, and some of the stones have markings that no one has any idea how they were done. And perhaps this is again following a theme that's found globally with megaliths of what appears to be a melting of the stone or some sort of manipulation of solid material to a point where you can mold it, however that may be. And so that's actually intriguing as well here.
Right.
I would believe that they had to be taller. I mean, most of the NBA is between 7 and 8 feet.
Right.
You know, and I'm not trying to make light of it
Oh,
because
that's
when you
true.
said 7 to 8 feet, I'm
There's some
like,
pretty big
I
guys, but
watch
they're
I
just
watch
not big.
basketball and there's a lot. I mean, Shaq is close to 8 feet. Like, so
Yeah, and
I would think that they were probably much bigger, but with people around the world, different cultures have, you know, like heights. Like a lot of Italians are more on the shorter side than they are on the, sorry guys, but it's true, than they are on the taller side. And if it's because their ancestors came from different parts of Europe or different parts of the world. And I think that, you know, perhaps Arubans, when they came into contact, because they couldn't have been just the giants to know these stories and to see it, they must have appeared really massive to them. But
right.
I would think that they, my personal feeling from what you're saying, I would believe that they were much bigger than that, especially with a foot long skull.
Right, exactly. I
I mean,
agree.
what's the diameter of that? An
Right,
average adult head is between 20 inches and 23 inches, depending male or female.
right.
What the heck is on a foot long?
And their elongation is
Yeah,
interesting because it doesn't go up like the elongation
it goes
found in Paracas. It goes up and back.
and back.
So
So it's
right,
different than the even the Egyptian, don't they have some that go up and back
Mhm.
as
I
well?
know he
exactly.
did.
They
So they
did,
could have
yes.
come
Yeah,
from
Katie
there.
did.
That's
Yeah.
Okay.
exactly correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you. I'm
yeah,
learning.
so
So
oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, of course,
That's
no,
okay.
because I've seen the Paracas skulls in Peru, and those skulls go straight up. I mean, they
Yes.
are your quintessential quote unquote cone heads, but this elongation is different in that it goes to the back, which is quite interesting.
Well,
Um,
this is why I go back to the whole Bigfoot thing again. Hate to do it, but theirs, they have this kind of, cone sort of
right,
elongated
they
thing going
actually
on
do.
too.
It's really interesting when you see that.
You
Yeah, I
do.
noticed
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's interesting because there is a cave here, in a very remote area that has these petroglyphs that look to be almost like Bigfoot. And it's a very strange vibe in that cave. And the petroglyphs, one of them, they're very boxy beings. They're
Mm.
emanating up from the floor, so they show almost like they don't have movement, obviously, but they feel like they're moving and they're gliding up the wall of the cave. And one of them has its arm outstretched, like beckoning with long, long fingers. It's
oh,
very, very, very strange. And so it's interesting you mentioned that, and even weirder still, there was a gentleman here in Aruba who was trying to get into the Guinness Book of World Records by living in a cave for the longest period of time. He just came out, I think it was a year and a half or 2 years ago, I can't recall. And when he came out of the cave, he didn't actually make it into the Guinness Book because of some technicalities, I'm not quite sure. But he has video footage of some strange creature that he said was terrorizing him every single night.
That's
And
crazy.
I actually have it on some of my social media. And it's this, like, in the back of the cave, you see it really quickly, and it's almost like a Bigfoot creature, except it's almost like a greenish color. It's very strange. So I often wonder,
Like the Grinch.
yeah, but
Green and furry. I don't know.
it's like a big, hairy thing. It's very strange, very ominous. So, I wonder if the petroglyphs have any connection to that creature because all of them occur in caves. So that's quite interesting. Another, is there Bigfoot in the Caribbean? I don't know.
I would imagine that
makes sense.
everywhere there's some sort
Yeah.
of creature. I mean, we have Yeti, we have Sasquatch, Canada, Bigfoot. I think that's just common. Why wouldn't it be there? Maybe it's just more of a focus here, but the
That's
world is
interesting.
becoming smaller and we're learning so much more about it.
Oh, we're
Um,
squeezing everything out too. So
yeah. So I just lost my time. I just want to say, Tamara, I hope you feel better. Thank you for joining us. One of our loyal listeners and friend isn't feeling well, so she had to leave. But
know how she
hope you
feels.
feel better soon, honey.
Um,
I was going to ask if someone had asked, and Michelle put it up.
well,
Did they have the 6 digits or were they 5 digits?
Yes, so there's no indication thus far of 6 fingers, 6 toes, or double
heard of
rows of
that
teeth,
too.
which is another thing that comes up sometimes with the giants.
Yeah.
So there's so far no indication of that whatsoever.
Okay.
Simply that they had 5 fingers, 5 toes, and very large teeth. As a matter of fact, almost all the skeletal remains found were all found with teeth, full sets of teeth. And the teeth were shovel shaped incisors, some worn down to the
DNA out of
gum.
a tooth.
I'm sorry?
I think you could get. Can't you get DNA out of a tooth?
Yes, yes. As a matter of fact, that was going to happen. And it's very strange, the story. So there are 2 skulls that were uncovered in 1970 at the cemetery that is here in Aruba, located in an area of the island called Malmuk. And in that cemetery, there were at least now since been documented 72 burials, but there are many, many more. The archaeologists just stopped digging. So there was a gentleman called Chris Angles, and he lived in Curacao, and he was determined to prove that there were giants on these islands through the skeletal remains. And he actually published a report called The Quest for Giants. And in The Quest for Giants, he has 2 skulls that he extracted from the cemetery. And one of them has its hand fused to its face still, because a lot of the burials were, most of the burials were put in the fetal position with their heads resting on their hands. And some of them were in the supine position, which is very odd for that time period, very rare. And those were generally also the giants who had this special burial position. So he had the 2 skulls, and then he couldn't get any archaeologist to look at these skulls. He was so frustrated. He couldn't find any museum to house the skulls, so he created his own museum called the Curacao Museum. It's still in existence. Sadly, it doesn't have the skulls anymore due to a renovation, and the skulls are now
And the
missing.
Smithsonian got their hands on them.
Yeah, no. I've been looking for them for years, trying to get them to
Wow.
come back to Aruba, but I'm
Wow.
hitting a wall. But nonetheless, so he finally got the head of the Tropical Museum in Amsterdam to come and to look at his skulls. So she did analysis of the 2 skulls, and she determined that they were the largest skulls she had ever seen on Earth. And the hand that was fused was the largest hand that she had ever seen. She was able to publish her report, and it is in this archaeological report called The Quest for Giants. And she determined that what she wanted to do next was a carbon-14 dating. And at that point, this is 1970, they didn't really do DNA extraction, but she definitely wanted to do carbon-14 dating. So she was going to come back, but she hopped on a plane to go to South America, and her plane ended up crashing and she died. So that was the end of all the research on those skulls, and consequently all the research on the giant skulls. That was the last research done.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
How okay, we have Vikings that we know light bodies on fire and put them out to the ocean, and then they burn and they fall in.
Ceremonial burials.
How do we know that? We don't know for sure about the different races of giants. We just know there are giants here, there's giants found there. We don't really know anything about races or their culture. Do you think it's possible that they could have had a race that did their burials on the water and we could have like skeletons just buried below like dinosaurs?
Well, there
Here,
could, I
what?
think a lot of the archaeological history of Aruba is underwater.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, divers several years ago were diving and they thought they saw a modern human skeleton, and it turned out to be an ancient skeletal remains. Now, with Aruba, there were mega tsunamis that hit these islands, Aruba,
Mhm.
Curacao, and Bonaire. I think it's very possible that a large part of the archaeology, particularly the archaic archaeology, is submerged. And it's just a matter of getting the resources. The water is very rough in the area where I've seen some footage of stones, and I know where the skeleton was found. And these stones appear to be cut. Some of them have 90-degree angles. And that area is very dangerous. There are sharks. It's down deep. So it would take a lot of effort to get down there. And that's just in Aruba. Now, in Bonaire, Bonaire has the largest cave system of the entire Caribbean. And out of its 400 caves, most are submerged due to the rising water. So that's another area where we don't know what's going on. Now, in Aruba, Curacao, there was one other type of burial that they do believe was burning, because some of the bones did appear to be cremated. And then they were almost calcified. It was very strange, but it was determined that these bones had been over a fire. So there were the burials were either placed into the ground or in very elaborate burials under or over the shells of turtles, for example, as well as being potentially cremated. And I don't know if they purposely buried the bodies out to sea, or it was just due to cataclysmic events and water tables rising that those burials ended up under the sea. But yes, I think a large portion of the untapped knowledge is under the sea here.
Yeah, I thought so, because I'm like, it's not unthinkable. I love the Caribbean and I go to the Caribbean and I love snorkeling. So I am, I know about, there's so many things that are buried underwater. And I was just curious because there must have been some kind of hierarchy and rank amongst them as well, as there
Right.
is just with any tribe. There's a chief and there's always someone.
You see, the
And
North American culture, some of the chiefs were giants.
Right.
Yeah.
And also,
So
from my analysis, I believe that this was a matriarchal society. So
nice. Yeah.
that the female was in charge. And so we
As
know
it
that
should be.
I think
Sorry,
it was
guys.
always that way. I think it was the men
Sorry.
that changed it.
Did I say that out loud?
Some man changed it. We were always the boss. Like, come on,
Yeah.
we give birth. Give me a break.
But they revered the goddess as well.
Right.
It was
Yeah, but
Yes.
with
the
a-
umbilical cord that went down to the earth, right?
Yeah.
To the earth.
Right.
and
They
with a
understood-
hierarchy, like a chief or something, you might have a different burial for them because they were, a leader in the tribe, and maybe there was a different burial for, the other people in the tribe who were just followers and part of that tribe. But I'm sure everybody had a job.
Well, that cemetery that I mentioned here in Aruba, called the Malmuk Cemetery, actually does designate who was in charge, because the burials in that cemetery are in the form of isosceles triangles, with the this a central what the archaeologists, sometimes they think they're females, sometimes they think they're males. They don't know. I tend to think they're females at the angles of the triangles, and then other burials filling out the triangle. And so this happens repeatedly in this cemetery, but in the middle of the cemetery is a lone burial. And this burial is of the oldest, what's determined so far to be the oldest human that had died there. She's a female, and she's estimated to be about 44 years old or older, which at that time was quite old. And she has a hump back, which is actually very interesting. Could be just because of malnutrition. But it appears that if you had some sort of physical deformity, you were also given an elite status.
crazy.
which
Not
is
like
the-
today. Yeah.
Yeah,
What a
so
difference.
Now,
her
what-
burial was the most ornate. She had the most
Oh.
grave gifts. She had the most complex burials where there was like a platform built under the ground, and then she was put, and then a large sea turtle shell, and then she was put on top of that, and then there were other
Yeah.
stones, and then on top of her burial on the earth there was a stone orientation of a circle of stones that were taken from a quarry that was actually a little bit far off. They were special stones. There were shells put in the center that were very rare shells. So she received the most complex burial, and she was all alone. And this could be that she was a shaman or a chiefess, or definitely someone of highest esteem.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
the other burial that has a human with, or a human, archaic human with a deformity, is one of a person who was a dwarf. So these skeletal remains of this little person were found, and the
I
little
was going
person.
to ask you about that, like dwarf, like I've read about that.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of times when you hear about the giants, you'll also hear about dwarfs, which is very strange.
Yeah.
And
Unless you're
all
watching
those
Game of
fairy
Thrones.
tales
Yeah.
and everything, maybe there was really, it's rooted in reality. So this little person had a very rich life. They lived a very long life. It appears that maybe they were carried around to facilitate their ability to live. They weren't malnourished, so they must have received, a lot of the best food. And as a matter of fact, there's a whole new archaeological uh, um, arm that has branched out that is about determining how people in ancient times were treated who had some deformities. And it appears globally this was something that went on in ancient times, that people who had these abnormalities, physical, what we would think were physical drawbacks today, were actually considered gifts from their gods. And so these people were treated almost as royalty, given obviously if this little person lived full term, the full term of their lives, was not malnourished, had no other physical ailments other than their small size, then you can see that they were receiving the most food, the best care, and they were given an elite burial, which is quite interesting.
I'm not making fun. I'm 5'4", so I would have done well in those times.
I know.
Because of Darwin, because Darwinism. But if you read Darwin's reports, which I have, he talks about giants in Patagonia. He talks about the giants in what is now Argentina, and how he saw them. He saw evidence of them, that they were super tall people. They were not of average stature. These were big people, that these giant people existed. And they
Maybe
existed
like a
on
population, like what do they call it? Population replacement, like what happened to Stonehenge builders who just like disappeared, and all of a
Right.
sudden a whole new race of people appeared in that spot.
Yes.
Could it be something like along those lines?
I think, well, I don't think, in the case of the Caribbean, I don't think the giants ever disappeared. I think they just simply mated with average statured people, and that's
Oh, so
why.
they mated themselves out of existence, essentially.
Exactly.
Oh.
That's what I think. That's what I think happened here.
Oh, well, that's really interesting.
Yeah. So I think the reason why it's suppressed is because it could mean that some parts of the Bible are actually historical representations, particularly in the Old Testament.
Yes.
Maybe it is true that there were giants. Now, if you admit that there are giants, does that mean the Bible is real? Because that would be, of course, Christians believe, and Jews believe the Old Testament is a
Old
valid
Testament, more
document.
so, I find.
But right, but then you think, wow, okay, so if you're admitting there are giants, that means that the stories told in the Old Testament were based on historical knowledge. And I think that could be part of it, in a strange way, that there's a concerted effort to deny the Bible and the realities in it, maybe to take away power from certain groups, or
Because I mean, even archaeologists like the Smithsonian, even they all seem to be okay with giants up until, like, what was it, the 20s or 30s? All of a sudden, no,
Right.
we're going to dump all
Right.
this in the ocean. We want nothing to do with it. Things were disappearing. like what caused this sort of a
Right.
change to all of a sudden you're suppressing everything, you know? Don't know. I know,
It's
that's
just
crazy.
bizarre. I
Yeah.
don't get it. I mean, for me, if I would think, I said all the time, like, if I were going to school and the teacher told me, oh, tomorrow we're going to learn about the giants, I would be so excited. I would be like, wow, this is great. I can't wait to hear about it. And it would be so interesting. It would be invigorating for children to learn of it. And, even in Curacao, I mean, this is a man who's since actually, he had a horrible story happen to him. So that's why they say that the giants are cursed. Chris Angles, who discovered those two skulls that are now missing, who had to create his own museum in Curacao called the Curacao Museum to house the skulls. He was standing on a street corner in Curacao and he got hit by a car and he was killed. So that was the end of his research into the giants. So it's always some sort of
What do you think, deliberately?
strange happening befalling these people who are researching the giants, which is actually quite odd as well.
Hey, I was just checking. I shouldn't do
I
this, but I
don't know.
was
That's the one.
sorry.
Oh no, I don't know if it was deliberate. I often wonder about that with him because he was a very outspoken character. I don't know, but it's strange that he died under a violent death essentially, as well as the former researcher did. Strange.
Yeah, I don't believe in coincidence, so I lean towards Sorry, Amelia, go ahead.
No. This is back to the NBA because it was throwing me off. The average height, the 10 tallest NBA players are all above 7.5 inches tall, with the tallest being 7.7 inches right now. So who are we to say that there isn't some of this DNA in their blood hundreds and thousands of years ago? That's not normal. I mean, it's great if you're playing the NBA, but I'm saying it's not normal. All those Guinness Book of World Records, you're looking at all these really tall people. There's got to be some possibility that this is a gene that carried on from them somehow. Somewhere, somebody.
That's an intriguing concept.
Yeah. It's just using them as
right.
as an example.
I agree. Right. Yeah, because whereas with the giants, it was common. Vespucci, even when he arrived on the island and he wrote his letters of when he first encountered the giants, he first saw the women. There were women who came to him, and they were so tall. He mentions if they were kneeling, they would still be taller than the men standing. He mentions that there were teenage daughters that one of the women had, and how they were double the size of these grown European men. And then when the 36 giant men came back to the camp to, thank goodness, thwart the plans of Vespucci, who were trying to kidnap the young women to take them back to Europe, these men, he said, were even larger, and what scared him the most were their giant weapons he had never seen before. The way they were constructed, he didn't even know how they were able to lift them. So I think with the giants, it was commonplace. They were all giants, and they probably looked at the average statured people like something was strange with them, or something was maybe wrong with them. And it's very intriguing. And then you have, since I've been in Aruba, I've talked to some local people who tell me, I have in my family, there are Arubans who say, we had an uncle we called the Giant, and he had giant hands, and it was, his whole body was of giant stature, his hands, his face, his neck, and they just go to explain how he was so tall he had to duck down to get into places. And this is a story I hear repeated by several local people saying that they remember they had giants in their family. I got a message from someone the other day from someone who's a Reuben, but in Holland, how they are the tallest. They're over 7 feet tall, and no one knows, and no one in their family is that tall. he always was wondering, am I part of the giants, from Aruba? So yeah, I think it could
several
be maybe
generations, right?
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very strange. You don't know. And DNA is very complex. We still don't know as much as we think we know. And there's still so much more to discover. So it's very possible that it
there's
keeps
a lot
cropping up here and there.
There's a lot of small things, like 1% of the world has gray eyes. My father had gray eyes. It's only 1% of the world population. Other things like hair color. Red hair color is mostly, in the UK, where you find true
Scotland.
redheads in Scotland. And why is that? So I don't see how it could. And no, I saw a comment. I'm not speaking conspiracy theory that they mismanaged. I'm speaking natural progression through evolution. That it's highly possible. Just like, why are some of us shorter than others? If you look back, there's little people in the family somewhere, and that gene just keeps going. Why is there a family who is average height and then they have one child who's like 7 feet tall with these NBA players? Because there's a gene that skips and went to them. It happens. So I believe it's highly possible. I've never had that conversation with anyone who's come on to talk about it, just you, because I feel comfortable. I don't feel like I'm an idiot. But yeah, it's amazing to me. Well, our friend Bart is on. Bart is also a host on here on this network. Bart Sharp, hello. He says there is a theory that the Bigfoots that mysteriously appear come in and out of a type of shadow dimension to this reality. Are there any stories of mysterious appearances of giants in current times?
Current times, yeah.
Well, it's interesting with the dimensions that he mentions that, because I haven't seen any giants or apparitions of giants. There's definitely things that go on with orbs here. There are megalithic remains, massive stones. I mean, the largest I've ever seen here in Aruba specifically, that clearly were built by the giants because they were so massive. And if you look on a global scale, you'll see these, wherever there are these megaliths, there are stories of these giants. But also you will see the petroglyphs. And the petroglyphs here there are some of them that the archaeologists told me were portals. So these portals could transport you to another part of the island, or they either go in or out. So they're either an exit or an entrance. So for example, there's this petroglyph at this one place called Io Rock Formation. And that is supposed to be a portal, and it's a drawing, and it's a petroglyph that's found globally, which is another thing that's interesting. There are a lot of the petroglyphs found here, that the designs are global representations that are found in very diverse places in Europe and South America, North America, even in Africa and Australia. And so the archaeologists told me that if you go by this one portal, it will take you to another set of petroglyphs. And
that's interesting for an archaeologist.
Exactly.
Yes.
So he tells me things but won't say it in public. So which is very frustrating, to say the least, and really counterproductive. So for example, I was staying at an Airbnb one time before I moved here, right by the Io Rock Formation. And and he came over for dinner, and I said, I'm having like all these nightmares here. He said, oh, because you're right by Io, there's so many portals that open up, and we were right by the summer solstice. And he said,
like it's nothing. Oh,
right,
just
right.
here. Yeah.
He said that's why there's things coming in and out of the portals, and they're probably terrorizing you at night. So I thought, oh my gosh, I would never.
Power spots have those. Even I bet you the birthing area. I bet you
exactly
where animals go to die. Somebody mentioned that. William had asked about that. William Garrison somewhere. And sorry, guys, there's a lot of messages from 7 different platforms right now, but asked about stargates or portals.
Yeah, about 5 pages ago. Yeah, it's going. Yeah.
So definitely there are portals here. As a matter of fact, I had gotten a message from someone when I was still living in New York about he thinks he found a portal where he goes hiking, and there's so much, Aruba's a small island, but a lot of it is unexplored. It's very inaccessible. It's hidden through vegetation. So this, they said they went hiking, and all of a sudden the birds stopped chirping, the wind stopped blowing, and this is a common theme with these portals that you're going in and out of. And he was going to go check it out, and I said, maybe you shouldn't. And that was literally the last thing I ever heard from him. So I hope he's okay.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of weird. But I think these portals are in existence, and it's possible maybe the giants even came through that. I mean, if you do believe in portals, and
Absolutely.
the portals, could have even been stronger back then.
Vibration and frequency, surrounded by water.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of fault lines here in Aruba. Aruba experiences earthquakes. And not grave ones, thank goodness, but there are earthquakes here. I've experienced them myself. So whenever there's a fault line, and that's energy, you'll see strange things occurring. For example, in South Mountain, Phoenix, Arizona, in the US, there are fault lines that crack the rock, and by those fault lines, the native populations, the Hohokam, who have also disappeared off the face of the earth, they would do these strange petroglyphs of things that they saw, beings that they saw come out of these cracks. And these cracks were manipulated during the days in front of and after celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes. So this is, again, something, fault lines and these petroglyphs and these solar events, or even supermoons, etc., Venus. I'm sure this conjunction that we're having with Jupiter and Venus is
right now,
making a lot of energy. And so this is repeated all over the globe, and it's happening right here too. So you have to also ask yourself, if these were all contemporaneous events of people drawing on the stones in Phoenix, Arizona, and people,
well, they emulate what they see, right?
Right. But the same petroglyphs. I mean, that's another intriguing concept. When I first came to Aruba, is I saw the same spirals and the same patterns of designs that I had seen in Utah and New Mexico and Arizona.
Spirals, is that not portal?
Yes, so that's mostly what I can think is a portal. I think some of them mean some things, but I think in this case, in Aruba, a lot of them mean that they're portals.
Right.
And in Arizona, a friend who studies these portals, he told me that depending on which direction this spiral goes, will tell you if it's an exit or an entrance for a portal. Which is also quite interesting. And here in Aruba, you will see the spirals going one way, and you will also see the spirals going another way.
So that would make sense, in or out.
Yeah. I mean, these people were all communicating somehow globally. How are they doing that? It's just quite interesting. I mean, burials similar, petroglyphs similar, the people physically similar, the building mounds. It's very interesting, and I think they were communicating, and how, we don't know. I mean, clearly they were using boats. I don't think there's any question. There were 2 breakaway civilizations of the giants that were discovered by archaeologists. One is in Cuba, in a cave system in Cuba, and one is in a remote part of Colombia, in the middle of the jungle. And they determined that these were breakaway civilizations because of particular things they do during the burials and after the body has decayed. So, for example, the repetition of isosceles triangles was discovered in burials, as well as the spokes in a wheel burial type design. And also here in Aruba, the giant burials who had elongated skulls, their heads were covered with a red ochre, and they were painted. Once they became a skeletal remains, the skull was painted with this red ochre, and the red ochre was from locally sourced manganese. So it's very possible that these burials were connected, and these people were connected, and these breakaway civilizations existed, and they somehow did this through boats or maybe portals.
Or aliens. We don't know, really.
Never know.
Everybody's got their own theory. It's amazing. It makes you really think about the vast jungles in areas we don't have access to. Scary, but intriguing and exciting at the same time,
cave
right?
systems, right? Because those things go on. They're all over the world. They go on forever.
There's loads of caves in Italy. Nobody
Right.
wants to climb them though.
I mean,
they're
there
in the
are caves
mountains.
here.
Yeah.
I drive by them. When I drive by them, I was like, oh, I want to get in those caves, but
Mhm.
it's so dangerous, you know. And the giants were so brilliant because they really did these burials and did these petroglyphs and created this scenario that you can't even get to it, and you're intimidated by it. As a matter of fact, the cave system that I mentioned, where there was the what I believe is a birthing chamber. I had tried for 5 years to get into that cave, and every time I went, there were killer bees. There are killer bees here, and there was a killer beehive where you could hear the humming from the ground before you even got up to the
Oh,
place where it
killer
was.
bees. I didn't
And
even
when
think
I
about
got
that.
up there, I was halfway there when I got the closest point, and I noticed a 5 foot tall killer beehive. And I mean, that's, you can't mess with killer bees, and you don't want to be climbing on a limestone mesa and then all of a sudden have a swarm of killer bees come at you. I mean, you could fall and die.
You get a flash rain and you're climbing on limestone, you go down fast. That stuff is like sponge.
It's very dangerous. I've
Yeah.
done that climb 2 times, and I don't envision doing it anymore.
No,
in my
that's scary. I
life.
think you have to be really, really, really experienced with limestone. Not even a
Yeah.
climber, just limestone is porous. That's scary.
Yeah, and pointy too. And
Yeah.
there are cacti all over, and there were poisonous spiders and large.
Oh,
they're
you're a
called-
determined woman.
Yes, yes.
You
I
lost me
was-
at spiders. I was like, yeah, I'm good from the ground.
You have to just put yourself in a zone, because you
Yeah,
can't
see.
think of everything that can hurt you.
That's
and the
why I
fact
don't
that
tour
you
the
die.
lands when I go to the islands. I go straight into the
Right.
ocean. I'm like,
Yes,
yeah, no,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah,
There
I
are
wish
things
I
in
could
the
do that.
ocean,
I
just
don't know.
saying.
There's things in the ocean, but the tour guides are really good about where they take you. They usually take you to a coral reef. They don't really
No,
take
I'm
you
in
too
the
far. You
falls
have
of
to
everything.
you
not
have to
the
pay
ocean.
you have to pay to dive to see something really
I love
interesting.
archaeology,
Right.
history,
Yeah.
architecture.
And I love
everything
the
it has to
ocean. I
offer.
love the ocean. I love
Yeah.
I love all of that,
Yes.
but, I'm Pisces too, so that helps.
That makes sense.
It's my
So-
birthday month, yes.
Yay.
So do you believe that giants can exist today? Because I know there's a lot of soldiers from the Afghanistan wars that claim, now this is a claim, I don't know, I've never really researched it, but I figured, well, I have you on here, I would just ask. They've claimed that there are units that have just pretty much hunted them or come across them and have had battle with them. That they claim to have killed some.
I mean, I've heard that. I don't know. I don't know much about those
Like
reports.
15
that say-
footers.
Right,
Ooh.
huge.
I know.
There are reports of giants still living underground, still living
Right.
in caves underground. I don't have any stories that I know of people, seeing giants now or them emerging now. But that would be very cool if they did. Or I don't know. Recently, Dennis Stone, who you've had on here,
Oh yeah, he's wonderful.
America's Stonehenge. He has a print, a cast of a Bigfoot footprint from the Himalayas, and I've held it and looked at it. I mean, it's huge.
Wow.
So after seeing the size of that foot and comparing it to what the giants might be,
Yes.
I'm kind of okay with not seeing the giants.
I'm with you,
I mean,
Heather.
They're huge,
Like,
just
I'm good.
huge.
I'm good. I don't need it. I believe.
Yeah, so I always wanted to see Bigfoot. I don't really want to see Bigfoot now either. It's too frightening to me. But
There's a lot of similarities, though, I find, aside from, them being big and hairy. But there's a lot of similarities just in the stature and the mannerisms. But then you get into that whole, how they can just, disappear thing, the whole quantum aspect of all of that. But the fact that giants showed up on your islands just showed up. There's no real record as to where did they show up from before that, because there was just nothing before that.
right. There's
you know.
there's no history before the giants. So it was the giants and nothing before that is shown. As a matter of fact, it's interesting. The archaeologists used to separate the ceramic, more modern occupation of the islands by probably mainland Arawak who came here from
Right.
the giants by calling them ceramic and pre-ceramic. So the giants were considered pre-ceramic because no ceramics had been found in giant locations, which I find it's not true. And some archaeological reports do show that ceramics were found amongst the giants. So
Oh, wow.
I know for a fact that when I go to some of the sites where there were clearly burials, there are ceramics there. Now, were they just inhabited by later people? That could be. But the archaeologists did report that there were ceramics in some of these burials. So these delineations of this time and then this time ended and then the next time started, it's so silly because everything kind of blended together and there was definitely overlap between the modern humans and the more average statured humans, and then the large statured giants.
Hmm.
Hmm.
We have to do a quick station and sponsor ID,
Yes.
and then we'll be able to
Absolutely.
get back
And
to
then
it.
we'll be able to
I-
continue because this is really
I know.
interesting. And of course, just like yesterday, mouse doesn't work. It falls asleep. That's what it tells me. It's sleeping. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, coming to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans on, I was going to say Ontario, on 107.7 FM and 105.3 FM. Tonight we are discussing we are with Heather L. Arnold tonight. It's been so exciting discussing her continued research and debut of her new Substack, The Island of the Giants, The Lost Race of the Giants of Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. Stream or listen to our archives on the platform you normally use. Shout out and a thank you for today and always and from day one to Folgers Coffee. Thank you for fully sponsoring our show. Thank you for continuing to sponsor our show. We both love you very much and we thank you. We are so grateful for you. A shout out and a huge thank you for our intro and outro to Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, Justin Snicker, award-winning composer and musician. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp and find him on Facebook and Instagram. Speaking of which, you know the drill. If you're on YouTube and you're on Facebook, don't forget to give us a like. And if you can, subscribe. And if those notifications drive you crazy, just turn them off. But why wouldn't you want to be notified when there's a new show, right?
Right. I know.
Right?
We're bringing the best
And-
people. Come on
Yeah,
now.
and don't forget, if you're just tuning in and you didn't know, we are now live on Roku.
There we go. There
Yeah.
we go. Heather, what are your thoughts? Have you heard of the X lineage gene, which is believed to be, again, they can't trace the ancestry of, let's say, some indigenous people. They just can't go back, and they think that DNA may actually be that of giants.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, this DNA is not rooted in anything, the giant's DNA is not
Yeah.
rooted in anything that the scientists know of. That there are some similarities with others, but it's very distinct. So I also had this archaeologist tell me that he thought that the giants were maybe manipulated by an outside non-human force,
Oh, sure, like
an
aliens.
extraterrestrial
Right.
interaction, which was again a total off-the-record conversation. He'll
Yeah, I love
never
it.
say this out loud in front of people, which is so again frustrating. So I personally, I don't know that I've researched it because I don't shut the door on any theories because we just don't know. And I don't believe to think that if we're alone in the entire universe is very naive, particularly
Right.
when there are multiple dimensions. So maybe there was some sort of injection of of extraterrestrial DNA, or there was some speeding up process of certain
I
genes,
agree.
or um,
Yeah.
some sort of robust nature was injected into the DNA of the giants to make them who they were. That's, to me, that's, very possible. I know
Mm.
that one thing that the giants all have in common globally is this idea of living in caves. Caves were very important to the giants. So
Mm.
caves
Yeah, it's
also can be
shelter.
a connection to the underworld. And to
Mm.
think that, the giants were and believed in the Caribbean to be born from the inside of the earth. So there is that connection, and do they all have that connection? It's quite
Mhm.
interesting. The Nephilim were believed to have been banished to the inside of
Mhm.
the earth. The underworld.
Mhm.
It's a repeated theme, and that's what I kind of look for globally, are the themes that repeat amongst groups of ancient societies, cultures that are completely geographically distinct. It doesn't even seem viable that giants from Europe could interact with giants from North America, or giants from the Caribbean, or giants in South America, or the giants in Easter Island, which is another place I've been to that
That's right.
has theories, not theories, has legends of giants, who are the ones who built the Moai. So, um, it's hard for me to rule anything out, really, because we just don't know. And the more you research the giants, the more questions you have. It's just, you can never figure anything out, because it's just so intriguing, and that's what makes it a really great topic. But it becomes obsessive. You can't stop thinking, working, researching, reading
You
about
can't get
the
DNA, right? It's all speculative. You can't get DNA
Right.
from them. Unfortunately, you find bones, you find teeth, you find skulls, you find all this stuff. You can't get DNA from it. If you're going to hypothesize, with alien intervention in the Anunnaki, if you're going to really go back there, that somewhere along the line, when the RH negative bloodline got introduced, and you have to look at pockets of areas where maybe giants existed, like Sardinia,
Right.
big guys, big giants, 15 feet tall. But do you know that it's got the highest concentration of RH negative, like O negative, in the
Right.
entire world?
Right.
Like right there, that's the O negative. But I mean, you go places, like the Basque area, which is just RH negative in general. So I mean, if you're factoring in things like that, you could hypothetically say, well, okay, yeah, there's intervention, because but like RH negative didn't exist. We were brown haired, brown eyed people. And all of a
Right.
sudden, blue hair, yeah, blue hair, really elderly blue hair, zombie people. But,
Blue hair is very
but
popular right now.
yeah, green eyes, blue eyes, hazel eyes, blonde hair, red hair. Like this all stuff that sort of came into being maybe in the last 30, 40,000 years.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I think until you're able to, extract some DNA from all those bones that they're hiding,
Right.
and the teeth that they're hiding, which I truly believe the information is there. I just
Right.
don't think you're going to be allowed to access it.
Exactly. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's, the most frustrating part, is that it's kind of like, I mean, these archaeological reports, I'll mention some of these to archaeologists, and they won't even know what report I'm talking about. I mean, they haven't even read. I mean, I have dissected these reports, every single page, every single measurement, every single diagram. I mean, just to the point where it's almost maniacal. I mean, it's just so much research, and there's such a trove of information in these archaeological reports that should be tapped into, should be revisited. I mean, the last major archaeological dig that uncovered giant skeletal remains, which is called the Bonaire skeleton. It was in Bonaire. Was in 1980. So that was, and the conclusion of the archaeologists at the end of that paper is that Vespucci was indeed vindicated, that these people were giants. I mean, that's
Right.
a major. That's a published report that is, done by very famous archaeologists in the Caribbean. experienced investigators who determined that there were indeed giants. And yet this is like, that's it. Then you close the book, put it back on the shelf. It's like, wait.
That's pretty big though for archaeological academia. Like they don't usually fuss around with stuff like that. Like they're
Right.
very, you
Yeah.
don't want to be shunned amongst your peers. So the fact that you have somebody who actually went out on a limb and wrote a paper on it,
Right.
and even the
Yeah.
fact that you have archaeologists, off the record, speaking about half the things they're speaking to you about, I think is a real kudos to you, because normally they clamor right up about things like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I think a lot of them, if they have a conscience, are and any sort of light in their soul to really investigate, are intrigued by the giants, but they're so rigid and kept in a box, and how experts are this elite status, and they're not going to get
But those are the
funding
people
for
who are
this or
paying for
that.
them to work, though.
Exactly. So they
Right?
are.
If you have an independent who can,
Exactly.
fund their own research, you might get a whole other, outcome with that.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's sad, but I mean, it's common sense. We're not the first kick at the can. I mean,
Right.
they're finding out of place artifacts and things in old mines that are like 200 million, 300, 400 million years old, man. Like, they
Exactly.
could find other races of beings that have been here. It's like Amelia was saying earlier, and you were saying earlier, there's so much that's underwater that proves
Right.
ancient civilizations that predate the Ice Age, that go on and on and on. Who knows? I mean, if giants were around, you're saying 5, maybe 7,000 years ago, I tend to think even through the Ice Age, if they're underground, they're not going to be affected by any of that. Who's to say they're not considerably older?
Right. And then there's the whole belief of Atlantis. So and
Sure.
Mu. So there's always I'm generally always asked this question, could they have been people who lived in Atlantis and were able to get out before Atlantis sunk, and and part of this population of people, Atlanteans, who scattered. Anything's possible.
The ancient Lemurians, same. I mean, you're right, all at the
Exactly.
bottom there. They could have easily
And
headed.
Aruba is part of the Antilles. So the Antilles are Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao. The Europeans named these islands the Antilles because it's based off of Atlantis. They believe these islands were the remnants of Atlantis. And
Oh,
that's why they named these islands the Antilles, a name that still is in use today. I mean, it's when people address things to me, they write Netherland Antilles, Netherlands, because now we're under the rule of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. But
that's
so it's
fascinating.
the name Antilles is still in existence, and this is of Atlantis. So there's always that component. I mean, because that would make sense that there was this collective memory of petroglyphs, of mound building, which is essentially pyramid building. I mean, let's face it. But more primitive way. These burials were the same. This fascination with the solstices, the moons,
All of
the equinoxes. It's just it's almost as if they all scattered globally and took this knowledge wherever they were, and that's why there's this connection as well between all these groups of people that are geographically as disparate as could be. So it's another intriguing theory of the connection of these giants globally.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just carrying on with their traditions. There's too many traditions that are very similar throughout the entire world in any culture.
Right.
And when you go back into ancient times, you say, well, how do they make it here?
Right.
You
I mean,
know?
even the temples, I've been to India, I went to Madurai, and there are temples in Madurai that look like Tikal in Guatemala. I mean, it's just amazing. The same architecture. I mean, how is that possible? That the two very
How
far,
indeed.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And in the mounds, the mounds here, the shell, what the
Everywhere.
archaeologists consider garbage dumps, these are mounds. These are large mounds with a flat top. I mean, these are designed. They're not just, hey, I'm eating a shell. Let me throw it over here. And why are they always throwing them over in the same spot? Like, there's so many questions
Had a dozen scallops. I'll just leave them here.
exactly. And it's just bizarre. I mean, the shells were considered something holy and divine because
And pure.
these were used in burials. These
Yeah.
were used as jewelry. They could have been used for commerce. So
The
there
shaman used to use them for healing.
exactly right.
You know,
There was a magical element to the shells. These shells were considered revered. They didn't just need the food. They also incorporated the shells into their belief system. And to think that these are just garbage dumps is again delineating and degrading the intelligence of these ancient people. And it's time that we start looking at them as even okay, they didn't have smartphones, but did they have other technologies that are far beyond our comprehension? I think the answer is yes. And I think to continue to minimize these ancient cultures is really a drawback of the expert class of archaeologists and anthropologists, because it's not allowing for the inclusion of the beliefs or the research in these other technologies that might have been in use, and metaphysical components, and spirituality that of a complex society. It's really just kind of dumbing them down, and it's I don't think it's right, and I think it's a disservice to the entire modern human race that we don't do more research into the giants. It's frustrating, really.
I think there's a lot of answers in that DNA to illnesses nowadays.
Right.
Like,
That could be too. Yes, and I'm sure there are teeth in these skulls that have DNA in them. I'm sure of it.
There's
probably
no
an
doubt.
enormous amount, because they most likely had a Paleolithic diet.
Right.
So there's got to be a ton of DNA in there, living high protein.
I think the research is starting, though. I think people are becoming open-minded about it. People realize that, there's so much information that's been kept from us as a populace with respects to, our ancestry and such. Because you see people now in a lot of shows, there's so many programs out there that are talking about even just the mounds and the giants and what's in them. And, archaeologists even have been, they deal dead systems. So it's actually interesting how many people have come on the show even, and who are, academic, and are going, we know what they did. It's like, okay, so I think because of those similarities, even Dennis, he was talking a lot about the mounds on his property. Best thing about that is he owns the property.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. So you have somebody who's very open-minded about exploration, and he's only explored a small part of that. So,
and the frustration comes in because we could do so much testing here. I mean, we could, testing underwater, and testing of the bones. I mean, there's so many levels more that we could do. In New York State, very close to where I lived, are ancient megalithic chambers, very similar to what Dennis has on his property. And we have been petitioning archaeologists, historians, anthropologists to come and research these sites and do testing to determine what
petition
exactly.
the Vatican, they've got them.
Yeah, well, and,
He was like, not going there. I'm going there.
No.
But they will not acknowledge these sites as being ancient. It's just so frustrating. There's no way. I mean, okay, some of them probably are modern or replicas, but for the most part, because if you've seen enough of these chambers, you know which ones are modern, which ones are replicas, and which ones clearly are ancient. And an archaeologist could easily determine that, and they could do a small dig. But I don't understand the reluctance. And, a lot of archaeologists, sadly, they don't even do exploration anymore. Not
funding, right? Isn't it, Heather?
Costs
A lot of funding. Yeah.
It's
right? So you
funny,
need
and
somebody
it's
behind
not.
you to pay for that.
Yes. I mean, but even if they did some sort of a, a round to raise their own money and do it
Yeah.
themselves, or, branch out and do that independently, I just think it would be a tremendous service to the human story.
I agree.
And it's just very frustrating because, then you'll get these samples, but then you can't find any place to test the samples. No one wants to test the
Or they
samples.
disappear. I
Or they
think
disappear,
samples
which
were
is
sent
a
out to
common
be
thing.
tested
Yes.
back in the day, and you just never saw them again. There's
Yes.
stories of that everywhere.
Constantly, and I hear about it. Even, I met someone here in Aruba, a local person who has tons of artifacts. I mean,
Wow.
artifacts that would blow your mind. And it's just, I didn't take any photos or anything because I want to be respectful, and
Yeah, it's
plus
a private collection.
what he
You want
has
to
is
protect them.
it's insane. You can't even believe. It's almost like out of this world type stuff that you can't
Wow.
believe, from
Beautiful.
clearly from sites where there were giants. And and he said, if I give this to the archaeology museum, they're
Never
going to
seen it.
put it in a box. So for
That's
example,
true.
I've been to the basement of the archaeology museum here, and there are it's so much stuff in the museum that no one has access to, no one can see. And I had a friend here who was doing a hike and found a giant tool, a huge giant tool that was part of either something to break open shells or an axe or something very large, placed and left exactly where it had been left maybe 5,000 years ago, if not more. So
Wow.
I said to him, why don't you put it, take a picture where it is and everything, and then bring it to the archaeology museum, show them where you got it. And he did bring them to the archaeology museum, and the archaeologist said, oh, thank you, and put it in a shoebox, close the shoebox, and put it on a shelf. And every time I go to the museum, I want to see, is that stone tool there? And it's not. And the thing is, there's only one pre-ceramic, as they call it, or archaic tool on display in the museum. It's huge. It's bigger than any other tools there. And there's only one. And it's a whole period of time of
That's a
thousands
shame.
of years that there was people, these giants were in existence. It's
Mhm.
frustrating because it would be intriguing. Aruba is dependent on tourism. So wouldn't tourists want to come see the giants and the
Yeah.
giants remains and the giant
That would be
tools?
great because there's not much of a nightlife there. So that would be great.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it would be, educational, be interesting.
Yeah.
All ages would want to see this.
Mhm.
Or sending those artifacts on tour would bring
Right,
more
even
funds
do
into
that.
Aruba.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even something of that nature. I mean, there's so many wonderful things that could be explored by
Mhm.
by doing further research, putting these things on display, and then educating, the population about our history and how it's very complex. And it's not, first it was Paleolithic, then it was, it's not just, it doesn't just work that way. And
No,
and
there
There's
was
something in
something before
between.
paleo.
There's a
exactly.
big
It
something,
didn't
a
come from the
big
air.
something in
Right.
between
And
that
it's a very
nobody's talking
interesting
about.
story, and for some reason, the experts don't want to tell it. And
Yeah.
it's sad because I see a lot of the archaeologists; they're just busy writing papers. They
Mhm.
want to be published, and I get that, but there comes a point where you got to get back to that Indiana Jones style. You got to go back to really doing the research, and
There's
sadly,
not
I think
many
a lot
like
of
that
people aren't
anymore.
doing it.
No, you're right.
I
You're
wonder
right.
if we take it down a conspiracy theorist point of view. I'm not a theorist, but if we take it down their point of view,
Let me get
they
my
might
tinfoil hat. I own one.
tinfoil hat. I want a witch's
Okay.
hat though. They may take it, they may look at this and say, well, maybe the government is and has been doing research, and maybe this civilization still exists underground and they know about it. It could be why there isn't funding and why it keeps getting stopped and why there isn't continued education and research out there on it.
That's another possibility as well, actually.
Yeah.
And that's something people bring up often, that there could be research going on that we're unaware of. I don't
Absolutely.
know how they would keep that secret, but I would think someone would spill the beans just because humans are humans, but
Mhm.
it's very possible.
Or
I'm
maybe
sure
giants just
people
don't want to
have
be found.
Well, I'm sure people have leaked things, just
Yeah, bits and
Nobody believed
pieces.
them. That's the problem. We're in a
That's-
different
that's-
time now.
yeah,
We're in a different time
exactly.
now. I think people are more open to listening and
Mm-hmm.
understanding and believing. I think I
Right.
think we're different. Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
to
and I
think
hope
so.
that they,
I
I
hope
hope
so.
that funding starts coming through, and that there is a concerted effort to research this, at least to, I mean, I have all these archaeological reports where they were mentioning that these people were giants, and then all of a sudden that's it. It's just stopped. It's bizarre.
Let me read this to you. This is very
Okay.
kind.
This is
Hi,
for you.
Kenny. Hi, Kenny Blackburn. He says, "Wow, such a detailed, well-told adventure, Heather. You are very interesting to listen to. Thank you so much for sharing tonight. It's topics like this is why I listen to this great podcast.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Kenny.
Kenny.
And
That's
yeah,
very
we love you too.
And he took the words out of my mouth. You were very
exactly.
incredibly forthcoming and open, and thank you.
And you have something that you are looking that you're starting a new venture that you are talking about. So we're nearing the top of the hour. Now's a time where you tell everybody what you are doing, what's new, what you have coming up.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and thank you, Kenny, for your kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I appreciate it. I am launching a Substack. It's free to join. You just have to give me your email in the Substack. Go to heatherlarnold.substack.com. The email is just to be notified of when I'm publishing. I'm publishing in a blog form because I think people respond better to small snippets of information. A lot of people, I mean, eventually I'll write everything in the book, but I'm taking excerpts from my book and will be publishing them on Substack, and most of them will be free. Some of them will be subscription articles, but a majority of it will be free, just simply because I want to share as much information with the public as possible. Also, you can find me on Facebook, Heather L. Arnold, and I'm Heather L. Arnold on Instagram and on Twitter as well. And I'm very active on social media. So if you put your email in the Substack, then you'll be notified when I publish the first article. The first article will be mostly about the beginning stages of the giants, when the giants were first discovered, why the giants were called the islands of the giants, as well as the story of a femur that was sent to the Vatican that was never received. So I'll just give you the groundwork of the giants, and then delve further into the archaeological reports, the physical remains, their traditions and their megaliths, etc.
I've got something for you. The giants of Sardinia, which is one of the highest centenarian populations in the world, so they lived a long time, are probably under the Vatican right now.
Right. Yes.
The catacombs.
That's a good point.
The caves.
That's a good point. You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Vatican has a hand in this too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure
They go up for
do.
communion with Pope Francis.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was so informative. It was a lot of fun. It was really delightful to have you on. And I hope you had a great time. There was like lots of people listening this evening. And I've got all of your links set up in the show description. So
Thank you.
there's over 200 different podcast sites for archives. So it's going to be, they should be, the descriptions are all there and they're all the same.
Great. Thank you. Such an honor and a pleasure to be on here. And thank you so much. And I love girl power. So
that's right. Absolutely.
Well, we'll have to do it again. Let us see when your book is out.
Yes, definitely. I would love to come back. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
And
I'm so jealous you're in Aruba. Thank you.
Yeah, come visit. I'm here.
Oh, I would love to.
Yes, anytime. Let me know.
Okay, we'll go snorkeling and diving.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll be in touch.
Thank you. Good. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, we have come to the end, of course, of another fantastic segment. That was just like amazing. Just so informative. Wow, that was great. I learned a thing or two. I love learning along with everybody else, and man, I learned a lot. So got to go to Aruba, Bubbles. You'll be in the water. I'm going to be looking for giants.
I'd be in the
So-
water looking for the giants under there because that's my theory, right? So
Okay,
I'll
I
use
got
that.
up top. You get underwater.
I'll use the diving excuse to get down there. Imagine the things you find underwater, though. It's stunning. I miss that.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel the same. It's for me, it's just a matter of I don't know. I can't just sit there and
No,
sit on the
diving's
beach.
not sitting. Diving is exploring
It's
underwater.
fine.
Diving's not
Diving is
sitting on the
exploring.
beach. It's not the beach. I love to dive, but like it's complicated when you travel because you can't get on a plane or you can die. So there's a lot of rules.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. There would be for sure. I'm just I don't know. I'm
You've got red
I'm a
hair. You
Taurus.
shouldn't be
I'm
in the
a
water.
landlubber.
You shouldn't be in the water with red hair, though. Hey, Joe, we're still on air.
And we're still live, and here's Joe's joining us. So anyway, and another awesome segment. Thank you so much to Heather for joining us. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee. Big thank you to Dr. Snick, Steve McGinnis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next week, guys, we're bringing on Susie Hansen. And you guys are going to really love her. She's basically handles, like, I guess it's sort of the, I guess you could say it's sort of the New Zealand MUFON. And it's called, she's the founding director of UFO Focus New Zealand Research Network. And she's a contactee and experiencer. She deals with a lot of contactees and experiencers. And she does a lot of UFO research and has been there for 48 years.
Wow.
Yep, you heard me. So she's going to be
Her whole
coming
life.
on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And on Thursday night, we have Mary Joyce. Now, Mary Joyce just wrote a book called Spy in the Sky. And she's going to talk about secrets and cover-ups that she's discovered using Google Earth.
Oh,
And she's kind of like a boatload of stuff.
Big thing right now.
I know. So, put your seatbelts on and join us next week. In the meantime, we're bracing here for a snowstorm. Hope you guys are all like Heather and just sitting in the sun somewhere. If not, you should be. And have a great weekend. We shall see you all next week. Night.
Hello, and welcome to the Delicious Recipe here on UPRN. And if you're watching this, it'll be on YouTube, UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials, and also on UFO Paranormal Radio, UFO Paranormal Radio. That one's done twice. Also on Facebook, you can find it under my site there, Delicious Recipe, Del Lessie. Probably on Laura Lee's one there. Say hi, Laura Lee. You're joining me there today. Hey, yeah. And then also on the other streaming platforms that are out there, Spreaker, SoundCloud, iHeart, etc., etc. This one is called Food for Thought, keeping in with my regular food stuff there. And we're going to be looking at a little project called Project Bluebeam. And then I sent you something there last night there, Laura. Do you know what Project Bluebeam is about?
I do. Before I start, I'm going to plug my shows because
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sorry about that.
So
yeah.
I am the host here, a host, I should say, not the host, on Monday nights here with the Angel Rock, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And tonight, before this show, we're pre-recording this, I am with my wonderful co-host, David Hansel, with The Thing at the Foot of the Bed. Now, Project Bluebeam. I had been hearing this title, and I told you this last night, so I'll be honest, and I do keep abreast of these topics. I hadn't paid a lot of attention to the title because I had sort of erroneously assumed it had a lot to do with ufology, aliens, a potential, I'll be careful what we're saying being on YouTube, potential future predicted or talked about alien invasion and things like that, but it is so much more.
Oh, correct it is. Here, I'll give you a little bit. This comes from Rational Wiki, and this is just a quick little outline. This is how they've sort of related, but it goes a little bit more than this and a little bit more in depth. And we'll go into little things and technologies and stuff that are out there too. But here's what Rational Wiki gives you. Okay, so Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory which claims that NASA is attempting to implement a new age religion with an antichrist at its head and start a new world order via a technologically simulated second coming. The allegations were presented in 1994 by Quebecois journalist and conspiracy theorist Serge Monast, and later published in his book Project Bluebeam. NASA. Proponents of the theory allege that Monast and other unnamed journalists who both died of heart attacks in 1996 were in fact assassinated, and that the Canadian government kidnapped Monast's daughter in an effort to dissuade him from investigating Project Bluebeam. That's a little side note. The project was apparently supposed to be implemented in 1983, but did not happen. And this goes into this 1984 George Orwell stuff. But then set for implementation in 1995 and then 1996, and it still didn't happen. Finally, Monas thought that Project Bluebeam would be brought into fruition by the year 2000, and well, you can probably guess the rest. So that's their little synopsis of off of Rational Wiki of what they think. But Project Bluebeam, this deals with I don't I don't know if you want to use the word conspiracy theorist, but it is sort of a possibility. And like everything on the delicious recipe, we throw everything in the pot, leave it up for you to decide. I'll give really quickly the four little parts here. There's four steps to this. Step one is archaeological discoveries. We'll go into that. Step two is a space show. Step three is telepathic communication. And step four is a three-part plan, which is an alien invasion, the apocalypse, rapture, and three supernatural forces happening. So a lot of different little things, and we can start at the very beginning here of technologies that are out there. Which one would you like to start with there, Laura? MK Ultra type stuff?
Well, we can. And we should mention that even though we're broadcasting through 105.3 in New Orleans, Louisiana, both Del and I are partners in life, and we are in Canada. Canada had a big part to play. And for those of you, I really don't like the term conspiracy theory. I like the term truth seeking, because I think this is the whole premise of your show. Like you said, you throw everything in the pot, you stir it up, and we see what we come out with at the end, but you leave it up to the viewer to decide. And I know I also say when I'm doing my shows, if anything resonates with you, pick up the breadcrumbs and start doing your own investigation. Become a detective, if you will, because you're the one that's going to find out the truth. Now, the reason why I said all this is MK Ultra has always been put out there by the mainstream that it is a conspiracy theory. It never happened. It's just people having these crazy ideas. And so where do we start? Because there is truth to this. This is not alleged. And depending on where you look and how far you dig and go deep, there's people out there speaking about what they have been through. But I will prepare you. Once you start taking the lid off of Pandora's box, there's no way to put it back on. No way.
And before we go into this other part of here, I want to also mention, if you people out there that are listening, they want to check out these other two YouTube videos. There's one on YouTube called The Y Files, and they did a little thing. I think it was about like 26 minutes long there about Project Bluebeam as well, which is really good because there's a lot of other information that we probably won't get into on here. So that's one good thing to go in.
It's a good video. You know why? Because
that's the one I sent you last night to watch.
Yeah, no, but it's good. At first I was disappointed, and then I wasn't, because I liked the way that he wrapped it up without giving things away. That he leaves it up to you guys to decide, and he's not trying to create fear from sharing the information that he does. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I wanted to add that.
No, that's fine. And the other one is episode 48 of the Sean Ryan Show, and he had guest Stephen Greer on there. And this all goes into this whole thing that this is supposed to be the year of disclosure and that. And I guess he has a new documentary coming out in, I think, June or July. And it does sort of touch on some of these Project Bluebeam things here as well. So actually, we should actually start at the beginning of archaeological discoveries. That's really step one. And we've seen in recent years, the past decades or whatever, new discoveries of things. We found the Dead Sea Scrolls that were found. We found uh, with a lidar, we found in new parts of civilizations that were never before seen before underneath the desert sands, out in the jungles and stuff like that. Where we've looked at that Columbus wasn't the first one to find North America. There was maybe other civilizations that came over beforehand, and it's just the part of that history may not be the same. Might be the not may not be what was taught to you in school. There might be an alternative to it. And even with the Younger Dryas period there, the Clovis civilization, lots of little different things that are going on there. And we're getting these little breadcrumbs, I think, through our history. What do you think about that there, Laura?
Well, God, we could do a whole show just on this topic. I'm going to tell a quick story. I have a very dear friend who is in the light worker community with myself, and they're always very drawn to the 1940s, that period around World War II and what have you. And they didn't really know why. We even talked about the possibility of maybe a past life. Like, what was this? They discovered an interesting documentary. I think I can name it. Won't cost you any problems, but it's JFK to 911, I'll say. Okay. And you can find it. It's a long documentary. It's about 3.5 hours. That completely changed this person's world. They could not believe what they saw, what they read, what they heard. They were wise enough to take that information, dig further, back things up. Now, the reason why I mention all this is I have another friend, Dan Willis. He's put out a really good video called Why the Secret Space Program Will Always Be Secret. And he gets into, long story short, has gone back to 1900 and is connecting all the dots where he has been able to find where history has been changed. It's been changed, it's been reiterated, it's been twisted. He comes with what kids these days are calling the receipts. And the reason why I think this is so important, and you and I have talked about this off air, Del, is if you think about it, it really only takes about 15 to about 20, 25 years to change history. Think about
Two
it.
generations usually, yeah.
Because by the time, little ones learn what they learn in school today, 20, 25, 30 years from now, their parents and, they're teaching what they've learned and so on and so forth. People don't go back and see what was the real story, what was the real history.
Oh, that's it. That's very important because with the manipulation of books, and even when they did with schools taking stuff out and changing the wording in some old classic books, and that is that only the ones that read the original will know the original. When the new stuff is put in there, it says, well, that never said that. Well, yeah, it did. That's how it used to be. And that's sort of really interesting. And oh geez, even go into the whole manipulation, the Council of Nicaea with what was put into the Bible, and how the people of the Church, the Vatican at that time there, or not the Council of Nicaea, yes, went and put what they figured, man, whatever, manipulated that. And I'm not against religion. Again, I've said this many times. They're spiritual, believe in God. And I think when anytime that man interferes with certain things, there's always some sort of alternative thing to there. I've got a cat here yelling its head off here. Okay, maybe it doesn't like the New World Order.
Singing the song of their people.
But that comes into this part here. This first part there is with these archaeological discoveries being found out and finding new parts of older history and changing the narrative. Not saying that it's all bad or good, but somebody can go and manipulate the findings of what are there and get people thinking this whole other way. This goes into this whole thing about MK Ultra was the way of chemically altering a person's brain to get them thinking a different way. We're going to go into the whole part where actually Tesla talked about this, about the keys of the universe, energy, frequency, and vibration, and manipulation can be done as well at creating earthquakes. He had an earthquake machine that was in his hotel that he had turned on there and started an earthquake, and then he had to shut it off and never turned it on again. But there is there is so many new technologies that are out there that can do this stuff, create earthquakes. In Dubai, they can create their own weather. HARP, if anybody doesn't know about what HARP is high something audio radio frequencies. It turns on, it puts a lot of energy into the atmosphere where you can actually manipulate jet streams, push create hot zones and that, and change sort of weather patterns as the as the jet streams are moving. And MIT did a big, huge not story on this, reports and papers on this about playing with the weather. And that comes into a whole nother topic about man's manipulation of the natural world.
Well, the problem is too, and again, we have quite the interesting discussions at this house here. And when you look back through history, I even got into, as I've been watching a channel called Dark History, and that it basically, history came from his story, not getting into sexism or anything, but just an interesting perspective. But when you go back, like I said, through history and you look at all this, sorry, I got sort of twisted aside there with the history. Can you repeat what you asked me again, just so I don't go off on a tangent here?
I was talking about man's or technology, science, whoever it is, they're dealing with manipulation of the natural resources world, not natural resources, natural climate.
What we've discovered, or we think anyways in our discussions, is anytime man has gotten involved with nature, thinking that man is God and man can control it, man can do this, man can do that, it's turned into a disaster. And it has. I mean, anybody look up the cane toads in Australia right now. Now, I have not seen the proof of it, but I believe it with the research I've done, that there have been hundreds of thousands of genetically modified mosquitoes released in the Florida Everglades. Now, again, we're not possibly going to see what the repercussions of that are right away.
That was a DARPA project, I believe, there with the small little robotic mosquitoes there. I think there was part with that.
I didn't say robotic. I just said genetically modified, because I believe Mr. Billy G, I'll call him Mr. Microsoft, apparently was quite involved. I actually saw a video he put out on his YouTube channel. I believe it's still up there. I encourage you to take a look at it. It's about 60 seconds long. And it was kind of scary watching the video he put out there. So again, another theory I have is, you hear people within, you'll call it the independent truthing community, that always, there's people out there that'll say, well, I have a source, or my source has told me, or my source has told me this or that, or then a lot of, depending on what community, these dates never come to fruition. But to me, what my theory is, and it goes hand in hand with what we're talking about, is, first of all, what makes you so special that you have this secret source? It's usually within the military or something. What people don't realize is we are just the regular population. I believe we will be the last to know. I also believe that anything that we are aware of, that those that are the powers that be, if you will, they have technology that's 50 to 75 years ahead of what we are aware of.
Oh, for sure. And that's this why I told people to go and check out this Dr. Stephen Greer podcast that he was on there. I'll repeat it again, what it was, the Sean Ryan Show, episode 48. And this goes into a part here with alien invasions into step 4 and the apocalypse and supernatural happenings. And I've mentioned this before about Joseph Goebbels and Edward Bernays about propaganda and also changing things, right? If you tell a lie long enough, the lie becomes the truth, right? And that goes into this whole part that you just said there about changing history and changing stuff, that it takes so many generations to bring that lie into fruition, and then to get that lie out, to get it back, will take just as much as it took to put it back in again. So you'll have this sort of this area.
Yeah, but Werner von Braun's talked about this, the stuff that they're talking about in Project Bluebeam. And again, I mentioned Why the Secret Space Program Will Still Always Be Secret by Dan Willis. He claims that he did, or I shouldn't say he claims, he did do this. There's over 20 people really high up in the military, or scientists, what. They thought, just with Dr. Stephen Greer, actually, May 6th, 2002, they all went to the New York Press Club. They came with all the proof. They swore under oath. They all testified to what they had either witnessed or seen or what have you. They were asking, they wanted to go to Congress. All the major news people were there. The reason why I mention this is a woman by the name of Carol, I forget what her last name is. She used to work with Werner von Braun. She talked about exactly some of the stuff that is included in Project Blue Beam, or Blue Book, because it's Blue Book, right? Sorry, I always want to say Blue Beam. And she was on film. She was showing some of the stuff, right? And Dan's documentary. And he had actually talked about some of the things that we have seen happen that start with two F's. I won't say because I know it'll take the trigger the algorithm. But the last one apparently planned was this alien invasion. So it'd be very interesting to see. I will tell you, though, disclosure did not happen that day. Apparently what happened at the last big newscasts, the last 15 seconds, newscasters sort of giggling and saying, yeah, and some people think that aliens exist. But at that time, between the 20 plus people that were there, they testified to the existence of 57 different types of extraterrestrials that they had encountered on Earth.
Wow, Yeah. So that's just crazy. So out of this whole part here of the way that this scenario seems to run, like they don't have to all run concurrently in order, but some of these things I think have all been tested out. My theory on crop circles, and this is just my theory, is that is a satellite direct energy weapon or something like that going and testing on the ground in crops, because they find huge magnetics and different types of energy. So if you're testing something out, seeing if you can do, it's like writing with a pencil from the sky above down below and leaving messages, and they get creative doing whatever, right? And then you'll have whatever UFOologists and these paranormal people come over there with their machinery. Hey, look at this, got magnetics in here and it didn't bend this, and it's got this energy signature that we haven't seen before. And this is just my opinion and just thought on this, that could be possibly something that could be there.
I have a whole oracle deck I was looking at that the guy actually created on crop circles. I was just looking at it, that he did it computer generated, but I have to agree with you. I'd never really heard that and seen that till just now that you said that. And I have to agree with you. It makes perfect sense.
Well, I've studied into trying to understand how magic tricks work and dealing with electricity, magnetism, vibration, stuff like that. When you go in there and you see how the bases of things are made up and how they're done, now look about doing this on a larger scale, a global scale. And
so
this comes, well, this is what people usually think about Project Bluebeam. They just think about the image. And part of this is like when this book was written, we didn't have that many satellites up there or a lot of technology that was done in there. But all this technology now exists, holographic images. And part of this Bluebeam thing is that an image will be shot up into the sky or from satellite down into the sky. Somehow, we don't know, reflective in that in a certain area, you'll look up the sky, there'll be Jesus. Over another area, it'll be Muhammad. Over another area, it'll be Buddha. Over another area, it'll be whatever deity that you're thinking of. And this is what this Project Bluebeam, the whole source is, to make a new world order, one religion, and one cash, one monetary system. And we saw this during the pandemic about getting rid of cash and going everything to electronic, paying by card, right? And while you use things like Uber Eats and Skip the Dishes, and we getting delivery food, everybody wants you to prepay either online or tap or
you
do
have
something.
to. If you're going to use those apps, you have to.
Yeah, you need to have a credit card, right? And credit card is non-cash payment, right? But it's still plastic, right? It's not cash anymore, right? No, like we saw here that they got rid of pennies because you produce a penny costs more than what a penny's worth, and change and stuff like that, hassle, and everybody. This whole when you hear the song of the people through media, being putting our chips in your arm that you can hook up your whole entire bank account and history into you, and one tap and go, right? All your information is there in one place. How quick and easy it is. You don't have to pay for anything that way, right? Tap and
I
go.
just had a horrible vision of how crime could change like that. Like, think about that, right? Oh,
Hmm.
nobody, it's so secure. Nobody could steal your digital ID. $100, you're going to see people running around slice, or because I remember in the Da Vinci Code, I think what the same author written a book about, was it the second one, Angels and Demons, and they had retinal scans. So that didn't
Yeah.
stop the thief. And I'm not going to get into it on the show what they did, but you can use your imagination. But they were able to access the retinal scan, let's put it that way.
Oh,
And it wasn't
that's been a
hacking
that's
it.
been that's been a constant theme there for a lot of science fiction movies and science fantasy movies about copying an eye, imprinting, putting another eye retinal scan on top of that, or taking the eyeball out of the person that you
That's
had.
what I was talking about. They just went real simple. They just took it out and used it and tossed it aside.
And
Mhm.
the dangers about having your money in one place. This has been always a thing, is about keeping the money or keeping something savings squirreled away for a rainy day. Well, now if you go digital currency, and there's a big push. Even I think the U.S. government is looking to create their own crypto to be in league, or to
Well,
take
we're going through a
over.
digital ID. We are in Canada, and a lot of people
Right.
aren't even aware of this, nor do they care because they think it's
Yeah.
so freaking cool. They have no idea once. And you know what? I think back to that time when I was maybe, much younger in my 20s. I would have thought it was really cool. I would have thought older people like myself were just being foolish, right? Because
Hmm.
society's set up that way for, never mind developmentally as teenagers, right? And really young people, we think we're going to live forever, we're invincible, it's cool, it's progressive, and they never look at what the real issues are behind it all.
Oh, for sure. And the scary thing about having this is I think I can't remember who his name is there. Leo something there, ex lawyer there. He had a show there, and a part about putting all your money on in this digital currency, or on that it's just by card and stuff like that, is that if you do anything against the state, the government, and stuff like that, they can shut your bank account down. And now we saw what happened with the truckers that went to Ottawa. The governments went in, they froze their bank accounts, froze their PayPal.
People that donated, if you
Yeah,
gave the truckers $1, even
yeah,
$5, their bank accounts were frozen. Hmm.
right. And that I talked, like I've always said there before, is always keep an extra whatever $20 cash inside your wallet, cash on you, whatever. It says, oh,
Yeah,
nobody
but if they
pays the
don't
cash.
take it, what do you do? Like, you might as well
Yeah.
wipe your butt with it because it's
Well,
worth nothing.
I've been to places where the power's been out or machines have been down, and people, well, I don't have any cash. I can't use the ATM. Well, says needed. Says, well, I got whatever $20 or something like that. That covers this, and that's good enough, right?
Yeah, but if
There's
we're
always some.
set up to go digital, you
Mhm.
might as well wipe your butt with your cash because nobody's going to take it. It's not going to be worth anything. And
Mhm.
people don't think about this, but I'm going to throw it out there quickly. So once there's a digital ID and your cash can be tracked, guys, if you, and I know you think this is crazy, but let's take a look at China, okay?
Social
And
credit score. Yeah.
that I have seen, I swear to you, I have seen a mock-up from our country only of what the score will be. So you think about this now, where we've been over the last 3 years, and they still couldn't track who had what, right? They tried their best and there were ways to do it. Once they've got you in a digital system,
Hmm.
and you guys don't, like, you guys may think this is crazy, but anybody that's on a pension, anybody with a paycheck, anything with that, and if it's decided, what if it's decided you're only allowed to have so much money, it doesn't matter what,
Yeah.
and you don't do what you've been told to do, or maybe
Hmm.
they've decided you had too many hamburgers this week, or
Yeah.
whatever it may be. And people think this is where they go with the conspiracy theory, not realizing that, guys, we got to look at this. And I've been saying there's a lot more of us. All we got to do is stand up and say, no, not happening.
Yeah, well, that goes into the whole part about this Agenda 2030 and the Great Reset book there by
Yeah, but it's
Klaus
all
Schwab.
twisted together. This Project
Oh yeah,
Bluebeam and
oh yeah,
Mhm.
for sure. Well, this is the part about why this Project Bluebeam stuff that Serge Monast had written about back in the 80s is that he saw this is the way that uh, dark government actors globally, a collection, whether it's through international banks. If you want to go into the saying that it's Rockefellers and stuff like that, well, it could be. We don't really know who. Well, we sort of do know a little bit about who some of these players are. Usually they're anything that's black budget that you don't know who they are, that are doing secret stuff. Like anything that we talked about this before, is that anything that you can think about with the dealing with human manipulation, mutilation, adding technology, silicone to people, twinning, cloning, and stuff like that. Everything that was sort of outlawed and looked down upon or whatever is X'd out by the UN, companies are doing this. They're doing it all the time. That's why this CRISPR technology was so dangerous that came into the earth, because this was actually cutting out parts of DNA strands and encoding and putting in a new piece in there that doesn't get removed. Once you cut something else and replace it, you can't put the original back in again. You can cut off your finger and put in somebody else's finger. You can't put your own finger back on again. You have something else that's there. And that's why I talked about this in the early 2020 about this and the dangers of CRISPR technology. And there's a lot of people that have talked about this. That one doctor out of China talked about this when he cloned the twin girls and cut their DNA to make them HIV resilient or resistant, I mean. And that was a big no-no about cloning. That's against UN policy. That's a rule. And I'm not. Don't go too far into the off the
Okay,
off
but
the
let me
board.
throw one thing out there really quick. I
Yeah.
saw this is going around social media that it's a place for people, and it always starts out with good intentions. But remember, people, as much as there's good intentions, we live in a planet where you have duality, whether you like it or not. We do hot and cold, light and dark, what have you. This is a place where you can go if, say, you're infertile or you're not able to have a baby on your own naturally, whatever. They have artificial wombs. We're talking like thousands in a room, and they're promoting it. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps as I'm telling you. An app that you can watch your baby grow. You can see it, and it feeds it everything you want, and you can program it the way you want. And I watched this, and this is about 10-minute infomercial. I just about died. I mean, I worked in maternal newborn. I have carried a child. I can't even begin to imagine, first of all, what went into that. Who thought of this? And I can't even imagine people that want a child. Okay. And I've been there. I know what infertility is about. And the thing is, you will do anything because it's one thing that's so difficult. They liken it to the amount of stress of somebody going through a terminal disease diagnosis because you have no control. So my whole point is they're trying to sell it on all the positive points, but what about all the other stuff? Like, you don't know what they're putting in your baby. At least if you're carrying a baby, you know what you're eating and what. Like, there's so many implications. Anyways, I don't mean to get off track here, but that's just one thing that they're putting out there.
Yeah, that's what I said. That anything that you could possibly think about that would be crazy and weird and the people didn't believe MK Ultra was a real thing about governments
There's
experimenting
lots of people
on
that don't. Lots of people that still don't.
that the government manipulated and did things, tested on their own army people. The Tuskegee Airmen gave them all syphilis to see what the reaction of that would be. Agent Orange on their own soldiers that are out in Vietnam to see how the reaction and what the after effects would be. Not to mention what Mengele did there with the experiments and war crimes and that, but also I've said this before that by those experiments also that did advance medicine a little bit, but was the payoff not worth the payoff doing that to another human being though. But it's just really, really crazy things about how far certain people will go that they don't. Not everybody has the same standards. I put it that way there. But also with this, with these manipulations that we talked about, weather, earthquakes, finding new discoveries, and that lights in the sky. We've talked about this UFO thing that's supposed to be this year of disclosure. That there was supposed to be about, well, you talked there a bit on that there could be other alien races out there interdimensionally or space traveled and stuff like that. And these are secrets that government has held back, whether it's through black programs or off programs there, and how probably technology is way further ahead through these other systems than what is given to the public. And there's so much compartmentalization, I guess, right, that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Correct there, Lori?
Well, I might agree with you loosely, but I do think that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing in back rooms in secret, because people tend to think there's a choice. Like we have the blue party, we have the red party, we have this, we have that. Yet when you really start to dig and you look at it, and whether maybe willingly, knowingly or not, I'm going to say probably willingly and knowingly, there is no division. I think that it doesn't matter what, like, okay, let's put it this way quickly. I met many people, I'm just going to speak from a Canadian perspective, with the Mr. Pink Pants, who we have in power, we'll call him that, or Fancy Socks as he's known. And there's been another couple proponents out there that people are just gravitating to. These people are the saviors, whatever. And I've been saying all along, take a good look, take a good look. And thankfully, some of the people that are awake are taking a good look. I can't tell you the amount of messages that have messaged me and said, oh my God, you were right. I don't want to be right. I don't need to be right. It's just wake up and take a look, guys. Like, so no, I can't always say the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. They may, let's put the lower players may not know what's going on, but always the head honchos, I think they do know. I think they're the same fingers on the same hand.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I have sort of a bit of there. I think people in government don't know what the military is doing, and that's always been
okay.
Sort of
That
the
part,
there.
if that's where you're going, yes, I will agree with you. Yes, I will agree
Okay.
with you.
And a lot of people don't know connections, global connections between other players, whether it's multinational corporations or banks or old family allegiance and ties and stuff like that, old money and stuff like that.
There, I will disagree with you.
billions of dollars. But that's for whatever. That's for anyone to make up their own mind about that. But getting into this part with energy, frequency, vibration, manipulation, and like I said before, where MK Ultra dealt with chemicals, chemically moving the mind, and through duress and stress and stuff like that, we're finding now is that with energy, UHF, VLF, LF frequencies can affect the human body. There's a thing called the brown noise, which is a low frequency, which police have been using to in riot situations, to a low frequency, which causes you to almost empty your bowels or whatever.
Well,
But
look
also,
what happened in Australia with one of the protests there, and there are hundreds of thousands of people that will testify. They had no idea what was being beamed at them. They all suffered basically radiation type burns all over it, and that's not a conspiracy. You can look that up; you'll find it. It happened.
Yep. That's good there, yeah, because there was another one that happened in Italy, and whether it was U.S. Navy that was out there testing Doppler radar. And Doppler radar, if people know that, everybody hears about it. Oh, it predicts or shows the weather patterns and stuff like that. But the frequency and the amplitude and the power can be turned up, and you can actually go and fry birds. You can push stuff, and because it is an energy, you're sending something out and bounces back and you receive it, right? It's just like how your cell phone works. You send out a signal and you receive a signal. But
I think
now,
that's the most terrifying, Del, is that we can't see it. I think you were the one that's mentioned it many times about the analogy. I don't know if it was a meme or what, but say 100 plus years ago, you could see all the wires connecting people.
It's a picture of New York. If anybody wants to look that up, I think it's New York in 1918. and downtown New York, and all the power cables and telephone cables that were strung across the you could bear it. It was like a spaghetti work of cables.
Yeah.
Now put that today, right? And you know how slow the phone was. You could only be on one person on one line at a time, and that now
We had
you have
operators.
yeah exactly connecting the line. Now put it to whatever 2 million people all on cell phones, all sending and receiving signals.
Yeah, but the
Plus your
wires have disappeared. But
right.
imagine the soup of what we're living in because we can't see it, so we don't
Right.
believe it, right?
The wires that disappeared where you see there, but now the soup has grown exponentially in the amount of invisible wires that are there. Like I say, it says say 2 million people downtown of a city, all pretty much using cell phones, wireless internet in the businesses,
Headphones.
Headphones, yeah, your TV, your computer, anything that's Wi-Fi, anything that's picking up a signal. Yeah, your headphones, listen to music as you're talking on your phone and looking up something. Signals going everywhere, and this is a part that they go. This goes into this part of step 3 of telepathic communication, radio wave communication, microwave, 5G. We don't know what this is actually going to do and how it affects. I think there's already been studies through government contracted businesses on how this affects the human mind, and this is part of this conspiracy part in the book. Step 3 is putting visual holograms or suggestive messages or communication in the brain. So you've already had this raptures happen, right? God has come back. The Antichrist is here. It's the end of times, and now somebody is talking to you. And I think that that can get into a huge thing. I think there was a part there that some of the CIA or I think it was CIA or NSA was doing this, sending signals into people's homes, right, to get them to go crazy, right, thinking that they see paranormal ghosts or that there's UFOs or there's a UFO going there, beaming huge amounts of signals into their home. Have you heard about that stuff there, Laura?
Oh my God, have I? When I was watching that, what was the gentleman's name with the little fish that you sent me? What's his channel?
Oh,
The Y?
The Y Files, yeah. Hecklefish,
The Y.
yeah.
No, but the thing is, you know what I kept thinking when he was talking, and he did talk about some of the stuff, and he's kind of really intelligently done with the fact that anything that's a little iffy, he has the fish say that wears a tinfoil hat on his fishbowl. You'll know what I'm talking about when you watch it. It's a cute channel and it's well done. But then I started thinking about how many of you out there that hear this have had your meters to your home changed to a smart meter. That's what I kept thinking about. Like people go, that can't happen. It'll never happen. Really? And we had a conversation with somebody over in England who had called to get the smart meter put on their home because it was being done in their area. Had no idea about smart meters. They were open to the conversation, just happened to come up. And I remember talking to them. I just sent them a few links on smart meters. They called immediately after they watched and said, no way, no how. But the thing is, people don't realize, because the way it's marketed with this stuff, it's fast, it's convenient, it's easy. All I keep thinking is, you can't tell me that anybody is in that much of a hurry, rather than using your card, which you could just tap right now, even if you have to, than whipping your hand out. Well, everything's in one place. I don't have to carry a wallet. But what people don't think about, like even look back on this with Edward Snowden, with people like that have come out and told you what happens to your cell phone calls, happens to your text, what happened. There's already and people say, well, I don't care if people know about me. Yeah, you don't care now. But when, say, you're only allowed so many credits per month and you want to go spend your money the way you want to spend it, and you're told, no, you can't, or you have to eat only certain foods. And this isn't even covered in Project Looping. We'll have to do a show sometime on that. Start looking at all the food processing places, what's happened, guys. It's concerning.
Yeah.
Very concerning.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I talked about this with Rachel there the other day, is that they've made a virtual you. Everybody on this planet, there is a virtual you. Everything that you've done, said, who you're talking to, there is a part of a program that's over there, and that's how things will be presented towards you, and that's how tracking you. They know what your next move is going to be because all this is put into the algorithm about you. And I forgot to mention, but I went off that other tangent. You said about the weapons that are in Australia. There was one in Italy where there was I think it was in northern Italy, the homes in there of several people, their electric, their fridges, their stoves, their TVs were all catching fire in their places. People were ending up with huge amounts of headaches, and there was a lot of sickness happening, and a lot of areas were there, and it was found out to this area that the U.S. Navy was doing tests. Yeah, I think it was the Aegean Sea. I think that's around Italy or something like that, with high EMP pulses and high frequencies and stuff like that. And it was over bleeding over into this town in Italy and causing this, you would think, phenomenal destruction. And this was going on for quite a while. And they brought in Catholic priests, Vatican priests and stuff like that, thinking that this was demonic stuff because this had never happened and no one ever seen something like this before, right? And they're wondering why you're sitting there at your house and all of a sudden your TV catches on fire and you're thinking, oh, satanic, right? Then you see how people easily get manipulated. We can even briefly talk about the manipulation that happened during this this pandemic and how people just blindly went and just listened to what the people that were elected were saying, and they basically threw common sense out the window, and they never even, and it was it was surprising. Like we've harped on this so many times about how easily people can be manipulated and easily done. Now think about doing this where you have Jesus Christ shows up in the sky and says one religion, and you wonder where all the sheeple will fall to the ground and go, oh my God, this is something else.
You know what? Had we not gone through the last 3 years, I would have thought, yeah, there'll be some people that'll fall for that. But when I have just been utterly amazed. Fear is quite a, it's actually scary in itself and quite puzzling with what it can do to the human psyche. And I didn't think that meant, because to me, knowledge is empowering. Once we understand why something happens or where it's coming from, or, if something makes sense, or like I said, you start to follow the breadcrumbs and you go, something's not quite right about this. I mean, we have a reason why there's a saying in English, trust your gut, follow it, look at it. But my whole point is, I wouldn't have believed that people would fall for this, but I can tell you right now, I agree 100%. Like, and they want this chaos and fear, and people are going to be running around. It's end time, especially people that are very fanatically religious. And again, not knocking religion, but when it starts to play out like it's been put in the book, the Bible, can you imagine? Like, people are just going to be going absolutely insane. Not everybody, but the masses will.
Well, I look at it this way: is that well, I grew up in whatever with religion. There, United Church Pentecostal Church, baptized in many things there, aka through my mom's belief system, and all the way through everything, there was always a time about the end times, the rapture is coming. It was always at this point. 1984 was one. Y2K was a big one that all the computers were going to shut down, because we've handcuffed ourselves to this technology for a lot of people, and a lot of the young people that have grown up, they've known nothing before this. That's, we've talked about this many times, about learning skilled trades, learning how to do things without the assistance of technology, and how important that is. Growing food yourself, getting away from the chemical Monsanto bank of food manipulation and dyes and red dye number 9 and monosudoglutamate, whatever, how many more alphabet letters you can put into the chemical makeup of fake banana bread. There's
Yeah,
so
but what
many.
about those videos? Have you seen them where parents, like say around our age, maybe a bit
Yeah.
younger, probably around our age, will have their older teenagers on video, and they'll hand them a rotary dial phone, and they'll
Hmm.
hand them like a Walkman or tape recorder, or whatever, and say, "Show me how this works."
Hmm.
It's very comical, but it's not comical because they haven't got a clue.
Yeah, yeah, that's
That
uh,
wasn't that long ago, people. Like,
yeah,
it's not like it's 100-year-old technology. It's what I like. Really, that's scary.
yeah. But
Mhm.
a part about this last final step there was we'll go on there was there was three parts of this: alien invasion, the rapture, apocalypse, and three supernatural forces happening. Well, you see what happened there with this Chinese spy satellite balloon that had drifted across the U.S. and it was funny how the story unfolded, and it was funny with the other balloons that they also shot down. One was up in Yukon, Canada, and they said that they didn't know anything about this, but the part was is that the other balloons that were down were federal U.S. federally funded weather programs to to track and do weather research. They knew about it. These were federal programs. But do you see how the way that the news media went? And this was a big thing there when I think it was Bill Clinton when he dissolved the part of independent news things, and basically that's when the conglomeration of the five main news media systems sort of now, or the mainstream part of it there is that there is no sort of other side, the pro and con to the debate, the argument anymore, and why people get sort of really mixed up on this mainstream media that's there, where you only hear one talking point anymore, and it's whatever the talking point that the government or the CIA or whatever, that's in the States there, or in Canada, our national news is government funded. So anybody that's independent news is basically considered in Canada not a journalist, not a news person. And I say, to my point on this, and if you can agree or not, you don't need to go to university to be a journalist to do research,
I agree.
right,
Yeah,
Laura?
100%. No, you don't need to. And and the thing
Or
is,
use
like
or use common sense.
well, I said that I think in the last 3 years, with everything else that we had happen, I think I agree with you. We had the death of logic and common sense.
Mhm.
And I agree with you with the fact that, it's been drilled into people's heads that, in a way, we thought the caste system of old, where, we had people of certain levels of financial significance in society's eyes. It's no different. Like, people think, I can't tell, I went to university. I can tell you how many people think that, well, we went to university. We're not like those people. And I have to agree with you, since being with you for how many years now, Del, that means nothing. All it means is that you can sit and you can have somebody dictate to you and tell you what you're going to learn and how you're going to learn. But when you look at some of the most successful people in the world, a lot of them didn't go to university,
Or
and
dropped out. Yeah.
or dropped out. And the other thing I've always said, I've never understood why people think they need a leader. Because again, I think there comes with that some maturation in other areas. But what I'm saying, where I'm going with this is, we all have a brain. We can all think. Say there was a whole group, 100 people, crashed on a desert island somewhere. Within 6 months, not even, probably the first couple days, people will be scared. They won't know what's going on, whatever. They'll be looking for somebody to take a leadership role. And
Oh, for
somebody will
sure.
stand up, somebody will take the leadership role. And what do
Hmm.
people do? They just follow. They just go, they just follow. Or there'll be a few rebels that'll say, I'm not doing that. Are you kidding? And then you may get a subsection, but somebody will lead that group. And where I go with the
Hmm.
maturation is, okay, so maybe you don't agree. You have an adult discussion about things. You hear each other out. Maybe there'll be points that you agree to disagree on. But we can all think for ourselves. We don't need to have someone telling us what to do. And that's
Hmm.
the problem. It
Well,
never changes.
that's the first season of the TV show Lost. Is how there's people that don't want to make decisions. You always have
Never
people that
watched
are out
it.
there, right? They don't want to take responsibility of that, and so they always look for someone says, "Hey, well, you make the decision," because there is a lot of people out there that cannot make decisions on their own
I agree.
because that they're and they just accept whatever is there. Whether and they can complain behind closed doors or complain whatever all they want about bad decisions, but they never want to take that lead role. Okay, well, we got a couple minutes here left. I hope, hopefully, for people that this isn't anything that hey to be scared about, but basically it's to
Mhm.
give information out there. So when you see things in mainstream media, you see things happening in your area, wherever you are around this world, coming
Mhm.
through the ether, that you take a second look at things and go and don't react to following whatever's being out there and go, hey, well, this sort of sounds a little familiar to something like this. Oh, I've heard of this EMP. I've heard about MK Ultra. I've heard about VLF manipulation. I heard about subliminal messaging. I've heard about these things, and maybe you don't react as quickly, and you go, maybe I should step back a second and do a little bit more research and find out what exactly is going on there. Because we both say this: research is key. Do your own research, learn as much
Mhm.
as you can, learn both sides of the story, and get it from many sources, not just one source. Would you say that true there, Laura?
Absolutely agree 100%. And believe me, we're losing the art of books. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of good information in books. And I just want to add to that that if you're seeing stuff, some of the stuff we've talked about might look a little different, might sound a little different, might appear a little bit different, but you got to ask yourself, why is this happening? Again, where have I heard
Mm-hmm.
this? Like you said, and we're not the only ones talking about this. Lots of people are. We didn't
Yep.
get deep into a lot of these topics. Each one of those topics we could have done a whole 3 shows on. But even just hearing those names, start taking a look. Well, what does that mean? What does MK Ultra
Yep.
mean? What I've heard this thrown around. What does it mean? What does it mean? What is or like Project Bluebeam? I
Yep.
I thought it only had to do with UFOs and stuff because there's so many other things to look at. I'd never dug in deep. Now I know.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, Laura. Where can they find you?
Angel Rock and the thing at the foot of the bed and facebook.com/the Angel Rock and get a hold of me on there.
Great. This was the show. Food for thought. The delicious recipe here on UPRN. I want to thank again there my other half there, Laura Lee, pop in there for joining me on
Thanks for
this.
having me.
There's a lot more, and then we'll be going into this topic a little bit more, and we'll see how things are
And
spell
join me
out
tonight
into.
before here with David. We're going to be doing the thing at the foot of the bed, the healing power of animals, especially cats, and the mysteriousness of them.
Okay, we'll see y'all later. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks.
When they are consuming your minds and your thoughts and your dreams, from the angels to the demons and to the mysteries unseen, there is no need to worry. There is no need for dread. It's just time to discuss the thing at the foot of the bed.
Good evening, and if you're just tuning in, you're listening to 105.3 out of New Orleans, Louisiana, and you are listening to The Thing at the Foot of the Bed. I'm one of the co-hosts of this show. I will introduce my amazing co-host in just a second. So I should say, go ahead and introduce yourself.
But I'm still good, and I hope you are. My name is David Hansel. I'm a spiritual medium. I guide channel, angel channeler. I talk to animals. I talk to all kinds of beings on the other side. I have since I was a child. I also have another podcast called Mystic Stew, which I make a couple episodes a month. They're short ones. I'll be amping that up shortly at some point. You can also find me on TikTok where I answer all kinds of spiritual questions. So you can find me at David Hansel, at Medium David Hansel on TikTok. All right.
Ah,
So, Laura Lee, what is at the foot of your bed?
all kinds of things. But one thing I want to do, I didn't get a chance to tell you this live, but I think it deserves a mention. I won't give
Yeah.
too many specific details away, but David and I received an amazing private message from somebody who is a caretaker, I'll say, and they listen to our show while they're at work, and they work with the elderly. And apparently, we have a circle of the elderly that now gather around not the old radio, but the iPad to listen to our show. And we appreciate everybody that listens to our show. But I want to give a huge shout out to them because apparently it's a big thing on Thursday nights there to gather around the iPad and listen to us. What do you think about that, Dave?
I think that's absolutely freaking amazing. So,
I did
hi,
too.
all you people, all you guys listening at your place of residence. We are so happy that you are listening to us. And if you guys
Yeah.
have questions for us, feel free to have somebody write them into us if you can't get them
Yes.
on, because
Yeah,
we
the
do not.
person that introduced you to us, let them know, and I'm sure they can pass them along. Or maybe you want us to talk about something because, like I say, I not that it's impossible, but it was so incredible to hear that our show was going out to a different type of genre that we had never expected within a home for people that are wise, I will say, and have lived a few more years than ourselves. And I thought that, you know what, that's so incredible. And we really appreciated your comments. We always do. All of you have sent many nice comments, and we really appreciate, you're listening. And we do this because we love all of you and because we love to talk and share what we receive from spirit as well as our own experiences, right, Dave?
That's absolutely correct. And I want to also thank them so much for listening. And you're making a dream of mine come true. And that is for me and Laura Lee as well, to get all this stuff out about the paranormal and all that, and just get people
Yeah.
thinking, get people experiencing what's out there besides what you can just see with your physical eyes. There's so much out there to explore. Life is actually amazing if you just know where to look. There's stuff everywhere.
I
Oh,
agree. But you asked me what's at the foot of my bed. And if you've watched this show before, hi, Sandra. Hello again from Corvallis. I hope I said that right, Oregon. Welcome. We were talking, as we always do before the show, what are we going to talk about? And you guys know we love animals. We love living beings and even spirit too. But we were talking, and on Monday night, my cat decided to make an appearance on my show behind me. I couldn't see him, and he was distracting my guests. And you've often seen Angel. Dave has a few kitties, and I said, "Wouldn't that be cool if we talked about cats and the healing power of cats and animals and what have you?" Dave goes, "Let's do it." So that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to start off there, anyways, right, Dave?
yeah, I got a cool story about the cat. I wasn't always a cat person, Laura Lee, and it's
Yeah, that
hard to
shocks me, and I have not heard this story, so I want to hear this.
yeah, I was not always a cat person. We had a cat or two growing up. I never paid attention to them. When before all these things happened to me in 2015, I really didn't talk to animals that much. I mean, I was with them a lot, but I didn't talk to them like I do now. But what my cat that I had, his name was Charlie, and
Mhm.
I had Charlie for 13 years, and Charlie was with me. I mean, those 13 years that I had him were probably some of the worst years of my life, and he stuck around whether I ignored him or not. I moved him from house to house. I think he moved like 6 times with me. He hated everybody but me,
Oh,
and
well,
he would
that's a sign you like
literally,
it too.
and I should have known, one of the places I lived at, he kept trying to attack the lady who owned the house that I lived at. He did not, and it turned out he was absolutely correct. She turned out not to be a very good person later on.
Wow.
She was hiding it all. She was, one of those people. But anyway, Charlie, in 2014, Charlie started. He was older, and he laid down on the floor, and he started breathing heavy. And it was like he's just gonna go now. He's gonna go. And I got down on my hands and knees, and I just whispered in his ears. I said, "Please don't go. I am not ready for you to go yet. Please don't do it. Don't do it." And it was like a minute later, if that cat didn't just get up, shake himself off, and walk around. And I thought
Wow.
that was weird. And I thought, I didn't think much of it. I'm like, well, maybe he wasn't sick, so on and so forth. But he had been showing signs of it. My dad then, about a week later brought home a kitten, and he just put it in my bedroom, and he said, "Would you watch this cat?" He told me the cat came up to him in the middle of a storm. I mean, this kitten, tiny little kitten, maybe about like 8, 9 weeks old,
I
walked up to
remember
his,
this part of the story.
yeah, and,
What?
and meowed, and my dad took him home. Well, I tried to tell the story the same way. Um, but that cat was in that house along with Charlie for a couple weeks. I didn't really pay attention to the new little kitty. I mean, I fed him and all that and played with him, but Charlie was my life. And
Mhm.
one day, Charlie just kind of stared at the kitten. He didn't bother the cat. He didn't want anything to do with the cat. He would just watch that cat. And then one day he laid back down and started getting sick again. And
Oh.
he just laid there and he was coughing and he was not hardly moving. And I just went down there and I said, I understand if you're ready to go. It's okay now. And I said, I owe you everything. I owe you my life. And if anything I can ever do for you to repay you, please let me know. And then he died.
Oh, I'm
After
sorry.
that night, I was doing stand-up comedy way back then. And I went to go do a show that night. And there was a lady in the audience who happened to be a medium. I did not know she was a medium, but she had walked up
Mhm.
to me and she said, "Are you David?" And she was from England. And she says, "Do you have a cat?" And I said, "Oh," I said, "He just died tonight." She goes, "I know. I'm supposed to tell you. He said he waited for you. He waited for that, and he stayed the extra 2 weeks for you. And the fact that he wanted to make sure that that new cat was going to take care of you. That new cat I have now is Carmel, and I have Carmel's.
Oh, is
Carmel's
that
been
Carmel?
That's
I
Carmel,
didn't know
and
that
Carmel
was Carmel.
me.
Okay.
Yeah. And then when I went into the
Oh.
coma in 2015, I'd only known Carmel for a couple months before I started getting sick. When I came out of the coma, I did not know that I had a cat. I remember walking into my parents' house after they brought me home from the hospital, and I was like, "Kitty!" And I was like, I got a cat." They're like, "That's Carmel." I'm like, "Who?" But anyway, I remember later on. I remembered after a while. But I made that promise. What I'm talking about is I made that promise to Charlie after I had moved a couple years later. Every house I went to, stray cats started coming to my home. And the last one I lived at before I lived here was out in Dallas, North Carolina. And I had about 8 cats outside. They all found me. And some that had been there forever, some were very old. When I had to move from there was two of them that were very old, Whisper and Mr. Jordan. And I
Okay.
brought them to my new house. And I'd literally, when I was looking for a new place, I was literally looking for a place that was going to let me have those 2 cats or have a fenced in yard or something because I was not leaving them behind. And I found a place, and they lived there about a week with me. And then Whisper died. And Whisper actually climbed over my fence and went and laid down in front of my bedroom window. And that's where I
Oh.
found him in the morning. He lay down at my bedroom window. He was still alive, and I picked him up. We went and back. It was on Labor Day. And he died quietly, and I had buried him in the backyard. And then Jordan, who never let me pet him, by the way, Jordan didn't let me pet him. He didn't want anybody. I just fed him, and I was not going to leave him behind. Jordan came up on my porch the Thursday afterwards, and he came up on the porch and just sat in front of me, and I pet him, and I had some spray foam, and I cleaned him off really good because he was very old. He was losing his fur. He was almost bald from his waist down, and he was so bad. And I just told him, I'm like, "Thank you for letting me pet you." And then the following day, he died. He just went in the middle of my yard and he died. But what a wonderful gift that he's like, "Here, you can pet me before I die." And he was so sweet. But I made that, and now my parents rescue cats. I help them rescue cats. I'm doing what I said to Charlie. I made a promise, so I did. And I now have an extra 4 cats. I have 4 cats now. I have Carmel, and I have 3 kittens I adopted. They're all related, and my mom has their mother. So I guess the moral of the story is I made a pact with an animal, and people, you can make a pact with an animal, and I did, and I was more than happy. If there's this first cat stayed with me through crap, And I'm like, I could not believe that. What an amazing animal that was. I didn't abuse him or anything, but I would ignore him, or I was always crying, or I was always sick, or I was always drunk, or I was always something, and this cat stuck by me. So cats are amazing, amazing, amazing animals. And they do have the capacity, they're protectors. Cats are protectors, and they can protect you from negative energies. They can protect you from dark spirits. When I say dark spirits, I'm talking pretty much like a negative entity that's maybe near you or in your home or was brought in by somebody else. Like maybe their vibe is really kind of dark, like a neighbor came over and all of a sudden your cat would run up to you and stand next to you because the cat senses maybe that neighbor's not so great. So they're letting you know, hey, not feeling good. And cats can see this that I do know after the last 7 years of doing this with cats. They have a foot in both worlds. They can
That's
simultaneously.
yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to interject here
yeah,
because
go, yeah,
I
go.
agree with you. When I, help people with the paranormal, I don't charge to help people with the paranormal. It's my one way of giving back because when I was going through this years ago, I met a great many of people. A lot of people did want to charge you a lot of money, but there were people out there that did this from the goodness of their heart. And I feel it's kind of like paying forward in a way, promise you made to Charlie, right? And
Mhm.
that's one thing I kept seeing. And because we did some research to back up. But the funny thing was, Dave, you had a hectic day. And I said, Dave, we got this. Because the stuff we looked at, we know this stuff, it. And the one thing I will say with cats, when I'm helping people with the paranormal, first thing I will ask them is, do you have any small children or pets, especially cats? Because cats can see, like you said, they have a foot in both worlds. One of the biggest things that was really surprising to me, and we're going to talk about other animals, we're going to talk about spirit animals, or animal totems. I just watched a great video how to choose your or find your animal totem. I mean, there's all kinds of things because animals are a big part of our world. And where was I going with the cat thing? Sorry, I've got rambling here. My mind's going a million miles an hour here. The main thing is there's a lot of legend and lore around cats. And one thing I will share before we really get deep into it, the reason why I love all animals, as Dave does too, but with many things, there's so much misinformation about them. It goes right back to the Egyptians and beyond. And, I think cats can teach us about balance, like you said, foot in both worlds, meditation, how to be grounded, how to be who you're meant to be, because you can't force a cat to really do a heck of a lot. Like you can train them, you can do whatever, and I think with most animals, but especially cats, they choose us, don't you, Dave?
Oh yeah, cats choose you. I don't think you can choose a cat. I mean, you can try to choose a cat, but if it's not a good fit, the cat's not. You're going to be fighting all the time. But
Mhm.
But like all animals, and I know we're going to talk about all kinds of animals, like all animals, dogs and cats are your pets. I always tell people they came here to teach you. They are teachers, big time teachers. I mean, and they do it in such a beautiful way. Cats are difficult teachers because you have to be able to read cats. But I think that's why cats come into people's lives is to show them how to do that because cats are
Mhm.
very psychic too. They know cats meditate all day long. I think that's
But
like
they
a lesson.
do. That was where I was going with that, and then I might went in a different direction. That was such a huge shock to me years ago, learning that when your cat is sleeping, lots of times your cat isn't sleeping, and you know when your cat's not sleeping because you can call their name or something, their tail will flick or their ear will flick. They're in meditation. Like that just blew me away.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. I agree 100%. I mean, that's why cats, people always ask me, Dave, why do cats sleep like 18, 20 hours a day? Well, of course, there are physical and natural reasons why they do that. But on the spiritual end of it, the reason they do it is because they are connected. I think they are constantly, I don't know this for a fact. Okay. I have asked, but I don't have evidential stuff. But cats are constantly getting downloads and getting all these things all day long. Cats in the wild, especially the cats in the wild who come here who say, I'm only coming here because I want to do a cat experience, and I might have a little bit of human interaction, but I'm not really crazy about that. So they might just basically come in and be mean, but maybe teach you something about yourself. Stray cats are big time teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you see a cat outside, if you can help it, or you can at least feed it, or just show it some love, that's a wonderful thing to do. Even if you can't take it home, you can't do that. I understand. You cannot. Everybody can do that. But at least show some love and respect to a fellow traveler, basically, and it's what they are. They're another being, whether they're animal or a being, a human or anything else. They are a living thing, and they are our greatest teachers. And without them, I think our world would be a really crappy place. I think it really would.
Without all animals, like I'm going to read a few comments. We got Judy said, I watch her little Molly, and there are times when her head is tilted and she stares up. There could be lots of things she's seeing, it not necessarily even paranormal. Could be one of your guides, could be angels, could have fairies around. You could, I know fairies sound crazy, but one of these days, Dave and I are going to do a show on fairies. I know we will. And different, we touched a little bit on them, but maybe we'll do a whole show on them, especially with the spring coming up over here in North America, and good way to connect with them. Sandra says, cats don't have owners, they have staff. Now, there's one thing I
That
want to add to that. Do you want to say something, Dave?
No, go ahead, add to it.
All I was going to say is yes, but I'm going to go back to which I believe Spirit gave me. What we perceive becomes what we believe and becomes our reality. Now, again, if you have that kind of cat that treats that you have that kind of relationship, you can't force it to change. But now maybe it's just me. I've had many cats and some have been some characters, but I've also had other cats, and maybe it's just who I am and the lessons I need in this lifetime. I've had the one cat I have now, Socks, is the epitome of my cat, Jessie. And I used to live with my best friend. She had Whitney. Whitney never came out. Whitney didn't like anybody. And she used to make my roommate mad because she'd sleep with me, with Jessie. Jessie, we used to call the party cat. Jessie was like a dog. Jessie would come when he was called. He liked his belly rubbed. He would drool when you pet him. He was the life of the party, super outgoing, cuddly, cuddly cats. And I find most of the cats I've had are like that. Socks is very much like that, very calm, very zen. And I don't know if it's maybe the way they were raised or probably just their temperament. But Socks is very much like Jessie. He looks like Jessie. So maybe Jessie and I are our journey together. I'm going to tell a story very quickly how I found Jessie, because I think it's cool about cats picking us.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
I used to stop at this pet store, and they took in stray cats and they would adopt them out and what have you. And I saw Jessie as this little ball of fur in there, and there was like 30 kittens, and I just fell in love with Jessie. And I'm saying, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I will visit you as often as I can, but I can't take you home. My mom will kill me. She will. She really will. And as I walk out the door, somebody opened the cat door to see a kitten, and Jessie jumped like really high for a kitten down to the floor as they're running out the door with me, and I had to bring him back in and tuck him in. So my brother didn't live with my parents and I at the time, and he'd pop by. I go, oh, you got to come by. It's a super cool kitten I saw. So I walk in, show him. And as we're leaving again, somebody opens the kitten door. He follows us out. So what does my brother do? My brother scoops up the kitten and says, we're taking Jessie home. I said, well, that's fine for you to do. You don't live at home. And my dad said he hated cats. Like, always said he hated them. So what does my brother do? Because my brother, I joke, was the golden child. So he runs downstairs while my mom's upstairs and goes and grabs some of her craft ribbon and ties this big green bow on his neck, puts him behind his back and says, look what I brought you home, Mom. And my mother's, your father is not going to accept this. Jessie stayed with us. I have pictures of my father laying in bed with the cat in his arm. That cat shows us. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so long about it, but
Oh, you. Yeah, cats will creep in your heart even if you hate them. My parents are not cat people, and now my parents take care of about like 12 cats outside, and they have 2 inside, and they're gonna probably adopt a few more. Now, if you want to get on the more even, more stranger side of cats, we talk about a lot of it, but we talked about cats seeing the spirit world. I will say this: if anybody knows what psychic attack is, Now I'm going to give you
I do.
I'm going to give you my definition of psychic attack. I am very susceptible to them. I get them a lot, and psychic attacks don't always have to come at you from another person. You can literally just pick it up. Like I remember watching. I was watching a bunch of videos about this one psychic who wrote this book, and I was watching and reading the books and all that. And then in the comments section, there were all these people saying how she's fake, and they were saying all these terrible things on religious stuff, all this stuff from these people. All that negativity on that page got on me. And I was having the worst time. I could not shake it. I'm like, damn it. I didn't even realize it at first. I thought, why do I have this mood? And it was my cat who kept, I would get in these bad moods, and this cat would kept scratching me or hitting me. Like, I'm like, what? Leave me the frick alone.
Knock it off, Dave. Right?
Trying to take away that energy, and the cat sat with me for a very long time. And as the cat sat with me, I started to feel better and better and better, and didn't realize that until one of my guides had said, with that cats have, which I did not know. I'm going to tell you what my guide said. Cats can transmute energy. They can do it just like you heard of like the violet flame or Saint Germain and all that. Cats can do the same thing. They can take negative energy from you, and they're little black tourmalines. I mean, they're just perfect protective crystals. And they've also been used then as familiars. Do you want to talk about
I
familiars?
did
If you
some
want,
research on familiars because I wanted to, because you hear about this, and this is kind of a trendy thing about familiars. So, as I understand from the research I did with familiars, that it was never part of old time witchcraft, if you will, or witch practices. I don't like the word witchcraft, witch practices, but back in the late 1700s to the early 1800s, when the Inquisition was on and the witch burning trials and what have you, if you had, say, a pet cat and you were accused of witchcraft, or there was a rat in your house, or it could be any kind of animal, that was attributed to being your familiar, your assistant. And they decided that it had to be in league with the devil. So they figured that these animals were demons. That's where the familiar came from. It was a really good video I watched on YouTube from a guy that is a practicing witch. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
say no, you're perfect. So I have this beautiful book. I think Laura Lee has thing of it. This is like almost every spiritual person in the world has this book at some point. But I'm going to read you what it says about familiars, because
I don't have that one. You told me about that one. I'm still looking for it.
I'm still looking for it.
I thought you were talking about the animal one we talked about ahead of time. Sorry.
Yeah, that one you have, the animal speak. So this is what the psychic dictionary that has all psychic terms and all that in spiritual terms. It says the familiar, a live cat or other animal owned by a witch, upon which she transfers or he transfers psychic energy in case of evil orientated activities. The witch summons esoteric world forces to possess the animal, which then has the intelligent need to help carry out the witch's evil evil action. Animal is sent to the area where the evil is itinerant and performs in a manner. Basically, what it's saying, and they're giving you like the scary definition that people do, because it was thought that some witches would get like a being that was consorting with the devil, which, by the way, you guys, that's not what witches are about. That's old folklore stuff. I'm sure there's some bad witches, just like there's bad psychic people, but for the most part, it's beautiful, quite beautiful, very earthy, beautiful religion.
It is. It's very beautiful, working with nature.
I studied a little witch stuff when I was younger, but it was just not something I was called to. But it doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means
You
that
know how many people think I'm a witch? I have had so many people say this to me, and I have one friend in particular that's comes on my podcast. I got to book her back on again. She never says things like this, and she told the most incredible story. It's getting a little off track, but it's interesting. She never told me this before. She doesn't tell a lot of people her mother was a witch. And she's amazing with plant medicine and all kinds of stuff. She was raised that way, but she writes books and stuff. So she comes on, super interesting guest. Dell's really gotten to know her and really likes her. Anyways, last time I have her on, She goes, before I do a podcast, because she has, I believe it's, I don't quote me, but I'm positive it's on Coast to Coast AM. She just started over there. Anyway, she said, before I do a podcast or I'm a guest on a podcast or whatever, I always pull a tarot card, or she calls it tarot. So whatever way is right, correct. And she said, do you know, every time I come on your show, and she's been on between my previous network and this one probably 10 times, she goes, I've never had this happen. I get the same identical card for you, the Empress card. And she showed the cards, like she saved them. She used two different tarot decks before. Interesting. But the reason why I mention it is you were absolutely right that, you know, witches get a bad rap. They really, really do. Anyways, my whole point is she was one of the people that she brought up about being a witch. And I said, I'm not a witch. She goes, oh, sure you're not. She was blinking. She never says things like that. So I must have been a witch in a previous.
We could have that in our past lives or background. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure. I'm positive
I do.
Just during this lifetime, it's not something it vibed in with me. But to get back to what the book wasn't cutting down witches. They were telling what people often thought about familiars. And one of the things, and I don't know how true it is, I don't believe it is, but witch would cast like someone related to the devil into the cat, so it came in as the cat and it did like the witch's bidding, you know, through, you know, it just has a cat body because it didn't have a body on the other side. It's got to come into something, so it comes into the
I
cat.
saw that lore, Dave. That was some of the lore that came from the Inquisition. Now this is just from a couple witches' perspectives that were having a chat in a store that they run with, you know, all those beautiful, wonderful items. Like I just got this recently. Looks like it's got a little crystal on the end. It's a pen. So I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but is that what you saw, that it was sort of a perceived thing, or that they thought that it was a real thing?
Some people thought it was a real thing, and I think it might be perceived. I don't know if there's people out there who are actually trying to do that. Who am I to judge? But I know that cats get a rap from that. They get a bad rap from that. I mean, even on like when it's Friday the 13th, or if it's people see black cats, they always want to go hurt cats. That's how silly human beings are. They listen to this folklore about this stuff, and when they see a black cat, that's their excuse to hurt it, which never do that, you guys, ever. Black cats, in fact, I can tell you the color meanings, because I wrote down the color meanings, the ones I knew, and I wrote them down a little bit more. But the black cats are spiritual protectors, and that's why witches probably had them. They are literally spiritual protectors. They can transmute negative energy. They have common effects. We know scientifically they can heal bones. I mean,
and tissue. I even looked up the megahertz. I believe their purr is between 45 and 120 megahertz. Absolutely, it's been scientifically proven. You were absolutely right, Dave.
Yep, and my cats, they instinctively know, and I'm not just saying my cats, I'm sure your cats out there probably do the same thing. They know when I go to bed, if I did not have a good day or something's happening while I'm sleeping or in my bed, they are in my face to either wake me up or just to be there for it. Their purrs and those hertz of that's healing for humans as well. There's a lady, I don't remember where I read it, and if I knew who it was, I would give their name. But they were talking about a woman who, the mother had, she had knee surgery and it was really bad. And after it was fixed, the cat, when she came home, the cat literally would jump in her lap and sit on her knee and would not move. And
yes, I've seen many cases.
Heal faster. Yeah, it helped her heal faster. So I thought that was really cool. Now, I think
that's what I came across, was that point exactly you were talking about. And I do want to point one thing out too about the black cats. You are absolutely right. And it's so funny, you meant, not funny in a good way, you were mentioning how people and what they go out and do to black cats, especially on February 13th. But I have seen many animal rescue organizations specifically geared towards black cats, because black cats are the least to be chosen. Say there's a litter of kittens they've been finding, like they have a harder time finding a home and what have you. So because of all this legend and lore that isn't true.
That isn't true. And black cats, actually, they're spiritual protectors. They are protectors. If you have a black cat, most likely that black cat will friggin' almost die for you. That's how perfect they're like. They won't run away. They also represent security and stability. They help with certain relationships and all those things. My we
Grounding.
took we fixed one of the black strays that was outside, and he loves my father. Loves my father. And my father is not a cat person, but he is now. And that he's an indoor outdoor cat. We got him fixed. He's happy. He comes in the house. As soon as he gets in the house, he eats at his bowl. He jumps on my father's lap and sits there. He wants to take care of my father. And if you try to take him off my father's lap, as sweet as he is, he was not happy. So that's the black cat. I'll go through some more colors later. We can read a couple comments
Oh, we
if you
can go
like.
through them. Well, I was going to show you. I grabbed some of my kitty things I've been making. So speaking of black cats, this is
Yay.
because you guys know I do resin. So I thought I'm going to show. Turn around. There we go. Black cat. Speaking of black cats, there you go. Oh, I can't turn it. There we go, like that. So I
Yeah.
grabbed some of the little kitties I made. We got the Cheshire cat. Like they're in so much legend and lore, right? Like that
Yeah.
story. This is another one. I couldn't believe the name they gave this mold, the demon cat, because he's got little horns, I guess they put on his head. I want to think of him as a fairy cat, like a fey cat, if you will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
horns don't always mean demon. But okay, if you want to go through
No.
some more colors, the
Yeah, go
the
ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
the tuxedo cats, like the black and white tuxedos or bicolor cats,
Mhm.
those cats are literally to bring out your if you're doing some soul searching and you want to connect to your inner child, that is the cat to be next to. That cat promotes childhood everything. It
Oh, I love
wants
it.
to play, it wants to do things, and usually that's what it's teaching you. So if you have a black and white tuxedo cat or a bicolored cat, and it bothers you all the time for toys, like brings us toys or just always wants to sit next to you, it's trying to help you with the child within you that
Can I
so
say
many of
something?
us forget about.
Can I
Yeah,
say
absolutely.
something about that? I can almost see that cat's one of its purposes to make you laugh. And the reason I'm going to say this is, Janie, you know what I'm talking about because Jane sent me this picture. It's gone around. And there's a cat that has like a heart in gray. It's got white and it's gray. And when it stands, its legs together go into heart. And I don't think it's photoshopped. I've seen a few pictures like that. And then the other one, and I'm not trying to be inappropriate here, folks, but I'm sure you've seen tuxedo cat with the black face, the white, and then around the nose, it goes like this and goes up into a round shape of like female, or I'm sorry, male parts. Have you seen that? Like to me, they're natural born comedians just by their fur pattern. Sorry, go ahead. I had to add that. Or the
Okay.
mustache.
Sandra said that her older cat is a darker tuxedo tabby. Yeah,
Okay.
they're just amazing. And I've got two bicolored cats too. So I got two bicolored cats. They're gray and white. They're almost like striped or tabbies, but they're just dual color, just those two colors. And they're the same way. They want happiness and fun.
That's why I said
They're
that. It reminds me of childhood. Like they make you laugh when you see them, not in a mean way, but it's like you can't be serious. Your fur is in that pattern, and they're just there for joy and happiness and lightness, if you will. Like that's
yeah.
what I could see. That's why I brought it up at that point. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, you're good. You're fine. And then the white cats. Now, white cats they represent purity, peace. They're supposed to be very calming. Now, I want to say, my little white cat, my angel, I'm sure she'll come in later on.
Yeah.
Angel is the epitome of calming. When I sit there, he will just jump up on me and he presses in my face. He wants peaceful. He wants peace. He doesn't like when I'm angry. He doesn't like any of that. You can see that. And white cats are very rare. They're on the rarer side of anything. Um, the next one is the ginger cats. I
I
totally
was hoping you were going to bring the ginger up. Okay.
Oh yeah, this kind of there's other colors and stuff, but I'm just gonna stick to these ones for now. Otherwise, we'll do a 3 hour show on the colors of cats. But ginger cats, positivity. They are for positivity. They are positive. They promote positive rapport, and they also they help form long lasting relationships. They teach you that, and
Mhm.
I understand how they teach you that because like my ginger cat, my little baby cat, he stayed with me once again, just like Charlie. He was even when I'm not around, or even when I just don't want him near me. I'm just like, Kitty, Carmel, I got to do something. He's still just calm. He will just simply walk over and sit next to me until I'm ready. And then when I am, I'm like, come here, Carmel. And then we're all over there. But yeah, and then we should go back to the Egyptians. You were talking about the Egyptians and cats. They
Well,
literally
it's really
made their cats
interesting.
with them.
Oh, sorry, Dave, go ahead. I have a bit of the delay. I forgot to tell people. Go ahead. What did you say that last part?
In Egypt, a lot of the pharaohs and all that, their cats were buried with them. Hopefully the cats expired first, but they
Well, no, but you know what I learned? Okay, my son-in-law, when one his cat who he has now, one of our kittens, it was always known that if there was a tortoise shell long hair being born, that was my son-in-law's cat. They weren't my son and his partner were just sort of going out at that time. So the moment that Zeppelin was born, we knew this was Sam's cat. So, but Sam before had a cat named Bastet. I think it was Bastet. And I thought, what an unusual name. And then till I did my research with the Egyptians and I went through about the cat goddesses and who I think it was Bastet. No, it was Bastet. I'm sure it was. But the point was they were identical looking, but how powerful this particular cat goddess became. She was a symbol of fertility, kindness, love, abundance, and what have you. She became very, very popular because I was getting into why did the Egyptians worship cats? And then what they got into, now I can be wrong, okay? This is just the research I did and the many different sources I looked at. Apparently, how this began thousands of years ago and why they worshiped the cats was because they would have, say, a wonderful, beautiful harvest. And a lot of the food back then was grain related, like bread, and I forget what else they'd mentioned. And they kept getting rats getting into their harvest that they would store for the year, and it would be completely desecrated with rat feces and what have you. And there was a lot of stray cats, so they started embracing the cats, I guess, because the cats would protect their harvest. And it got to the point of religious status. And as they went up higher and higher and higher with the kings and the queens, and then I think they know, like the Egyptians were pretty smart people back then. I think they recognized exactly many of the things we talked about, Dave, about them having a foot in both worlds, the magical properties. There was a lot of magical things with this. Um, they started the one podcast I was listening to yesterday about how this one man was being chased, this guard, a Roman guard in Egypt, by a whole city, a whole town of Egyptians. And they were saying, I wonder what his crime was. Well, you knew what his crime was. He had hurt one of the cats. And so this is how this started, is what I had received, I guess, through my knowledge search. What did you discover at all with the Egyptians? Anything?
Basically, the just stuff that I know is they're you like you said, I had heard that as well. Back in those times in Egypt, you did not mess with a cat because it was almost, I believe, almost punishable. I mean, really punishable. I don't know what they did to them, but
By death?
cats, yeah, they knew back then that cats had a connection to the spirit world, and somewhere that got lost in just regular humdrum 3D, just life on Earth, people just think, oh, it's a cat. Oh, cats are messy. Cats ignore you. You know what? And that's kind of bull because cats, all four of my cats know their names. And they're only 11 months old. They all know their names. They come when they're called. They know the word no. They know all kinds of words. And so cats are not stupid. Cats just choose to not be, we think that they're not obedient, but they really are. Because your cat might not come to you when you call, but that cat, come hell or high water, is going to protect you from anything it can, all the time.
Well, a lot of things I read too, and I've seen this about cats waking up. One person, I guess one woman had her heart had stopped and the cat kept pouncing on her chest. It got her heart restarted. They have saved families. I've seen video clips of this little cat come roaring out at their little 3-year-old because they're very maternal. A lot of people, there's the old wives' tale that you can't have a cat around a newborn because it'll smell the milk breath and smother the child. Not true. But because they're so maternal, they recognize it's not their kitten, but is the youngest member of the family and very helpless, so become very maternal. And the one video that I keep thinking about that I saw that I was absolutely amazed at, there was a little 3-year-old playing out in his driveway, and he was, I don't know, some little rolling car or whatever, and somebody's big dog with a bad reputation. The dogs like pit bulls and whatever get a bad reputation. No bad dogs, no bad animals, bad owners. I'm sorry, but it's true. Anyways, it went to attack the little one, and it just went to bite it, and this cat comes out of nowhere and just launches itself at the dog and just becomes like a leopard or lion. That dog took off wailing, and the cat was 1/10 of the size. But they were talking about this, about how they will protect, like you said, protectors, healers, taking negative energy, transmuting it. um, and again, Dave, you sort of touched on this, that if you've got somebody that comes in your house and your cat doesn't like them, I would trust your cat, because your cat is very perceptive, right?
Yeah, they do. They usually always know,
Mhm.
always know. I had another point about cats that was in my head just a second ago, and
I'm
I'll
sorry, you
remember.
should have just cut me off.
That's okay. I just forgot it all of a sudden.
It'll
Um,
come. It'll come. If I'm talking, just cut me off and throw it in
They'll
there.
come eventually. But oh, cats as totems. Thank you. They reminded me. So if you have, we'll talk about this. I guess now we can, if we want to. There are things
Mhm.
called totem animals and spirit animals. They're interchangeable, the meaning, but I'm going to tell you
Right.
how I do them differently. When
Mhm.
this is for me, so it doesn't always mean it's going to be the same for you. For me, when an animal is a spirit animal, well, it's two things because I'm a medium. A spirit animal can also mean an animal and spirit to me that I can talk to.
Mhm.
But a spirit animal, usually, if you come into this life and you have an affection for horses, like from age 2, it's like horses, 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 and it's into your 30s and 40s. The horse is most likely your spirit animal, which means there is a horse on the other side that is your best friend, and it's watching you during this lifetime, because they don't always share a life with us. I mean, they can, but they don't always. Sometimes they want to sit back or they're with somebody else. Um, so there's that. Uh, they are always, that's how I define spirit animal. Now, a totem is the consciousness of kind of a group of animals. So if I were to say, my totem is the lion. They're usually talking about all lions in that, and sometimes cat. But anytime a cat is your totem, or somebody tells you, "Hey, there's a cat that's around you from the other side," or a cat's a spirit animal, that's because most likely you need to learn independence, and that's usually why that cat is a
Mhm.
if you have a totem or a spirit animal as a cat,
Mhm.
it's usually because it's trying to get you um to be more independent, to be yourself, to not follow the crowd, to live your life, without, unconditionally, without what anybody else says. Just do it. Did you have something to add to that, Laura Lee?
Sure, I agree 100% with you. When you first said lions, okay, for an animal type, when you first said all animals of it, I'm thinking, okay, where's he going with this? And as soon as you said what you said, it's not just an individual, it's the animal, like the whole animal. Yes, I agree. And the interesting thing, I was going to try and find her while you were talking. I'll try and share it. I listened to this, and it was really interesting. It was like, what's the difference between a spirit, animal spirit, or spirit animal, animal totem, and I forget what the other one was she used. But what she was talking about was exactly what you're right. You're right. And I like the way you explained it much better than she did, about if you're crazy about whatever, right? And you probably have this on the other side. It's basically one of your guides. Animal totems, like we also, how she explained it was, it's kind of like you said, interchangeably, but she was also talking about the spirit of an animal. Like, for example, I'm going to tell a story quickly. I probably told it on the show before. A couple summers ago, I was sitting out in the backyard. It was 2 a.m. And I just made this little glass fireplace and I was enjoying it, right? And I was looking on my phone and I felt something licking my fifth toe on my foot. And I'm going, oh, isn't that nice, Emmy? I'm thinking she licked me. And I realized, oh God, Emmy's inside. What just licked me? Look down. Baby skunk. I took off and just flew like across the yard thinking I'm not afraid. I'm just hoping he's not afraid and doesn't spray me. He didn't. Then 2 weeks, no, maybe a week later, we're on the front steps, join the front, the fresh air. Dell goes inside, it's nighttime. That little monkey came from around where I live and came charging right up and stopped right in front of me. And again, I'm in the doorway going, nice skunky. Okay, sweetie, time to go back to mom. Because, and again, I wasn't afraid of him. I would have loved to have pet him, but I didn't want him to be scared and spray me. To me, that's a sign from the animal realm for something, especially an unusual animal like that. They don't usually act like that. Like I would think for one of them to come up to you and lick you, he could have bit me, he could have done whatever he wanted. He didn't. That, to look at what was going on in my life that would be attributed to a skunk. And there's many people that look at the animal properties of animals, of what they can represent. I think it's a place to start, but I also think it's an individual perception of what that animal means to the individual. I don't know what's your thoughts on that.
Oh, I do believe that because a lot of stuff that happens to us, signs or anything, or even anything,
Mm-hmm.
It's how you feel when it happened. If it came with a positive feeling, most likely whatever you're thinking is the correct thing. If we can go real quick before I forget, I've wanted to let. This is from what I believe. So any paranormal people out there or people who love going to these houses and investigating. If you see cats outside that house or in that house and stray cats and stuff, it's not just because there's food available and there's nobody there. They are going to hang out where the energy is. So if a house guy has a lot of energy in it, we'll use the word haunting, but haunting basically just means not leaving someplace for whatever reason. That's how I'm putting the word haunting. Because there's many reasons which we could get into for a whole nother show. But that's those cats pick up the energy of the departed ones who still love to hang around those places or are there, know how to leave, but cats are there all the time. And like what I did say, to reiterate, with consciousness, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Like I have spirit. I don't know who my spirit animal is because I love so many animals.
That's kind of how I feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but as totems, I mean, when I was studying Reiki and I took all my Reiki classes, the animal that showed up in every freaking meditation we had to do or everything was always a lion. And now I've had fox and owl. Fox has been with me since 2016. And who knows how long, but fox is there all the time. And then owl is also there. Now people ask, well, what's the big deal about how do you know it's fox and owl? Well, there's different ways we know. But because I have owl is very, very, very connected to owls. We said this before. Owls are connected to the other side. Owls are also connected to other worlds.
I'm so glad you said that. I was just thinking that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Belong to other worlds as well. And they're silent flyers. They're one of the number one predators. I mean, and they can literally fly through the night sky and grab a teeny tiny mouse. Now
I think they're devoted too, because they pair up, if I'm not mistaken, don't they? A lot of these birds of prey do kind of, maybe not for life so much owls. I don't know if I remember that, but even as parents, when they're raising their young, like they are very bonded together. Whereas there are other birds of prey that bond up for life too, right? So never mind.
Exactly. And then totem animals, when you get a totem animal and the totem animal comes to you, I got owl coming to me because of all the things I've been studying for the last couple of years. So owl is there. Owl also represents and reminds me to fly above and see below from another angle. So they're always asking me to see it from another angle.
And wisdom.
And wisdom. And then the fox.
I thought so, Sandra. Thank you.
They're resilient, man. They're resilient. They're beautiful. They can hide anywhere.
Foxes.
Yeah, they're just not afraid. Yeah, so that's why I have Fox, and sometimes they're interchangeable. Fox is also one of my spirit guides, or well, my spirit guides will come to me sometimes as Fox. I,
Mhm.
with what Laura Lee said, I agree with you. Whatever you feel is what you should feel. But if you can't feel something or you don't know what to do, my best advice to tell you, if you keep dreaming about hawks, like you can't stop dreaming about hawks, and you don't know what that means, and you can't figure it out yourself, don't look at the spiritual meaning of hawk. Look up what
The
a hawk
literal.
is. What does a
Yeah.
hawk do? What's the traits of a hawk? Because most likely the hawk's in your life because it wants you to pick up these traits that it represents. So
I
that's how I
agree.
look at totems and spirit animals.
You know what I think my spirit animal is, or my animal totem, I'll say, and it kind of goes back to childhood. So I could read very early, and I remember probably dogs, some kind of dog, probably a wolf, I would think. I was always reading like 5 and 6 years old, these adult type encyclopedias on dogs, but my big thing, dolphins. My first tattoo on my lower back is a mama dolphin with a middle dolphin and a baby dolphin for my boys. I've swam with them. That is one of the most magical experiences in my entire life, I think, was swimming with dolphins. And I had no idea how big and powerful they are, because as much as you see something on TV or in a video, much different in real life. So the other thing that I've always been attracted to, that's not really from this realm, but I do believe maybe at one time some form of it existed. It's not really, it's a unicorn, but it's a Pegasus unicorn with the wings and what have you. So, I think also, so I don't know if you could call them animals per se, because they're not walking the earth as far as we know, but even dragons and things like that. Like, I think the magical powers that are imbued with them, but I think they also embody some type of animal energy too. What's your thoughts on that, Dave?
On which ones?
Well, like dragons, or say unicorns,
Kind of,
or what have you, like, because they're not horses, but they kind of embody the
yeah.
energy of a horse
The
in certain
animals, as far as I
ways.
know, all the animals that even went extinct or all those things, like
Hmm.
dragons, all this other stuff, whatever you believe, I'm not going to make you believe it, but their energy is left behind here, and that's why like dragon
Hmm.
energy to me is very, very strong. So if dragons walk the earth, which I believe they did,
Oh, I
some
do.
people
Hmm.
refer to dinosaurs, we won't split hairs here, but they have a presence about them. A lot of animals do. Animals, there's the collective of animals is unbelievable. If you are a psychic person or anything, if you ever meditate, ask to be put in like just the consciousness of animals, just that area of that living consciousness that represents all animals. It is so profound and so beautiful, and it's raw, and that's the weird thing about it. And two, if you have a totem, somebody tells you like your totem animal, a lot of people is like, what is my totem animal? Is it a big grizzly bear and all that stuff? No, it could be a turtle. But people will always say,
Hummingbird,
oh, look,
dragonfly.
mouse and the lion. Somebody was upset one time because I said that their totem that was with them right now was a mouse. And they said, oh, I thought it was a lion. I said, it might have been, but that's not who's with you now. And they didn't want the mice. They wanted the lion. And then I explained to them, in reality of who they are, think about what a mouse can do that a lion cannot in their specific situation. A mouse can run, it can hide, it can go into small spaces. It literally just is in the moment of life. It's in the moment. It doesn't think about the future or the past. It's just there. So maybe that was why somebody had that spirit animal. So regardless of what the animal is, don't think because the bigger it is, the more
The better.
powerful it is. Because that, yeah,
Hi,
because that is so not. Hi,
hi,
Annabelle.
Howie. Hi, Howie. I was going to say too something that I think can be very helpful to people that came up in some of the research I was doing. That say you need some help in life, maybe you got a preparation, you got to prepare for a presentation, whatever it may be in life. It doesn't have to just be that, but you're nervous about it, or you're concerned, or you're not sure, maybe you don't feel strong enough, whatever that may be. We also have the animal realm to call on. You can literally go into a meditation or before you go to sleep, ask to borrow some of that courage from, say, you feel like the courageous lion or whatever. You can ask to, if you will, for them to assist you, to stand by you in spirit and lend some of their energy for whatever you may require. Say that you have to do something that you're concerned about doing, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
If you feel that something's healing, a certain type of animal is healing, you can ask for that energy. Like I say, I think it's very individual because, again, I think it gives us a place to start, just like with books on crystals. But I also always, when I'm working with people, I'm mentoring them, that people also, I feel, if you feel a certain crystal means something to you, that's okay. I don't think there's major rules in here that no, you can't do this or you can't do that, because we're all human. We're either channeling it or receiving it or feeling it, and we're sharing it for the good of others. But that doesn't mean that everybody's not an individual, right? Some people may feel differently about something. Go ahead, Dave.
No, absolutely. I absolutely agree. It's so silly sometimes, the way people are. If you know, the one thing about, and I tell people with spirituality, ghost hunting, all of this, all the paranormal, all this stuff, all of us in the paranormal world and spiritual world always have an open mind. We do, because in spirituality, things are constantly changing because we get new information and stuff like that. So it is imperative, yes.
I'm going to share a message that I shared on my show on Monday night because Spirit woke me up. I've been practicing on lucid dreaming after the guest I had, not this Monday, last Monday. And
Oh my
I got,
God, I have
go ahead.
also been practicing lucid dreaming the last 2 weeks.
Maybe
That's
I haven't had much time to talk. I had no idea. Okay, so then I'm going to share this. Okay, so I
freaking
got to
weird.
the point. It was early Sunday morning that I was in this dream, and I realized I was in a dream, and we were all in a group of people, and we were talking about consciousness and spirituality. And I realized I was awake in a dream. I recognized that no, I'm not sleeping, right? I'm sleeping, but I'm awake. I'm conscious in this dream. I'll say it that way. But then Spirit woke me up because they wanted me to write this down. And I don't know if this will be resonant for anybody else, but they went into consciousness and they kept saying that the consciousness and the universal consciousness is limitless. And they kept saying, repeat after me, limitless, limitless, limitless. Write this down. And what they were trying to say, and hopefully I do this justice, is basically that if we can think of it, we can dream of it, we can perceive it, anything that we can do, because they were trying, I think, to expound, if you will, the powers that we have as human beings, and not from an ego perspective. But we've just never been led to believe exactly how gifted and incredible we are as human beings. And they were saying any of these things, we can think of it, dream of it, perceive of it, think about manifesting it. There are no limits. It is limitless. But where they were going with the universal consciousness was that when there's more than, say, one of you, there's two of you or more, all focusing on the same things, how exponentially incredibly powerful that is. But that's kind of where I wasn't trying to get really spiritual tonight, but I'm sharing this because we're talking about some of these concepts with animals, but they were talking about this with anything in life. It is limitless. If you have to ask, is this okay? It's more than likely okay. I always say, if it's not, it's meant for your highest good and it's meant in love, you can't go wrong.
I was going to say, what is Sandra right? You can have more than one totem at a time because
Yes,
they reflect, they ref, they reflect the lessons of nature that we need to adopt. No, that's absolutely true, Sandra. I am in agreement
absolutely.
with you. You can have several totem animals. You don't have to have just one. Ed said that his spiritual animal has rabies. Oh my gosh, Ed, I can relate to that.
You know what? He had to change his name, and I'm going to draw attention to it. He's Howie Odell on Facebook, and somebody has stole his profile, and he can't get it back. So to open a new one. So it's Howie. Howie's super hilarious. He really, really is. So you guys, if you find it Howie Odell, that's not Ed. So feel free to report it, because poor Howie had such a buildup on that account, and it got stolen from him. So but I understand where he's coming from. My spirit animal has rabies. I like what Sandra shared too. My mom for a time referred to me as the mouse that roared. I think that's kind of extending what you were saying, David, about it's not the bigger the better, right?
Yeah,
Like a mouse can be
yeah.
very powerful with every animal
Oh,
has gifts.
yeah, to mouse that roared. That's very. You know what I wanted to talk real quickly before I forget it, because the way my brain works sometimes. To the to Let's talk about paranormal for a minute, just the ghost stuff in the house,
Yep,
because
let's get into
that's
it.
why we're on this planet. It exists. So, but what a lot of people like now, hear me out, paranormal people, if you're listening. A lot of people say there's a ghost cat or a ghost dog in some place, and you know what? That's true. There most likely is an animal in there that is not in the physical who is running around. That does not mean they're totally not trapped. But here's what I would suggest to any paranormal groups who does investigations. If you have a good medium that goes with you, because a lot of paranormal people will take a medium with them, if you have a really good medium that can conversate and speak to the souls of animals that crossed over, have them in that house that you are in, connect to, if you saw, like you thought you saw a spirit animal in a house, have that medium connect to them, because that animal will be able to direct you where the activity is going on, because they know they're part of it. They know. I don't know why people aren't using that. And mediums can do. I mean, a lot of mediums never think about doing that. I've done investigations where this sounds really crazy, Lorley, but I've actually asked the birds outside,
Why not?
about, because they
Yeah,
have
that's
the
a cool.
information and I have the skill to listen to them. So it's a win-win situation. And I think most mediums actually can talk to animals. There's animal communicators who are amazing at it. That's their whole life. They study it. But just about every medium at some point could probably have some sort of conversation with a spirit animal that's in a house, because I believe that could help investigations quite a bit. I believe it would.
No, I can't disagree with you, Dave. And the thing is, I don't think that's weird talking to birds. Are you kidding? Heck, if you can connect with even any bug, I know it might sound really creepy, but any spiders or anything that are in any of these places, I would too. They're going to know.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, not to go out. So I study shamanism. Okay, I love
Okay.
shamanism. I do about it.
Hmm.
I journey all the time. If anybody don't know what that is, you'll have to look it up. It's an explanation. But I journey a lot, and in one of my journeys, I had talked to a spider, and I had two spiders, and one was a really big, ugly spider, and one was this little teeny tiny spider. And as I was speaking to them, do most people would have been afraid of the big bad spider, but that wasn't the case, because they told me the black spider was non-venomous. It was just, he's like, I just go through my life and do my thing. The little one was the mean one. The little teeny tiny one was the mean one. And he wasn't like telling me he's mean and he wants to hurt people, but it's like, I'm the one who bites. I'm like, oh, I got you. But so it's interesting. So I journey and I talk to insects and animals. I talk to rocks. I mean, it's people
Yep.
go, what? You talk to rocks? That's just David, you're just being crazy at this point. But hear me
I don't
out.
think you're being crazy.
Yeah, everything in this world has a consciousness of
Energy.
some sort. Everything does. I mean, the chair you're sitting in still has some sort of consciousness to it, because it came from something to build.
Now you
Now, it
know
does.
why I brought up that message from spirit, right? Consciousness is limitless. So here we are talking about rocks, and and then when you break it right down to what we're all made of little atoms and things like that, yes. And like I said, the more I go through life, and the more I research and the more I look at things, and like I've always say, the more I open this doorway, the more bigger and infinite it is compared to what I always considered was just regular everyday life. And there's so many mysteries and conversations and knowledge to try and attain and learn, and it's constantly evolving with the experiences I think we have and the people we connect with and things that we learn. So I don't think that's crazy. I'm so glad you shared that, because people don't think about that, but what other things people don't realize, and we can only speak for English here, I don't use a lot of euphemisms in say French or Spanish, But there's a reason why we have sayings like God wouldn't I like to be a fly on the wall, or I got a monkey on my back, or I got, if we really, it kind of goes back to what you said, Dave. If people don't know, say an animal keeps showing up in a meditation, look at what that animal is, look it up. Because I think we use a lot of literal euphemisms, if you will, of like a fly on the wall, right? Or birds, carrier pigeons. And I don't know if it was a dream or not. We're getting into the strange and weird now. And I
That's
know
okay.
I've seen movies, like especially these mystical Middle Ages type with the fairies and the elves and whatever. How many times have they shown birds that actually could be able to talk or be able to pick up what's going on, say in the enemy camp, and nobody pays attention and they fly off? Why couldn't that happen? Right?
Yeah,
So I
it's true. Crows, for instance, crows, they can hold
Mhm.
grudges. Crows will tell other crows about you. I mean, they're intelligent.
Mhm.
Um, Ed Odell, I know this answer.
Well, let's read the question. Read the question, Dave. That's why I
Okay.
highlighted it.
Yeah, I know this answer. Okay, if you're interested, I can show you all the validations that I have. I have the validations of it. Now, it says Ed's Rice. Oh, he's raising his hand. If we can stop time, does the spirit world hold and stop time as well? No, but here's why. Even if you are able to stop time yourself, you're only stopping it in the dimension that you are in. The rest of
I
the
agree.
dimensions are still going on. So the entire world doesn't stop with you. Just your perception of you and the world you're in stops with you. As far as the other side goes, from what I know, it's that's kind of a moot point because the fact that time doesn't exist on the other
Okay,
side.
I was going to say this. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
cut you off. I'm sorry,
No.
Dave. I was going to say this. Howie, I know it says Ed. Howie is part of our world. He's a light worker. He's intuitive. He's got the Riff Network. Guess what he just said to your answer? I'm going to highlight it. Applause.
That's what I get. That's what I have gotten. And my guides have told me the same thing too. They're like, you can't stop time for everybody. And the reason is everybody would have to be in on it because
Plus, there's no time on the other side.
everyone
There's no
does. And
time
there's
on
no
the other
time
side.
on the side. So yeah,
Mhm.
they don't care. Um Sandra Sharp, can we throw hers up there? Because I love crows. I was trying to get some of them. Crows are extremely intelligent and can remember faces. They share that with their friends. Yeah, they do. They have little crow conversations. Did you see that girl? Did you see the makeup she was wearing? That was awful. And I mean, they will do all kinds of those things and talk. And they'll hold grudges too. And they're protectors. Um, Sandra, just because this is a fun side note, a lot of times when I get out of work or like go to lunch and my day job and I'm always tired and I just run out to my car because I just want to get the hell out of there. More times than not, if I'm having a bad day, all these crows show up in the big street lamp that's right next to my car, and they are so vocal when I go out there and talk. I wish I had a moment to sit and try to figure out what they're saying. And for the most part, most of the time they're telling me that they need me to get out of this mood I'm in because then they show me death and like a body in the ground and all these vultures on it. They said that's where you're steering your energy. You're killing it. Stop it. And so that's the only thing I can get from them, but it's quite interesting.
I think that's a powerful message. Well, I'm going to read Sandra's comment. She said, I have a spirit cat that jumps on the bed sometimes when my cats aren't even in the room. I'm going to share something quickly. I have a couple things. I didn't know if Debbie was here. I don't think she is. But Debbie, she's here from time to time, Grassburger Schmolly. Years ago, I was talking to her and she was laying on her bed. We were on Skype and I said to her, I think I've probably told this story on here, if not my other show. And I had said, did you have a cat that used to lay on the bed next to you? And she said, oh, yeah, that was my Boo. She passed away about a year ago. Her name was Boo, right? And I said, you're not going to believe this, but I am watching a cat. It's got to be in spirit because I could see through it on the screen. It's grooming itself. It just looked at you as you said her name. It's flicking its tail. She's going, take a picture, take a picture. So I took a picture of the screen. I don't know if I can make it out so much, but she says she made out Boo in that, and she believes her other cat that had passed previous to that was in the picture. Now, to add to that very quickly, Sandra, my son, the one with autism, was so bonded to his cat, Mocha. He got her for her birthday, and she passed away very suddenly and very quickly of something very rare. That night, and he will still swear on it too. We were coming downstairs and we were talking about Mocha, and as we opened the door to a room, we heard her meow. And literally at night, for the longest time, because these two would communicate with each other, I swear they would. They were inseparable. You would feel her plop down on the bed, and you'd see the indentation on the bed. So I do believe our animals, until they know
Oh,
you're going to be okay, you're going to heal. I think they stick around sometimes.
I'm going to agree with you on that and tell you a story too as well. I still have two animals that visit me, and I know it's them. Charlie still visits me. I can feel his paws on my bed, literally. And so does Toto. For those of you who don't know, I won't go into the story, but Toto is our dog that got killed by our two other dogs back in 2015. Toto, I can feel Toto jump on my bed. Literally, I have to turn around and go, what? Toto's a lot heavier than the kittens. So yeah, I believe those animals do that all the time. Go ahead, Lee, and go ahead and read away.
So Jane says, when you wake up to the fact that every living being on the planet has a consciousness and an opinion on everything, a whole new world is open to you. Animals are here to teach humans love. I agree. Unconditional love, living in the now, living in the moment. Even when it comes to eating, taking only what they need, no greed. And then she also adds, if we would only listen, meaning about, sorry, I'm going to repeat that. Animals are here to teach humans love. If we would only listen. I will send y'all a beautiful communication with an anaconda snake. It made her cry. Wow, I'd love to see that. I bet you it's amazing.
I talked to a lizard one time, and all of it was validated, and it freaked me out. I never thought about talking to a lizard before.
That's why I brought up dragons. That's why I brought up dragons and unicorns, because although they're not our usual type of animal that we think of on this planet, right? I kept thinking with dragons, lizards. And, if we think back thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, things apparently were much bigger back then than they are now. So I don't know. Maybe dragons were part of the dinosaur family. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh,
Right?
I do not know. All I know is that consciousness exists.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Sandra, the older cat came in to participate in the conversation. Oh, how beautiful. I love it.
And she also said that she used to talk to crows in the parking lot at work. I love talking to crows. Although crow is one of those living beings out there that it takes me a while to hear them, if that makes sense. Because the funny thing is, crows, like other animals, communicate to me like how an animal communicator does with other animals. They shoot me images and feelings instead of words. Crows can literally throw me words. So
Wow.
need one. So I don't think it's me. I think it's the crows that can do it. Because I've had a crow literally direct me saying he was going from one place to another, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And about 10 seconds later, he got up his little blamp, he flew, and he went right to the point that it had me look at earlier. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, you know who I've been trying to work with and communicate with? I have a lot of little chickadees out, and as most of us do. We're in the area I live in, Northwestern Ontario, and probably all around North America and wherever. And they've been coming, and they get as close as about 3 feet away. And I don't know if they sent this to me or not. I'm working on animal communication. I know I've shared that with you, Dave, and a few other people. But all of a sudden, I literally got pictures of them being hungry. They were hungry. Were very, very, very hungry. And they were kind of tilting their head. And so I went inside. It kind of spooked them a little bit. I tried to move very slowly. And I tried to remember what you've shared with me and my son, who communicates with animals, to send them the picture. I'm bringing food. The next day, holy crap, for the next couple of days, do we have a party out there? Because I put sunflower seeds and what have you. But you know what else they showed me, and they had to have shown me. I put it up on the window ledge without thinking, and of course my cat thought it was actual real TV to look out the window, and I think it kind of spooked them. So some of the stuff had fallen on the ground. Like they literally, I swear, gave me the picture that it would be better to place it on the ground for them. They feel safer, they feel more secure, and they'd feel more relaxed eating. Now I could be wrong, but again, that's what I received from them.
Yeah, once you do animal communication for a certain amount of time, you start to learn how to get validation for it, and then you can trust it better. Animal communication, I think, is a lot harder than talking to people over there because every time I talk to animals over there, I mean, they're aware of themselves, but they weren't aware of their colors. They weren't aware. They didn't care. So it's hard. They'll just show me what they look like. But I think that's pretty cool. I love that. I saw another one to answer, but I cannot find it right now.
What was it? Because Sandra said her kitty left after she told us that she would tell us that he came into the room to participate. Well, I'm feeling almost, Sandra, that your cat knows that he doesn't have to be in front of the computer beside you to participate, that he just wanted to let you know he was there to say, yeah, I'm going to be part of this. But I think he understands. I could be wrong, but I think he realizes that whatever he wants to participate or communicate or whatever, he knows he could sort of do it from anywhere in your house. I think so.
Hi, George Lunsford. He said he just popped in to say hi. George Lunsford.
Oh, hi, George. Sorry, he was probably at work, and how he was talking about that a bunch of crows are called a murder. Isn't that a terrible name for them? Eh?
It is. Crows. He put another thing on there.
Oh, he did, and I think we should read that. You're right, Dave. I highlighted. You want to read it? Because I didn't see that at first, Howie. Thanks.
Ed says this he's talking about when one crow passes, they all come together to mourn. They do. Crows mourn each other's deaths. A lot of animals actually mourn another animal's death. You'd be surprised on how many actually do. Um, they if Ed, did you know that if if the crows see you hurt another crow,
Oh,
they
yeah.
will stalk you. They will stalk you all the time. I just know they're very they're almost very emotionalist. You know what the crows reminded me of? Almost the reptilians.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a minute. So, and how did they remind you of them?
The reason they remind me of that is because whenever I think back to when I first met that reptilian one and how I felt and what they showed me, crows give me that same feeling. They're almost they're not narcissistic, but they're very I'm royalty and that's okay. But they're just like I am who I am. They're the most confident animal that I think I know. They're so confident about themselves and they're very
What's not to be confident as a crow, though? Think about it. They even have the ability to duplicate human speech.
Oh, I know. That's another one. Some of those animals, I think some of these animals we have are not our origins here. If anybody out there has ever saw the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, did you
I
ever
haven't
watch it?
seen it. I've heard
Okay,
of it.
well,
It's my brother's favorite book, apparently, but I've never seen it.
it's confusing movie, but it's very fun. It'll be right
Okay.
up your alley. You'll love it. But in the beginning, before um, the dolphins knew that the earth was going to be destroyed. So the joke in the beginning of the movie, what they were singing, um, they were saying thanks for the fish, bye bye. That's what because they were singing during the song, and the translation was thanks for the fish, bye. And the aliens came down and they got all the dolphins out of the sea. You see them all being raptured almost into the thing.
Yeah, but haven't you heard that theory that they think that a lot of the creatures of the sea, like dolphins and octopi, are actual alien species that have been put here?
Yeah, or they're in very least, I believe they're seated here, just like human beings are seated. Like when whether I don't want to. People, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I will never tell you what to believe. but I don't believe in the evolution thing. I believe we did evolve at some point, but we have been tweaked. And I think the same thing goes for like dolphins. I think dolphins are literally the ETs of the sea.
Mhm. I told you I have been so attracted to dolphins since a little girl. Like I
Mhm.
still look back and think, how the heck could I read a book like that? It was like a veterinarian type fact book on dolphins. I think they insisted that I had to take this book out of the library. And I read it and I like learned everything there was to know about dolphins and the size of their brain. And like this is like a 5 or 6 year old kid wanting to do this. And then same with dogs. I wanted to know every kind of breed of dog and what how do dogs work. And like I was always very drawn to animals. Now something very funny, and this would have been after I had my NDE as a toddler. I was terrified of animals to the point I was terrified of everything. Believe it or not, people, I was shy and scared to speak till I was 16. I haven't stopped talking since. But I was so terrified that my parents figured that they had to get me a dog as a 3-year-old or it was going to become a real problem as I got older. The problem has become I haven't stopped loving animals ever since.
Me neither. I could not do without them. I will literally sell all my possessions to help a cat or a dog. I
Well, what if
just
we
don't.
said, Dave, if we won the lottery, what would we do?
I'd buy a farm and rescue all those freaking animals. Yep.
What did we
There,
say? I've said the same thing. We've said it on air
there
here.
would
Both
not
of
be
us, we
any
do it. Yep.
there would
Hmm.
not be any old dogs getting ready to be euthanized because their owners said, oh, they're too old. We don't want them, or nobody wants to adopt an old dog. I will adopt the hell out of every old dog there is if I could.
Hmm.
That's just how it goes, and I think everybody should. Sandra writes, crows are very community minded. That may be why they feel superior to humans. I agree, Sandra. I really do agree on that. They look after each other better than humans do, and they do.
Because they
Um,
see what we do to each other as humans.
yes, because they are very observant birds, and they have a memory. They have a bigger memory than most birds. It's really quite fascinating. If there's, I don't know what people are who does a study of birds, but I think those people are really cool. I would love to talk to them one day to find out. Jane Walker talks about whales.
Yes.
Now, there was an old thing that I heard a long time ago. It was in a book that said if God were to come back to Earth, it would come back as a whale. And
Oh, do tell. I haven't heard that one. Do tell me about. Tell us about that.
that's just it. And when I think about it, I'm like, it's whales really have unconditional love for everything. Like giant humpbacky whales type thing. We're not talking about killer whales and all that. I'm talking about the largest whales in the world. So they're at the top of the food chain pretty much until they die. They 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 have that beautiful song. You can hear a whale song and it does something to you. It
It's
lifts
haunting.
something. It does something. Yeah. And also that animal is like it's mysterious and it's giant and it just takes over everything. And I guess that's kind of what God is. So I understand why people God is also like that. It's a giant force and it's just going through it's like the water or it's some environment. It's just going through it. It doesn't want to harm anything and it doesn't want to be harmed and it doesn't have past judgment on another animal. It doesn't swim away and go, ooh, krill, they're stupid. you know. Um, so that's the comment for tonight. But I think
Cute
that's maybe
krill.
what I think maybe that's why they got that from. You're just krill, get out of my face.
Yeah, you're just krill. Well, do you think we
Yeah.
should do a reading, Dave? We got just under half an hour left. So if
Oh,
anybody's got
I think we should.
yeah, we'll still carry on, but let's see if anybody's got any questions for Spirit. And we'll if something lights up, we'll pick somebody and do a reading. I bought this deck. I don't use it that often. Cat deck. No, we knew we just weren't going to talk about cats, but you know what? Cats, I adore dogs too. And I think dogs do healing in different ways. but there's just something so magical and mysterious and much deeper I feel about cats. Like I feel cats are so grounded too. They really are. They teach us about how important it is to be grounded, in balance, being whom we are, not worrying about what other people think, that what we know what is best within our inner knowing of doing what we need to do. And I think sometimes, like I said, cats get a bad rap, but I think again, where we started, Dave, we can learn so much from cats.
Shoot, and like when people talk about the difference between dogs and cats, now a dog also, dogs can see the spirit world as well. They
Oh yeah.
can. And I
Hmm.
told the story about when I first read the book, The Thing at the Foot of the Bed, where you sat behind a dog and looked between the ears to see if you can see a ghost. The difference between cat and dogs is because dogs stay grounded. That's what it feels like. Dogs just stay grounded to the earth. They realize they're at the earth and they're here to do what they're doing, so they stay grounded there. Where cats are like, are you kidding me? I'm going to sleep 18 hours a day and I'm going to go back and forth. So that's
Hmm.
kind of how I look at it. Dogs also see the spirit world, but they're more grounded in the 3D experience.
Yeah, but cat dogs are so different, right? Because what people forget, not everybody, but a lot of people, what they forget, they try to really humanize. Like cats, there's kind of let you know there's no way, no how you're humanizing me. There's certain humanizing characteristics, whereas with dogs, people will try and use human psychology with dogs and not recognizing dogs have descended from wolves. So it almost, I almost, and I'm still studying, still learning, and I've had them my whole life. But to look at a wolf pack and how a wolf pack interacts, because what people don't realize, I think some, anyways, is that a dog looks at you as their pack, so whether it's a whole family and what, so there's many lessons to be learned from many animals as we talked about tonight, but cats and dogs are quite popular. But how many dogs get rehomed or in shelters or whatever because there's behavior problems, there's whatever there is. When I think if we step back and we go back to the root of where they've come from animals, you know what I mean? Versus cats. Like cats are who cats are going to be. They're less dependent, they can be very independent. Like I said, there's just such a difference between the two.
Exactly. A cat on the streets can find food. It will find food. It can hunt food and it can jump out of danger's way. And a doggy doesn't have that. Dog can't doesn't hunt mice and rats and all that. So it
No,
has
but
a
they can pack up. They can pack up and get into a pack. But that's what people do, I think miss sometimes with dogs. I'm not saying everybody, so please don't think I'm painting everybody with the same brush. But as much as we love our pets, we need to realize that there is a difference. Otherwise, we would have a baby, right? The puppy would be a baby, not a puppy or a
right.
dog. So again, we can adore them, spoil them, whatever we want. But I think like that's what makes me sad is when people don't understand that human psychology doesn't work with a dog necessarily, whereas a cat, where what I maybe I'm not expressing it properly, a cat kind of lets you know who it is and what it is and how it is, and it's not gonna put up with that crap. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna no, that's not happening. No. Whereas a dog, it's like, what can I do? How can I help? You know what I mean? Like there's a different type of energy.
Do you think there's any connection between any of the earth animals, or besides the owl that I spoke about? Like cats,
Mhm.
dogs, any animal. Do you think there are any animals here that are connected to life outside this world? You know what I'm saying? Because I know we know
Cat,
dolphins.
I was just doing a bunch of research on dogmen. Apparently, there was a dog-like species here. Kind of sounds very similar to what dogmen may be. There's this thing called Donovan Dread and Lilith Dread. Wasn't looking for it, came up, and it was started playing while I was doing resin. And I was listening, and people write in their encounters with these type of cryptids, and they're quite terrifying. Now, the interesting thing, I guess you got to look at it two ways. Nobody has ever written in and said they've been attacked by a dog man, which seems to be half man, half human.
Yeah,
But then again, maybe people have been attacked, but they're not either here or able to write in to tell that they've been attacked. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So there's that. But I also truly believe when you look into the Lyrians, right? I
Mm.
believe that there's a cat type species of ET, just
I
my
heard
thoughts.
that there was. I haven't saw any pictures, and I
I haven't either.
day they draw the pictures for it, I hope I don't laugh because I just hope they don't smack a kitten head on a human body and
Turn
call
them
it.
into space cats.
But
Nyan kitty.
no, there is. I don't know if the race, because like there's a race called the reptilians, and we have reptiles here. There's also
Mhm.
the ones that are painted on the hieroglyphics and all that. Those ones with the dog faces, and people have talked about a race of aliens that resemble dogs too, as well. So you wonder if they came here and said, "Hey, how you doing?" Um, so I do.
Apparently, depending how far back you go, we've done some research, Del and I, on this for a few shows. We're not talking thousand, we are talking hundreds of thousands of years ago. There is some historical lore, now with no proof, obviously, they didn't have cameras and what have you, of a race of people that look like dogs. They had dog heads and the fur, but they were bipedal. And I don't know what happened to them, where they went, how they went. It's hard to say. So, and again, it seems with frequency, people are reporting dogman encounters.
Are you getting
So,
more?
and the thing that people always say, the smell, first of all, the eyes are like, one person really described it well. And one thing I was hearing, that it almost looked like Christmas lights in the daytime, like, but their eyes were glowing so much. But the biggest thing for them, they said they had this giant head, almost the size of a bear, that looked like a dog, so much hair, almost looked like a lion mane. Then it went into a humanoid body of a man, but the muscle was just, there's no comparison. And then the legs was the strangest. They said they almost looked like backwards dog legs, the way they stood up. They said they were as equally comfortable being on two legs as four. I don't know. Where'd they
I
come from?
I don't know where they came from. I know that I've heard the reports of them too. There's so many cryptids and things outside of what we just see on TV. You know, a
I
lot of them.
know.
There's tons of them, and I think you'd love a card drawn for my older cat.
Okay.
Yeah, you want a card draw for your older cat? Sorry,
I'm
guys,
going to
we'll get
draw a
back.
cat card. You draw what you want, Dave.
All right.
No, Sandra says, yes, I've heard. Oh, I didn't even know it has this nice little ribbon in this box. Sandra said, I've heard of feline like ETs. Yeah, I believe it's, I could be not doing it justice. I think it's a Lyrian, Lyra, sorry, Lyrian. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, if you know any better than I do, but I've heard of that. Are you looking?
So,
You're not even listening to me. I said, I've, like Sandra mentioned about, she's heard of feline like
yeah,
ETs.
I saw
And
that. I've never. I don't. Do you know what they're called, Sandra?
because that's what I was saying to you. We're concentrating on something. I said, I heard that they're called Lyrians, Lyrian. And then I said, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. And you go, what? So I knew you were either connected with spirit or what.
Yeah, they were chatting. I asked a question and they answered it. No, I'm
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry. I didn't realize. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh no, you didn't. That's fine because I didn't even know they were gonna pop in. You said I'd love a card drawn for my older cat. His name is Diego. So Laura Lee, you guys, you probably don't see this much, but we're gonna do a card pull for a cat.
What's wrong with that? I'm pulling it from my cat deck. Oh, it's right on top too. Oh, interesting. Of course, there's not much information on here. We got alert, the number 3, and oh god, I need my glasses. Hang on, guys, I'm getting old. Can't remember hearing what the ETs were called. The cat-like ETs. Okay, Aussie cat. Interesting. So I'm gonna have to focus on this card a little bit because I know there's a lot of info in here. So let me look. Let me look. I kind of, well, what I'm picking, go ahead and jump in if you want, Dave, but what I'm picking up from Mr. Diego there is that, of course, he's around you, but I think it's kind of like what I said to you before, Sandra, that he's so wise and so in tune, a foot in both worlds, sorry, paws in both worlds, that he let you know, he communicates with you all the time, but he let you know that he was there listening to the conversation. And once you acknowledge that, he walked away. That's kind of who he is. still taking in a lot about the world. He has a lot to share. There is something with these, I don't even know what these are on the wall back here, but there's something about these, like these holes. Like, I don't know if it's that he can see into other dimensions or he's channeling knowledge from over there or what it is. I don't know, Dave, can you tell what those are?
I
Or even
can't.
Sandra?
Is
It's
he?
something about these. They look like they're in black and white too. And it's almost like it's not that he's telling you that he sees the world in black and white, that he doesn't see the world in just black and white, that he's very comfortable with the shade gray, meaning kind of like upon both realms, if you will. So he's got a lot to teach you. I'm hearing also continue, if you're not already, Sandra, joining him in meditation because he has much to share still and spend time with you with that way. I don't know if he sleeps with you or not, but if he does, yeah, continue doing that. The reason why I'm saying that, and I'm just listening, I'm hearing that there's some healing that needs to take place that will definitely benefit you while you're sleeping. So I don't know if he's going to weird spots in your bed, but that's where you're needing it. And it may not even be physical. I'm feeling it's more energetic, if you will, chakra wise. So yeah, pay attention to that is basically what I'm adding. Go ahead, Dave. I know you got lots. I can hear it already going on in your head.
No, I'm with that card. That's the explanation I was getting for it. Yeah, I do feel too. One of the cats has a little owl somewhere.
He
It
has a
doesn't
what?
feel. He's got an owl. It doesn't feel like emergency type of owl. He's got an owl. Did your cat jump off someplace really high and hurt one of his legs and he jumped? Sandra, is that? I don't know if you're talking about, but I keep feeling that. That's what I feel. I felt like I jumped,
Maybe
and
that's what I'm feeling about the healing. Like it's not something.
I wonder if but that's what it feels like. I don't know if that's true or not. So,
Maybe she's doing Reiki with him. Okay, he joins me in meditation. Okay. Sometimes he comes to bed with me and jumps down as soon as I go to sleep. Interesting.
don't know if Sandra, see if he's got like a little owl because that's what I feel. That's what I feel. That's what I'm connecting with. I almost feel like I got a little owl because I jumped, and I believe where he jumped there was no carpeting on the floor because that's where I think he got the owl from. It looks like something slid out from under him. But anyway, it's a moot point. But what Laura Lee said about the cat, I believe that card, I believe there might be some healing issues as well too with the cat. So the cat might be healing from something. I don't know what a cat would heal from, but maybe it's that little bump. I don't know.
I keep feeling a Reiki connection too. Not sure about that, but he does have arthritis. He's diabetic. Okay.
He has arthritis and he's diabetic. So that's where that pain is coming from. Okay, I don't know about that, but maybe that's where you're getting the healing from.
Yeah, because I feel like this is something kind of energetic, but you say he jumps down when you go to sleep, Sandra. Again, he made it really clear. Like, I don't always hear messages like that, but I'm telling you, I kept hearing that when you mentioned he joined in the conversation and he left as soon as he was acknowledged, it was kind of like, yep, I'm here, I'm listening, I'm part of this, kind of like he's letting you know. But I almost feel like you're healing him as well too. So I don't know if you do Reiki or any energy work, or maybe you're not even aware you are. Many of us are natural healers. So when he joins you in meditation, yep, continue that because it's almost like both of you are healing each other. And as we get older, yep, we do get arthritis and diabetes and things like that. So you can. Not everybody will get diabetic, but cats can. I know that.
And here's what I did, you guys. I pulled a card collectively. So if you're listening to this at a later date or listening to it now and this resonates for you, then it's for you. If it doesn't resonate with you, then that's cool. It's okay. This is for everybody on here who's listening. So the card I do, which is really good, is miracles. The thing is, I'm gonna have to go off what the card means because there's something else that goes with it. In the state of the world that it's in today, when you feel down, when the world feels like hell, if you're one of those people that say we live in hell on earth, what's happening is you're following there's two main consciousnesses. You're following one consciousness that's on the more negative side, not evil. I'm just saying like really low vibe, really overly 3D. So they're letting you know, totally focus on something different. If there's something out there that's bothering you, change that focus and keep that focus, because that's the world that needs to come to you. It's telling you that there's miracles going to be happening for that. When they speak of miracles, they don't speak of water into wine or having a baby and all that stuff. They're talking about miracles happen all day long, every day. Miracles for me are, they come from the other side. It's the gift from the other side to someone or to a situation. That to me is what a miracle is. And it's also telling you to let the wondrous emerge, because it's starting to. You just have to allow it. So for all you people out there going, well, I don't know if I can do it, it's just going to be hard, or I don't know if it's going to work out. Stop saying that. Just go for it, because that's your ego mind doing that stuff. You can just go fix it yourself. But that's the card that Spirit picked for the collective right now. Miracles are happening. They're always happening. Watch your focus. Watch your focus.
I like it. So Sandra gave us a little bit of feedback. She said, I know Reiki. He started doing it when I learned. He's very communicative. Yeah, because I feel like the two of you are healing each other. So when I said that, where does, pay attention to where he lays with you if he's in bed at night. This guy's so wise and so powerful. Like, I think he can do healing just like with the communication, regardless of where he is in the house. He's so bonded with you. Is there anything else you want to add, Dave?
No, I think that's absolutely perfect. I do want to ask Sandra, to anyone who knows about Reiki. Now I do Reiki, and I
do too.
if you do Reiki on animals, you can't hold it as long as you do for human beings. And it's so funny, when I first started learning that, I came home and I was giving my kitty a little Reiki on his back, because I don't know why, he was like a little chunky, as just like, just giving him some Reiki. I held my hand there, and I just totally forgot. He jumped and flew. And I was like,
I
"Oh,
know.
sorry, Kitty." Reiki is for animals. Reiki is super strong. They
Yeah.
can feel that energy. A human might
You
not be able
almost
to
have
feel
to
it.
do it in another room, Dave, and then you got to pay attention to their reaction. You know where I learned that? And it wasn't from my Reiki course. It was actually from therapeutic touch, which is such a misnomer because you're actually just working with the energetic field. But yeah, because animals are so sensitive and
Oh,
every one of their senses is so in tune. I could, as soon as you said, I could literally see the cat jumping, like it just is such, it's like an electrical jolt to them versus a human being wouldn't feel it the same way. Mm-hmm.
yeah, Reiki is a very strong energy. That's why people, if you ever get a chance and somebody offers you Reiki, go do it and
Take
see
it.
what it does for you.
Take it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because it's really cool.
I was in labor with my second son, and my husband at the time was so sick, and his mom that just passed away, 95, she used to be a labor and delivery nurse, and they were all going, "Oh, poor Earl, you're sick," and I'm like, "Excuse me, I'm in labor here, about to have a baby," and I get really bad back labor when I'm pregnant. Or in labor, it's awful. So I remember, and I used to work up on the floor. One of the nurses, she was from Britain, and she goes, "Do you want me to do therapeutic touch on me?" And I said, "I don't give a crap what you're doing me right now. I don't know. I couldn't see what she was doing, but I had no pain for an hour and a half. You can bet for darn sure I took those courses after." Absolutely.
I love Reiki. I love Reiki. Oh, what did she
Mhm.
say? Do you want me
Jamie
to read it?
says, "Yeah, go ahead."
Penelope Smith talks about a group of cats in spirit who work together to help humanity. The OCC
Wow.
Orange Cat Contingent. Her master, Sherman, a pretty bossy cat, is a major player. My big red too. I will send you that story. Another group of cats
Yay.
to raise their consciousness is called the Feline Alliance. Animal communication.
Ooh.
That's really cool. Anybody
I
listening
love
out there?
Penelope.
Yeah, anybody out there, if you have a cat or a dog, do yourself a favor. Learn how to meditate a little bit and meditate with that animal in your lap. And or a cat. If you have a cat, meditate with that cat in your lap, especially because when you get really deep in that cat, I guarantee you will get visuals from that cat. They will give them to you. they can teach us how to do that and to be quiet and go within yourself.
So very
That's
quickly, and then we got to sign off, guys. So we'll be back next week. But Sandra said, first of all, Diego's very bonded with her, and he will let me know when he's done with the Reiki. So you want to tell people where they can find you, Dave, and then I'll sign us off?
Oh my goodness gracious. If you want to get a hold of me, you can go to my website, theywhispertome.com. It's the only place you can go to find out more about me or book a reading. I don't book readings any other way. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok at Medium David Hansel. Same for Facebook, and I have a Facebook group called The Spirit Experience, and the YouTube that goes with it, also the same name. YouTube Spirit Experience and Facebook group The Spirit Experience. Take it away, Laura Lee.
Awesome. And if you want to get a hold of me, or you guys had like the wonderful comment that we started out, not that I'm saying you have to send us comments, but I meant if you have a show idea or questions, feel free to reach out to me as well on the Angel Rock, facebook.com/the Angel Rock. And I have two groups on Facebook: Paranormal University for many of the paranormal things, Angel Rock Tribe for more of the spirituality type stuff. I have the Angel Rock on Monday night, and I'm going to be he's been on numerous times. He's a good friend of mine, Augie Nost. We are going to be talking about Augie's idea about this going around about people worried about the rapture coming and all this other stuff. So we're going to talk about some cool topics. And no, it's not a fear-based one. It's going to be, you know what? You'll be able to maybe calm down if you're worried a little bit about some of these topics. Anyways, you guys, we will be back same time, same space next week. Thank you so, so much. People said wonderful show as usual. Thank you all. Thank you both. Thank you for being here. And Dave, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. What's at
your bed?
Foot of your bed. We almost did it. I always have a delay. We screw it up. You know what we mean, folks. Let us know.
You guys stay tuned. The day we get that perfectly right, we're gonna do a bunch of readings on that day.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you guys next Thursday. We love you all. Have a good one. Take care.
One 105.3, 107.7 FM, coming to you live from beautiful New Orleans. Julia Evans, welcome to the show. Lovely to see you. I hope you're well, and I hope everybody else is well on this beautiful night. If you're here in Cornwall, I'm not too sure about the rest of the UK, but if you're here in Cornwall, it is an absolute stunner of a night. Outside is just absolute beauty. The stars are just an immense. They are absolutely. I'm just going to put the mic directly in front of me tonight. The stars are out there in absolute glory. It's just heaven. Jacqueline Marsh, good evening and welcome to the show. How wonderful to see you. Oh, I'm going to bring you up. Whoever, whoever that is, welcome. Whoever from is. Um, I'm not too sure what. Hi, that's not Francis. Francis. But anyway, welcome nonetheless. And as Facebook user, I can't actually see who you are. So why don't you zip across to YouTube and this other wonderful Facebook user here, all the way from Texas, y'all. Be wonderful if you could go across, zip across over into YouTube. So come out of Facebook into YouTube, and in the search bar at the top, just type in Paul Francis Medium. It'll take you straight to this show via YouTube. And the reason why I send you there and in from YouTube is number one, I can see who you are because Facebook won't let me see who you are. And number two is it's a lot more stable. It's far, far, far more stable on YouTube than it is on Facebook. Excuse me very much. Julie Evans says it's good, thanks. And Trudy says, had to drag myself away from the sky tonight. Was losing myself in them stars. Hope you appreciate it. And she says it like that too. She goes, hope you appreciate it. You better appreciate it. Trudy, I am absolutely flabbergasted. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate that so very, very much. Facebook user went, Mr. Francis, Paul will be fine. Thank you very much. But please zip across to YouTube. Do what I said in the YouTube at the top in the search bar. Just type in Paul Francis Medium. It'll take you straight back to this show, same show, but I'll be able to see who you are. Sue Vinicum, hello, Sue. How are you doing on that? James Chalice has joined us. Jimmy boy, how's it going up there in Scousland? I do hope you're well. I'm just reading out here on my mic preamp that you are wrecking it with your voice, you idiot. Bring it back a bit. So I've just brought that back just a smidge so you can hear me without sounding like I'm trying to blast open a door. James Chalice, I've known James for a long, long time. He is one of my dearest pals, and I hope you're well, mate. It's great to see you in the chat room. Thanks for being here. Jackie Ginden, Jackie, welcome to the show. Lovely to see you. Thank you for coming back. It's wonderful to see you again. Appreciate that very much. Trudy's laughing her head off. Vanessa Bowes, good evening, Vanessa. How are you? How wonderful to see you. Myra Grant, welcome, Myra. Lovely to see you from the Republic of Texas. Y'all are welcome in this show anytime. That was my Texas accent. I'm sorry if it sounds rubbish. Golden Age of 777. Howdy, y'all. Hugs from Canada. And I would so gladly receive those hugs. Thank you. Wonderful, cool name, Golden Age 777. Sounds like a casino, but it's cool nonetheless. Kay Sequin is in the house. This house is clear. Kay, welcome to the show, darling. It's wonderful to see you. Tina can too. Tina is here. Wonderful, Tina. Good to see you. What we on tonight, says Vanessa. I'm actually on water. That's water. But y'all going to find out what we're talking about tonight. Lynn has joined us as well. Lynn, good evening. I hope you're well. Kathy Little, howdy, Paul. Renee Hamley, good morning, Paul. Staying focused, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to get the, sorry, I'm going to bring that one back out. I'm going to bring Renee up here so I can see it properly. Good morning, Paul. Stay on Facebook if that's okay. It's your call. I can see who you are because you give it an okay. YouTube asks me to sign in. I absolutely love watching your shows while I'm getting ready for work. Renee, thank you very much. That means a lot to me. It means a lot that I'm bringing some sort of joy to people's lives. And honestly, I don't, not just saying that. Kay, YouTube post is Kay. Jimmy Chalice is saying, he's saying Mr. Francois. So he's taking the mickey out of me. I wouldn't be surprised if it was him taking the mickey out of me, actually. But he's allowed to because we've spent many a time backstage getting ready to do shows together, and he's a superstar. All right, tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, is, first of all, let me tell you who it's brought to you by. It is brought to you by UPRN, which is the United Public Radio Network, and it's brought to you on 105.3 to 107.7. Did you like the new sequence, the new intro sequence? It's cool. Did you see it? Let me show it to you again. Let me show you the new intro sequence. Give me a second. You got to see this. You ready? I'll be back in 1 second. Check this out. Oh, come on. Give me your feedback. What do you think of that? Is that not the coolest? I had to show it again because I was so happy with it. It was so cool. Puffins, good evening. Says Puffins, welcome to the show. It's great to see you, Susan. I can see Sue in her kitchen right now going, giving it. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Sue Finnegan, welcome, my darling. Lovely to see you. Pump it up, says Golden Seven. Lisa Clement, Lisa Clement Payton, welcome to the show. Lovely to see you. Oh, I heard something take a fall there. What the heck? Quality intro, bud, says R. James. Jackie Marsh says, it's brilliant, very cool, says Tina. That's awesome, says Kay. Now, thank you very much for y'all being here. Please don't forget to share the show. Tell everybody that you know that we are live and tell them how to get here. The safest way to do it is via YouTube, and it's very simple. But however, tonight's show, don't forget, if you are a Roku TV fan, we are live on Roku TV right now. I want to say to you as well, tonight's show is all about ghosts, spirits, ghosts and spirits. What's the difference? I'll tell you about that in a minute or two. Ghosts and spirits, but not. I don't want to be hogging the airwaves talking about my experiences. I've experienced paranormal activity with our Trudy. You know, oh yeah, Trudy was there the night when we did. She videoed the glass when it was flying around that table. She videoed that, and quite a few other places that we videoed. And table tipping. Have you ever seen table tipping? Woo, mama, that's fun. Trudy's going. I got that's for the intro music, which is cool. I saw mom's ghost at her house. Okay, right. Listen, for y'all, get it. Get your those stories together. Right, get them together. Okay, because I want to hear about your stories. Yes, I will share my stories. I will. I will share my stories. Kay Sequin, I saw my mom's ghost at her house. I want to talk to you about that. All right. I want to bring you on the show and talk to you about it. Okay. That's what I want you to do. Paul, a few weeks ago, I just want to bring that up onto the screen because it's easier for me to read here. Paul, a few weeks ago, we talked about my sister who's not well. I'm with her right now, and I'm wondering whether or not Jackie, I don't do readings on Thursday nights. That's only on Reach Across, which is Monday nights, my darling. If something comes through for you, I don't hold back. I'll pass it on to you, right? But I don't do reads on a Thursday night. Thursday night's about discussion about paranormal, about ghosts. Tonight's topic is ghosts and spirits. Well, we talk about everything. The word paranormal is beyond normality, but I always say, okay, first of all, you've got to have a bench point to start with. And they say paranormal, beyond normal. So, but what's normal? What's normal? What's normal to one person won't be normal to another. Okay, so it's all about having a bench point to start from, and anyway, we'll get onto that. So Jackie, I would if something comes through and I can share with you, I will definitely do that. But tonight's show is all about discussions and finding out about what is all involved with normality and all stuff like that. But welcome nonetheless, and welcome to your wonderful and dear sister. Thank you guys for both making the effort to be here tonight. Got another Facebook user. There you go, saying that, and I can't really tell who you are because please, please, please zip across to YouTube. Come out of Facebook, go onto YouTube, type in the YouTube when it comes up, it opens up as YouTube. On the top, it'll do a search bar. Just type in Paul Francis Medium, and it'll bring you straight back to the show, where you'll be able to come in and go live. Dawn Hatton is in the house. Dawn, my darling, how are you? And I hope everything is wonderful and cool on up there in Truro. Again, Facebook user. I'd love to be able to talk to you who you are, but please, please, please zip across to YouTube and I'll be able to talk to you directly. I have a question. If you pass and get reincarnated, I'm one of your loved ones. Okay, let's read that again. I have a question. If you pass and you get reincarnated, period, I'm one of your love. One dies. Will you be in heaven or earth? I'm sorry. Could you maybe rethink that question, because it doesn't make any sense to me. It's most likely me. I'm dyslexic, so but I'm not picking up what you mean there. But please put it to me again. Happy to answer it. Jackie says, "Thank you. I will participate accordingly." Well, thank you, Jackie. Thank you for making that effort. It means a lot to me that you make the effort. I genuinely mean that. I'm not saying that just to be fun. I said I am very grateful for everybody who makes any effort to come to the show. I can't tell you how much. Lise says, Paul. Let's have a crack. Bring that across. Lisa says, Paul, I do have questions for you. Does my deceased daughter have a message for me? If your daughter has crossed over, my darling, your daughter will be trying to talk to you. I can guarantee that. Okay. Um, Here's the question. Not a question. Here's a concept that I share with everybody. Like, first of all, tonight's show is not about reads. I don't do readings on tonight's show. I'm happy to answer questions and stuff like that, and about the subject matter. However, here's what I share everywhere, Elise. Just think about this for a second here, and this is what I want you to take on board. I want you to think about it on a very logical basis. Okay, when you cross over to the other side of life, okay, will you want to talk to your loved ones through a third party? Not me. I'm the third party. Okay, will you want to talk to me through talk to your loved ones through me, or will you want to talk to them direct? Which one would you choose? I'm not just saying that to Lisa. I'm saying that to everybody. Everybody. Okay. So when you cross through the other side of life and you realize you have the ability to communicate, are you going to wait till they go in front of a medium, or are you going to want to talk to them direct? I'm going to tell you here and now, I'm going to want to talk direct. Okay. And your family and friends who cross to the other side of life do that. They don't do it like they don't turn up in your living room and go, "Hi." There'd be a lot more people in A&E if that happened. All right. Because most people would just faint, pass out, and hit their head on something, and then end up in A&E, if not with them on the other side. Anyway, point being here is they will talk to you, and they will talk to you in multiples of ways. They'll talk to you in very distinct, subtle ways, or they'll talk to you in very poignant ways. Poignant ways. What does that mean, Paul? Right. Things like you get into your car, you switch on the engine, up comes the radio, and up comes a tune that is directly linked to that person. And you go, "Oh my God, that is not circumstantial. That is, you had to be in that car at that time, switching on the radio at that time to hear that song. That is just not, it's set up. Okay. That's their way of trying to get your attention. Very often you'll walk through your house and you'll get a scent, maybe a perfume or an aftershave, or the smell of a tobacco, or cigarettes, be it pipe or cigar, whatever, or maybe the smell of baking, for an example. But any fragrance that will draw you to a person, so that will happen. You will get things like you drop it in front of you, like coins, for an example. That's very common. Um, for myself and Johanna and our daughter Maya were out today, and twice we found feathers in front of us. That's we very often called an angel's calling card, but very often a loved one trying to let you know they're around you. So your daughter, Lise, will be very much trying to speak to you. Now, the best way to hear her, and I mean this with absolute love, is to just sit quiet. Just, and I know, because you're a wonderful mom. You're gonna be going, come on, please talk to me. But when you do that and you tense, you're sort of, your scanning equipment, if you want to call that, comes way out from right here, right into there, because you're going to want her to talk through here. That's not how they do it. The bigger and more open you are, the better chance you have of hearing from them. So relax. They may want to talk to you by just something as simple as that. Something as simple as that. And let them talk to you. And they will. I promise you they will. But just have a bit of patience. Try and remain quiet and open to how they want to get to you. But they will want to talk to you, but they'll want to make that introduction as gentle as possible so as not to scare you. So thank you for being here, Lise. I hope that helps you in some way. But please, please, please do think about what I've said to you and how it's going to help you. Alrighty. So let's go back into the comments here and let's have a look. Righty, let's go. I've got to go back one. Um, I'm not too sure what that means. This side. I'm not in. I don't know. I just want to let you know that we are seeing you. K Sequence says Tina. Didn't see what Tina says. I've seen blankets move up in the air with no one there, and the curtains move closed with no one there. People in my room and around my bed at night. Tina, get yourself ready. I'm going to give you an intro to come in and to the show and come on here and talk to us. That sounds like a plan to me. K Sequence says that would freak me out. I feel that there's people in my room sometimes. Shared a few minutes ago, says Julia. By the way, that's a message to y'all. Share the show. Share it not only with your friends and family. Please do that, but please share it with your groups, especially your groups. Right? Vanessa May says, "Good evening, y'all." Good evening, Vanessa. Wonderful to see you, darling. Okay, so Puff says, while driving through Crime Town in Helston, in the wee hours of the morning, my colleague and I saw a monk-type figure standing at the bus shelter opposite the pub. We stopped and reversed back, but it had gone. I've driven through. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Now, the thing about it is, Puffin, is what we want to do at this point is research the area. So research the area to see why a monk-like figure would be there. Alrighty. So what you need to do is get, the crime time. Was there, like, for example, brothers teaching? Very often monk-like people were referred to as brothers. Would they have been teaching in the area? Would there have been a monastery in the area? So that's how when we're doing paranormal investigations and ghosts, the history has a big sort of indication of what you might be able to find, see, or encounter. So best thing to do is get involved with that. First of all, well done for spotting it in the first place. And second of all, let's have a look. Let's see, because I live about crikey, at this moment in time I live around about 6 miles from Crown Town. So let's have a look at the area and see if there's anything in that area. It'd be great to share that together, and see what we find. Be interesting. That I bet everybody else is going, "Ooh, I want to know more about that." Sue says, "I've seen a ghost on the road many times in the same place." Now, what I want you to do is tell me about the place. Now, is it in an area where you might have expected an accident to happen? Sorry, would it be an area where an accidents might be frequent, because that could well have been the spirit of someone who is maybe knocked down and killed on the roads, and is, for all intents and purposes, haunting that space. So, Sue, share that one with us, darling. Good to see you on the show, by the way. You're looking great. Let's have a look down. I wish I had the ability. You have, Vanessa. If you've got the ability to hear me speaking, you've got the ability to hear them. Okay. There's no what a lot of people do. So I'm going to bring Vanessa's message up so you can see what she says. I wish I had the ability to hear them. Okay, let me share what that means. You people think they want to hear someone speaking to them. They okay, as a psychic medium, I hear it in two, maybe three ways. Okay, I'll hear it through a gadget, an electronic gadget, where they will use that gadget to speak to us. Okay, that's one way. The second way is I'll hear it audibly through my own ears, like, and you'll hear like, "Hi, what? Oh." You hear things like that. Um, can be very freaky at times, to be absolutely honest with you. And the third one is you'll hear maybe a sequence of words, like a sentence, and you'll think, "Did I just think that?" That is the time when you step back with your own conscience. This is what I, not conscience, conscious. Okay, this is where mediums over many many years of training know the difference between their own thoughts and what a spirit energy is putting into their mind in the form of a communication. So when you start hearing or in your mind and in your head you start hearing repeated sentences or repeated messages, that's very often spirit trying to talk to you. Okay, so you can hear them. A lot of people don't like hearing it audibly. They don't like to hear hi, she, hi. They don't want to hear that because it freaks them out. It freaks me out still when I hear it. But very often, they will use communication through electronics. So you can hear it through a radio, like a normal radio. You can hear it through phones. I had a person send me a text yesterday about which they think was their daughter trying to communicate to them, because it just didn't make sense, all of the words, and there were specific words there that related specifically to her daughter. And I said, do you know what, I've got a feeling this could well be your daughter trying to get your attention. um because like I said, it had to arrive there. Now, she told me that it came from her son's phone, and if he is totally and utterly focused and adamant that he didn't do that, there's a very likelihood that that could happen. Now, the reason why I'm going to say yes to that is this: I had my phone said, "Mom and Dad home," and I did missed call. Now, this is when my mom just passed some time ago now, and it said "Mom and Dad home." So I remember looking at the phone, thinking, "Oh, Dad's trying to call me." So I rang the house, no answer. So I left it for a little while, rang again, still no answer. Left it about 2 hours, rang once more, nothing. I carried on with my day. Last thing at night before I went to bed, I thought I'll give him a quick call again. I was starting to get a bit worried. I hadn't heard from him. So I rang him one more time, no answer. And so the following morning, I rang my brother and I said to him, "Hey, listen, I had a missed call from Dad." And he goes, "Yeah, okay." And I said, "Do you know where he is?" He said, "Yeah, he's standing, he's just here beside me. Do you want to talk to him?" And I said, "What?" I've left a chunk of the information out there. When it said "Mom and Dad home," it's our home in Ireland. Okay. When I rang my brother, it was Newquay in Cornwall, and he said, "Dad's sitting beside me." So I spoke to Dad and I said, "Listen, I got a missed call from the house," and he went, "Well, I've been here for 2 days." I said, "Well, look, I've got a missed call on my phone." And I said, "Well, listen, I'll come up and I'll see you today or tomorrow." So I went back up. I picked out the missed calls. I went, "There you go. Look, one missed call." And he noted the time and date, what time the call came in, and so on and so forth. And about 4 or 5 days later, he went back to Ireland, and he went on to his phone system. He checked through the electronics that he has that would say many calls came in and went out. He then phoned the phone company and said, "Listen, there's a phone call being made from um, this number at this time on this day," and the phone company went, "Nope, we don't have any record of that." And he's going, "No, no, I've seen the record." And he went, "Well, we have no record of any calls coming up from that telephone number." So I, I concluded with all of that my dad didn't call me. It didn't come from his telephone number. It was my mom using my own personal equipment to let me know she was around. And that is the God's truth. Okay, that actually happened. So they can talk to you. Just be open to how they talk to you. Sue says, hey, researched it, found a story about him. And if you want me to tell you, it's going to cost you. Oh, yeah. She didn't say that last bit. I just made that up. But let's, come on, share, Sue. Share with me, my love. I did receive a telephone call from a deceased person at one time, says Jackie. Oh, see, same as me. See, our friends and family in spirit, they can manipulate electronics, no matter what kind of electronics. They can mess with your TV, they can mess with your lighting, they can mess with anything that has power or energy, especially like anything is battery operated. Oh, they can mess with that big time. You very often, if you've ever seen the paranormal investigation groups and they go out with their cameras and then all of a sudden the cameras are drained of energy. Yes, that's them. Michigan is in the house. A little late, but here. Hey, listen, Michigan. First of all, thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. And don't ever say you're late. You're not late. If you come in 5 minutes before the end of the show, I appreciate you being here. Okay. But second of all, that's all I get to see. Look, you see that? I don't get to see who you are. Zip over to YouTube, search bar, Paul Francis Medium. Boom. You'll be brought straight back to the show and I'll be able to see who you are, and off we go. Cool, cool as. So go and do that for me, Michigan. Don't forget, tonight I'm coming to you from the United Public Radio Network, which is coming out on 105.3 right up to 107.7 FM, coming to you live from the very beautiful New Orleans. Okay, so welcome to tonight's show. Welcome to Spirit Quest. I am Paul Francis, your host. I should have said that really at the beginning, shouldn't I? Not that you don't know who I am. Dawn Hatton is, by the way, everybody's having a great time in the chat room tonight. If you're listening to me live, get yourself near a cell phone, a computer, jump on there. And by the way, don't do it while you're driving. If you're listening to me while you're driving along the highway, don't do that. Okay, carry on to your destination or pull in, have a cup of coffee, and jump on YouTube and come in and join us. Say hi. So Dawn says to me, I believe our loved ones can connect to us and we are on the same frequency as them. Most times when we think of them, we feel sadness. Be happy when you think of them. Don't shut up. They don't shut up. Now, let me sort of discuss what Dawn has got brought through. She's very right on most of that. Not all of it, but most of it. Okay. First of all, she's right. I believe our loved ones can connect to us when we're on the same frequency as them. Well, that's not entirely true, okay? Because we're on two separate types of frequency completely. Now, mediums, what we have to do is we have to really, really raise our energy or our frequency. We got to push it right up, right up. And they have to, because they're on a really high frequency, they have got to lower theirs. So when the two cross over, that's where the data comes through. So she's kind of right, but slightly just out, slightly right. Most of the time when we think of them, we feel a sadness. Not necessarily. That's the person's choice over what they're getting. Okay. When I first got messages through from my mom, overwhelming sadness, mind-blowing sadness to the point that I sat on the edge of the bed and cried like a girl. Okay. Apparently that's not PC anymore. I cried like a them. So, but once I figured out it was my dear beautiful mom trying to get a hold of me, and then of course when my father passed over, the same thing, I was overwhelmed but with absolute joy that they were coming through to me. So here's the thing: nobody or nothing can dictate your feelings to you. You choose your feelings. Okay, so remember that when you're feeling sad over whatever subject matters, make what you think is making you feel sad, you're choosing sadness. Okay, you choose to feel one way or the other. Now you can be all up in my face and giving me, yeah, but what happens if this dies? It doesn't matter what happens. You still choose the emotion. You make a conscious choice to make the emotion. Now you make a subconscious choice for that particular emotion as well. But if you turn around and realize, like for an example, um, in this situation, if your loved one is trying to get through to you on a regular basis, and every time they try to get through to you, you feel sad, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to give up because they're going to go, well, I don't want to make her sad anymore, so I'm not going to do it. Okay, and even if they come through medium, you're going to feel sadness, so they're going to pull back further and further because they don't want to see you sad. So on that concept, once you manage to get that connection with your loved ones, be joyful for that connection. Be joyful because they've eliminated the concept of death. Think about that. Alrighty. So when they come through, and they're coming through strong and firm, I remember, oh my gosh, I've shared this story so many times. I remember, oh, way at the beginning of my career, I was doing a reading, and there was a gentleman, spirit energy. I think I was doing a reading for his daughter. I think it was something along those lines. And I said to him in my communication to him, I went, "How would you know? How could you feel that? Because you're dead." And his response almost immediately was, "If I'm dead, how could I be talking to you?" And I never forgot that lesson. So that is a brilliant lesson. If I'm dead, how could I be talking to you? So the whole message in that little tiny brief sentence was, I'm not dead. I'm happy. I'm here. And I want you to be the same. So now, out of that little message our Dawn put up there, brilliant, brilliant lesson. And thank you for sharing it with me, Dawn. I love you to bits. You're an absolute rock star. Kay says, oh my God. Well, she says, OMG. I got a scent the other day and I think it was my daughter. Well, okay. So, in this situation here, where Kay has said, I had got a scent the other day which were linked and I think it was my daughter, then you say, brilliant. You log that. Okay. You say, right, I got that. Got it. Okay, I got it. You say her name out loud. I got it. Thank you. I got it. Please do it again. Okay. It took a wee while to figure out that my mom was sending me a robin, but when I figured it out, I get robins all the time now, no matter where I am, and no matter what time of the year. If I need a robin, like today, we were looking at a particular new house, and I was thinking, oh my God, do you know what? I think this would be the house my mom and dad would love. Sure enough, just as we were pulling up to the gate, a robin flew up and sat on the gate. I kid you not. My daughter Maya saw it, and she went, "Look, Dad, robin sitting on the gate." I was like, "Oh my God, okay, gotcha." So, yes, Kay, say right, got it. Thank you very, very much. Now, do it again for me. Please do it again for me. Alrighty, it's cool as. So Sue says to me, after my dad passed, we would find buttons lined up on the floor, ones we'd never seen before. How cool is that? How cool is that? Dad sending you lining up little buttons to say I'm here. And the very fact is, how cute and how easy of a connection, because you guys were starting to make that connection, and you're associating that beautiful connection with your dad. So it was a gentle, easy ease into him letting you know he was around. Oh, wow. Absolutely beautiful. Lynn says, I found a penny and then a 20p piece and then a white feather, all while in town. I was given by my friends and family in spirit, I was given coins. These coins turned up every single time my one of my children was born. When Rosie was born, when Brandon was born, when Maddie was born, when Maya was born, a coin turned up, and it was very, like for example, when Rosie was born, a sixpence. It was a sixpence. Now you might think, oh, it was just coincidental. No, 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 no. Sixpence pieces were very, very poignant to me because my grandmother used to make a this thing called an apple dumpling, and in the apple dumpling, she would wrap up sixpenny pieces in like a little paper thing and a wee note on the paper, and it was a kind of a traditional dessert at a certain time of the year, and I used to say to her, "Con, you got to do that again, Gran. Come on." And so the sixpence piece was very, very poignant, and I find one in my garden on the day my daughter was born. So wow, okay. and then Brandon 50 pence piece with a certain thing on the back of it, and so on and so forth. Um, I know it was a shilling for Brandon, and then a 50 pence piece with for Maddie, and Maya was a 20 pence piece, but it had a very special date on it. So it's amazing that how they will let you know they're around you. Okay. Trudy says, I want to learn how to communicate with our past loved ones. I know from experience that Paul is one of the best people to teach you. Oh, now she says, if you want to learn how to communicate with past loved ones, I would love to learn how to read. So if you want to learn how to communicate with your past loved ones, I know from experience that Paul is one of the best people to teach you. You are beyond words a sweetheart, and I appreciate you very, very much. But she's saying that because she's one of my students and one of my best students as well. And that being said, I have Lynn in the room tonight, and she's also one of my students. So I will be doing that seminar very, very shortly, how to meet your guides. And the best thing about doing that is right after that, the seminar that follows that is how to link with people on the other side. So you might want to be signing up for that seminar very, very soon. Okay. Mary Reardon has said I'm not in. So Mary, come on in, darling. Come in through YouTube. Dawn says shared my tag page. Thank you, Dawn, my sweetheart. Lisa says I'm a wee bit late, but Michigan is in the house. Do you know, Lisa, you're not late, and thank you for being here with all my heart. Thank you very, very much. Golden Age of 77, all the way from Canada, says, I often smell cigarettes burning or smoke like scent in my room. Great. Now, the thing is, what you got to figure out here is who might, let the essence of that smoke come in again. Who would that actually draw you to? Okay. What memory does that trigger in your mind about which person it might draw you to? So give that an idea, kind of let it balance itself and get drawn to you. Oh my goodness, Gina is in the house and she's talking about EVPs, electronic voice phenomena. That's what that stands for. Don't you think it's dumb to spell phenomena with a P? Shouldn't it be spelled with an F? And phone. Do you know Ireland is the only place in the world that spells phone properly? Phone. Ireland spells it like that. Everywhere else has about a PH. Phone. What a stupid thing. Anyway, Gina, first and foremost, number one, thank you for messaging. Number two, thank you so very much for being here. And I hope the Fox Den is going as well. I hope to get close to how good the Fox Den is. Let's put it that way. It's good to see you, my darling, and I'm looking forward to coming on your show at some point in the very near future. And I hope you'll return said favor and come on here as a guest and have a chat with that. In fact, it'd be let's do that again. Yeah, let's set up dates where you come on here as well, because I know Gina has done a great many paranormal investigations, and I want to hear from you. I want to hear about your experiences tonight, about what you've experienced in relations to paranormal investigations, paranormal activity, your own experiences with maybe, friends and family who've crossed over. I want to hear it all. I want to hear about it all tonight. Share with me your experiences. Coming up very, very shortly, I'll be telling you about an experience, a couple of experiences I had as before I became a medium, and they were like, okay, they're mind-blowingly scary. And after I became a medium, I realized it's just their way of trying to let me know they're there. Okay. Somebody asked me in the past, I got to be something in my eye there. Excuse me a second. Somebody asked me in the past, are do spirits and energies on the other side, or do they get angry? Um, Only the ones who choose to remain here. Okay, the ones who cross over, no. The ones who choose to stay here because they can't cross over for a particular reason, um, very often they will show signs of frustration more than anger, but never evil. Okay, I've never come across anything remotely evil per se. Okay, so let's go on down. Gina, first of all, thank you, my darling. Um, EVPs is a great way for our friends and family to talk to us, and I can show you how to do it. You can do it at home. Okay. Right. So, Sue says, I researched it. Yes, there was a man that had dropped off the opposite side of the dual carriageway after a night out. Boom. Good night, Irene. So he's now probably just letting his friends and family know that he's okay. Um, what would I do in that situation? I'd want to encounter him. I'd like to talk with him. What would I do? Well, what I would do is I would then sort of ac- acknowledge that he's here and he's well, and he's experienced a situation that has got him to where he is. But I'd also like then tell him that he has the ability, and he should have went with his friends and family, who were there to collect him when he crossed over, to go with those. But because right after he goes with them, he will have the ability to come back to anywhere he wants. Okay. In other words, he could be able to visit his home, visit whatever time that he wants to visit. There's a lot more options open to them when they go and kind of get acknowledged to where they should be. Now, in relation to a ghost and a spirit, we're going to discuss that momentarily as I catch up with all the comments. Give me a drink first, Paul. I'm driving out here. Now, let's get Silver Lady 4260. Silver Lady, come on, Silver Lady, make my world. Welcome to the show. Golden Age says, I've never smoked, but I often smoke. I often smell smoke in the bedroom. My youngest son passed in 2021, but I've been smelling smoke prior to his passing. Please bring Andrew in and ask him why. Um, I would be open to hearing. Andrew may well have made a stop in on Monday night. Now, the reason why I don't do reads tonight is because I don't open up. Um, so I do a ritual prior the show. Okay, I have a little ritual which involves meditation and prayer, and it takes a wee while to me to get myself balanced, get my energy raised, and get myself into a state where I can be open to receiving messages. Um, and I don't do that tonight. Okay, I sit down here, kind of thinking the show through in advance, making some notes, etc., etc., and then we go on. And tonight's show's all about a discussion between you, me, and everybody else. So it's not kind of like I don't do reads specifically for that because I want to give everybody a voice, and that's what this show's all about. But please feel free to come along on Monday nights when I'm doing reads, and it's when you hear me saying to people, listen, don't just say, "Oh, is there anything for me?" Because the likelihood is going to be no. All righty, because it shows you're not really interested in making an effort. So if you're not interested in making an effort, why do you expect spirit to? Okay. So I will say, listen, build the energy on your side by asking questions, like just what Golden Age has just said. I've never smoked. I often smell smoke in the bedroom. My youngest son passed at 2020. First and foremost, I'm really sorry to hear your youngest son passed in 2021. I'm pretty confident that you'll, oh, there's no words. I can't give you any words that would even bring you any kind of hope, because losing a child must be the most heart wrenching and heartbreaking thing. And I wish I was able to come up with something that I could put a hug around you and just make it go away. But I can say to you that when they cross over, and this is 35 years of working in this field talking, okay? When they cross over, they're met by their friends and family who went ahead of them, okay? So all of the people who you guys mourned, so all the people who passed on and you had to mourn them and lay them to rest, are waiting for them. So they will be there and waiting to greet your son coming through. So literally, he will meet all the people he lost. Okay, and it'll be like a party like atmosphere. Okay, and then they will orientate him as to where he is and how things work, and then they will also orientate him as to how he can communicate with you. Okay, they'll all work together. So don't necessarily think about your son as being smoking, but think maybe a maybe a father, brother, grandparent, particular gentleman who maybe smoked cigars. I don't know, but something that who that smoke would draw you to. Now, the other side of the coin is, of course, it may not be anything directly to your family. It could be directly to the home. Okay, if you guys moved into the house and was owned by somebody previous to you guys, could well be connected to that person. So it could well be what's referred to as residual energy. Okay. Um, but listen, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation if you didn't share that information with me. And I'm pretty confident that Andrew would be trying to get your attention. If, for an example, he's able to get your attention with that smoke, that's just because he's able to get your attention. He's got your attention. You're now paying attention, and he can build on that. So if you get that smoke again, why not say, okay, Andrew, if that's you, make a noise or do something that'll draw me to, to conclude it's you that's here. Okay. You're not testing them. You're just trying to communicate. They love it. They love being, you know, acknowledged that they're there. They love it. So you make that little effort and say, "Hey, listen, I know you're here. Thank you for being here. If that's you, Andrew, tap the wall, make a noise, move something, make something happen that I know that this you. Bring me to your room. Um, whatever that you would know that would draw you to conclude that this is Andrew trying to get in touch. But thank you for sharing, and I'm so sorry you lost your son. Trudy says they drain your batteries. Oh, do they ever? I've many a time that I went to pick out a um a flashlight, empty, dead of batteries, and I know I put brand new batteries in it, dead. Desiree says my dad left me a penny near his ash yesterday. Oh wow, how cool is that? Letting you know he's around. He left you a penny near his ashes. Oh, I love stuff like that. Just their way of saying, I am here and I'm fine. Okay? I'm here and I'm fine. All right, that's what that means. And it means he's able to look in on you. He's able to help you. Okay? Pauline Hughes is in the house. Pauline, welcome to the show. Lovely to see you. Faye is in the house. Hey, Faye. 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 Looking damn cool behind that desk. Damn cool. Did you guys see the video of Roger and Faye's new office? I was jealous. Jealous. All right. I was just thinking how cool that looks. Roger's looking almost like, hey, this is my office over here. As he sits back, gets his feet up on his desk, and he goes to his secretary. Woman, get me coffee. And Faye gets up and throws the entire desk at him. So, of course, that's just a joke. None of that happened at all. But their office is magnificent. So if you're in the area of Roger and Faye's new offices, go and pay them a visit. Okay, go and book it for some reads, and make this office a successful business. Because guess what? Latino Psychic Visions is in the house. Come on, make it happen. Lovely to see you guys. Thank you very much for being here. Jackie says, Paul, I often hear doors open where it's impossible. Um, well, yes, indeed. Doors rattling, doors knocking, doors being open. That is very, very common. Drawers and cupboards being open, very, very common as well. They'll do things like that again, once again, to get your attention. I'm trying to just catch your breath here. People say to me, "Oh, that's poltergeist activity," and my gosh, people are so willing to believe the negative that they just don't bother with the positive. Anyway, opening and closing doors. Okay, very often that is a way of just getting your attention. Okay, trust me, when a spirit energy is not happy that you're there, you'll know. Okay, but opening and closing doors is to say, "I'm here." Okay, now there's a set of rules that spirit energies have to follow as well as we have to. Okay, so when an energy is in your room or in your house or in your space, they have to follow rules like, you can turn around and say, listen, okay, I know you're here. I'm glad you're here. However, You will not scare my children. You will not scare my animals. You will not scare me. And you will not do things to make us feel uncomfortable or unhappy. If you do, I will have you removed from the house and you can have them removed. Okay? It is possible. Roger says, I'm here, brother, at the office. I can see a brand new series coming up. You know, The Office? Roger sitting there, looking cool, having one of his cowboy jackets on, smoking a big stogie. Hi, I've got your grandmother coming through. She says, stop smoking. What are you joking? I saw The Office, Roger. I saw that in the video. It looks cool. It looks really, really professional. It looks fantastic. And having the lovely Faye there as Vaz coming in for a read and being greeted by Faye, fantastic. And having a read room where you're going to be reading for your clients, and having a little conference room where you can be able to teach. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Looked brilliant. I am jealous. I'm definitely jealous. I'm definitely going to pay it a visit when I'm on tour in the US, I can tell you. Aloha. Aloha. Let's have a look at what Kay says. I will say that next time I smell it. I did have a smile on my face, and I said, "Is that you?" I said, "Thank you, Stacy." Kay, perfect, absolutely perfect. Now, listen, y'all. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Okay, I want to hear about your experiences that you've experienced in the paranormal. Okay, if you've seen spirits or ghosts, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me about your experience, what you experienced. More importantly, how you felt. Um, Lynn says, I get the smell of Dettol from my mom. Every time we moved home, I also bought our caravan. We got the smell as well. Yeah, cleanliness. That kind of smell brings me back to my mom as well. She would always have the mop bucket full of Dettol. So it would be the smell of cleanliness would come. But my mom was a nurse, don't forget. So as well. Let's see what Julie says. After passing last Saturday, a robin came along, and later there was a trail. There was a trail for quite a way of white feathers. Oh wow! Okay, twice after a white feather fluttered right in front of my screen. So you were getting messages left and right, Jules. Sounds cool. Share. Tell me more. Tina Hawkins goes, "Hello, Paul. Hello, Tina. Thank you for being here. How wonderful to see you. How wonderful to see you. Thanks very much for being here. It's good to see you, and I hope you're well." Golden Age goes, "Ooh, rock on." Tony says, "Hi, Paul." Hi, Tony. Welcome to the show. My daddy smoked like a chimney. There you go. There you go. So it's most likely dad. Your son will be met with your pop. Your pop would have been his grandpop. He would have been there to see him through and look after him. You can be assured they're having a party. Party. Why? Because they got it. Puff says, let's have a quick look here. Puff says, I just had a quick look regarding the monks near Crowntown, and the nearest reference is Brieg. What? Well, Brieg Grange, that is only a mile, 2 miles away at most. Apparently, the Grange house used to have the monks. Right? Okay. Then there you go. There's no reason why that cannot be. Now, the next thing to look up, Puffin, is why would that particular energy be in that spot? Okay, because way back when the Sistine monks were there, probably you would have had horse and carts. It wouldn't have been cars zooming past. So you might will find now. The reason why I'm going to say this to you is because I used to live in Nancy Golden, as you know, way many years ago, and I used to see spirit energies walking right through our hallway, and I was like, okay, I didn't invite you into my house, but it turned out our house at that time was built over a pathway for people would walk to for the marketplace. So as far as they're concerned, they're still walking to the markets. Okay, so have a look to see that maybe where these monks might have gone to market, which very very common, or maybe they would have gone to for specific rituals, to do maybe something to do with standing stones, or maybe something to do with a holy place, a holy well, something like that. And so there'd be reasons why that particular monk would have been seen in that particular place. I did find my comedy head coming on though when you said he was standing at the bus. Was that Harry Potter's spirit bus he was waiting on? Couldn't wait. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist, Buff. Couldn't resist. Sorry. Okay, so Sue says it's like he's stuck. First time I saw him, I did an emergency stop with my children in the car. Knowing you, Sue, there was a few choice words that came out as well. So next time you see him, talk to me in advance of you approaching him. I'll help you through it. Best thing to do, talk to me on Messenger, okay, and then send me a link to what information you find on this particular guy, and let's have a chat about what we could. Trudy says, my mom told me that when she passes, she's going to find me a nice man. Oh, bless her. Bless her. You're too picky. That's what the problem is. Okay, Lisa says, do spirits follow you if you move from to another location? Basically, can they attach to you? Well, that's two questions, and the answer is yes to both of them. Okay, do spirits follow you from one location to another? Yes, they can. Like for an example, if you lived in let's say you lived in your house, and our house in Ireland, where it was 350 years of experience and history of people who were born and crossed. My dad literally crossed feet from where he was born. So, but if everybody then left that house and moved to a new house, will those spirits follow you? Yes, is the answer. Okay, they won't, because there's nothing really, no reason why they have to stay at that particular venue. So they will follow you to the new house. Yes, indeedy, and it's all good, good and strong. But if you're talking about an attachment, which is something completely different, like for example, if you're out doing paranormal investigations and you're not out with an experienced group or somebody who knows what they're doing, an attachment can happen. Okay, so my advice to you guys is this: if you're going out in paranormal investigations, which are fantastic fun, I love it, absolutely love it, then the go out with a team who know what they're doing, okay, and they know about protection and know how to filter protection when you finish. So being very much aware of saying thank you very much to all of the spirits who came to speak to us tonight. We wish you all the very best. We don't want you following us home. Please don't follow us home, and remain here, and we'll hopefully see you again. Thank you very much. And be very gracious and very conscious that you're being gracious, but being very conscious that you're saying you will not follow me home. And those are people, all of the people who came out with me when I was doing my paranormal investigations never were bothered, because I did a ritual of protection, a ritual cleansing at the end of each event, and the cloak of protection and prayer around each one of the guys. All went home happy, great night experience, and no one was ever bothered. So they can follow you, especially family will follow you. However, if you're on, for example, an investigation or in an area where, like for example, Sue, if Sue was this guy could follow Sue home. He hasn't obviously, but he could. But he could follow anybody on that road home, but he hasn't. But you can be very distinct and say, I don't want you doing this. Okay, let me help you cross to where you should be, but you will not bother me and follow me home. Okay. So great question, by the way, Lisa. Thank you for asking. Would you believe that we're already through the first hour? It just rockets. Now I want to invite some of you guys to come on and talk to me. All right, I want to invite you to come over here. Um, oh, bless your heart. Love you too. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dawn says, I went on an investigation to Bodley Manor. For days afterwards, I kept hearing the same name over and over and over. So I Googled it, and it was a lady from the next investigation location. Oh, wow. There you go. Share. Tell me what it's all about. Um, it is the worst thing to lose a child, says Kay. I'm pretty sure my dad came from my daughter. That is, but I mean, as much as it's nice to know that it's not doesn't make the situation any easier, does it? Now, first of all, I want to say hi to Facebook user who's just come in and said hi. I can't say who you are. I'm so sorry. Um, my advice to you is zip across to YouTube. Come out of Facebook, go onto YouTube. In the search bar, type my name, Paul Francis Medium, and it'll bring you straight back to the show. Okay, and come right back here, and I'll be able to see who you are. So, but thank you for being here, nonetheless. Thank you. Yeah. So, Jules says, "Yeah, I saw The Office. Cool." Um, I'm just thinking, is there a new version of that comedy show, The Office, coming out, starring Faye and Roger? Interesting. We're so excited about you. Were so excited about your office. I saw you, and it's like you're looking so cool sitting there in your desk. I was like, oh my god, this looks great. It looks fantastic. Now, here's the thing, Faye. Okay, I want you to go and choose the art, the spiritual art that goes up on the walls, because Roger. Anyway, so I can hear him going, "Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks very much." Trudy, listen, darling, you are going to get a beautiful guy who will look after you. Okay, that's absolute. Sue says, I couldn't sleep last night, so watched Roger Fay till around 2 o'clock this morning. I say hi to Roger and would I says to Roger, I would are you going to tell him that you were watching me? Okay, cool. Well, that's great. If you're here in the UK and you get nights of insomnia, which I do. I actually do get nights of insomnia, so much to the point that I actually had to go to the doctor and get medication to help me get back to sleep. But what a great way to while away those hours. Watch Latino Psychic Visions on a Saturday night. Well, for us, it's Saturday morning, about 1, 2, 3 in the mornings. But hey, why not? If you're awake and you can't sleep, why not join in? Angela McKendrick says, "Hey, Paul, good to see you." Angela, it's good to see you too. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Kay says, had the previous owner of the house pound on the bed frame one night, scared the crap. How do you know it was the previous owner of the house? That's my question. Tia says, "Hey, I'm sorry I'm late." You're not late. Thank you for making the effort to be here. I don't care how late in the show, how long the show's been going. That you go, hey, thank you for being here. I very much appreciate that. Trudy's got her. See, Trudy is my kind of like, listen, idiot, pay attention. You said you were going to do this. You're going to explain the difference between ghosts and spirits. We're waiting. Idiot. Okay, Trudy, I'm sorry. Differences between ghosts and spirits are as follows. You're watching me on uprnradio.com, and you're also watching me on Roku TV. For all of you listening to us tonight on FM, you're listening to us on 105.3, right up to 107.7 FM, which is coming to you live from the very beautiful New Orleans. To everybody listening to us live and around the world, welcome to tonight's show. You're listening to Spirit Quest Radio with Paul Francis, your host. And tonight we're discussing ghosts and spirits, but your experience is not mine. I will share some of mine later on. Trudy, my darling Trudy, who has been one of my closest friends for the last 9 years, has said to me, tell the difference between ghosts and spirits, and they are as follows. Okay, ghosts. What Sue, our dear darling Sue Vinicombe, is experiencing, I believe, is a ghost. Okay, now, the reason that is she's seeing the same guy in the same place doing the same thing on a constant repetitive, okay, on a constant repeat. So it's a ghost is more like a caption or a videotape of time that will continue to happen whether anybody's there or not. So it's gonna if you put your video player on continuous loop, that movie will happen whether anybody watches it or not. Okay. So a ghost is more of energy that is on in a loop. Okay. So that guy will walk across that road constantly whether anybody sees it or not. Now that's a ghost. you will interact with him because you'll look at that and go skidding up the road in your car like our Sue did. However, he will not interact with you. That's the difference. Okay, so he's just a video capture or energy replay. Spirits completely different. Okay, now spirit is energy again, very similar to ghosts. However, a spirit energy has conscious and is conscious and is also intelligent. Okay, so you will interact with a spirit and a spirit will interact with you. That is the difference between a ghost and a spirit. One interacts with you, one doesn't. Both are energy, but one has conscious. It's got conscious, so it has intelligence enough to respond to your being there. That's the difference between ghosts and spirits in a nutshell. All right. Lynn Fern says, my hairdresser, who believes, by the way, told me. I love that. Oh, I love it. My hairdresser, who believes, by the way, it's like it's like being in a secret society, that her mom's house, which is very old, feels horrible and cold. Her mom is frightened to live there now. Well, okay, I'm not going to knock that because people who don't understand what's around them can be frightened, and this is why I'm saying that our friends and family who are on the other side of life, they will make tiny little efforts to let you know they're around you, because if they come in full guns blazing, they'll scare the life out of you, and they don't want to do that. Okay, so in her situation is a sitting down of her mom and saying, okay, let's discuss what it is you're frightened of. Okay, what has happened to make you scared, and then eliminate the fear, because that's only what they have over us. Really, is the fear of the unknown. That's it. That's the only fear they got. So once you eliminate that, then the interaction with spirit becomes that much more gentle. Right. Okay. Tina says, with the things I see, my sister was okay. Let's read that again because things are moving and I'm sort of my eyes are flipping from one thing to another. With the things I see, did my sister? With the things I did see, my sister was there as well as a bed, beside one in my bedroom. I was not too sure to be scared or not. It's kind of I acted like it didn't. Okay, so basically, the things I did see, my sister was there as well, and you both saw them in the side of your bedroom, and you didn't know how to react to that, so you kind of acted like it didn't happen. Now that's funny because my brother and I used to see something standing in the corner as well. Okay, and so you're looking at two lads, I don't know, maybe 4 and 6 or 6 and 8. Okay, and we're lying in our beds at night and we're like looking over in the corner and you're thinking, there's somebody standing in that corner, can you see it? And they're like, oh my god, yeah. And so group paranoia ensues. But it was later on when I trained to be a professional medium, I realized that that person in the corner who was there was actually my guide. She said, yes, I was the one standing in the corner of the room. Wow. My sister is Lisa Cantu in Michigan, in the house. She's in the house. So Tina and Lisa, they're both ghost seers. Well done. Can spirits attach to an object? I'm told yes. Do I believe that? I have trouble. I'm not in a position to say yes or no. I'm in a position to tell you how I feel. Okay, that's different. That doesn't make me right. But I can't see why a spirit who now understands the true meaning of life, who's left this physical world, gone across to the other side of life, interacted with its loved ones, interacted with angels and the greater levels, for if you want to use it, the word God, or Great Spirit, or whatever your personal belief system is, would want to be attached to an object. I just don't get it. However, energy is attached to an object. That's different. There is a type of reading called psychometry, where a psychic will hold an object and they will get an energy read from the object. Because if you hold, I mean, for an example, okay, you've got rings in your hand, okay? In 100 years' time, and that ring is passed across to a psychic and he holds it in that hand, he will get a connection to your energy, to the energy you've imprinted on that object. So that can be the case. Very often, energy is imprinted on objects or places, and that's where psychics and mediums pick it up. Now, this is where you guys pick it up, right? You walk into a house and you could get a feeling of, oh, I feel like I've come home. I've got, oh my God, it's making me feel wonderful. I feel so relaxed here. That's the energy of that room. Alrighty. Or you walk into the room and you feel, there's something creepy about this place. I just don't like that. That's the energy of the room. Okay. But if you have my book, The Safe Way, you will see many, many ways of how to change that energy. Okay. Energy can be changed. It's like changing the oil in your car. For those of you guys who have come across onto YouTube tonight for the first time, first of all, thank you. Second of all, please subscribe. Make sure you click that subscribe button and hit that little bell icon so that we'll tell you when we're going to be coming on live again. Okay, so subscribe, hit the bell icon. But here's the next part: like the video, like. Hit likes on all of those videos. Smash that like button and share the show. Get it out there. Share it with your friends and family, but especially share it with your groups and get them to come in and be a part. Nobody here is judgmental, okay? People can talk to me. I will give them my honest opinion, but I'll be able to tell you what I know is truth and what I know is not truth. But equally, if something like, for example, I just shared with you, my personal feelings are this. Doesn't mean I'm right, wrong, or indifferent. But I know energy is attached to an object. I'm not convinced the spirit is, but that's me. Mona Shipley is in the house. Mona, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Both my daughter and I saw my son standing in the living room a day after he passed away. We both jumped out of our sleep and saw him. Oh, wow. Wow, Tony. How cool for you to be able to interact with your son. It's not uncommon. Very often, like a dad will be seen sitting in a chair, or a mom will be seen sitting in her favorite chair, and they can let you know that they're around by having what's referred to as a quick visit. Again, once again, it's very gentle because they don't want to scare you. So it's very, very gentle. But if you've managed to get that experience in Tony, how amazing. How amazing. And to share it um, with your daughter. Wow. You've no idea how many people would love to be able to experience that. Okay. There is another way that they can interact with you all. They can interact with you through the dream state. That is called a visitation. All right. So spirits and not ghost spirits, your spirit, usually the spirits of your family, can interact through a dream state in theta. Okay, you got alpha, beta, theta. Alpha is where we are right now. We're all awake, alert, and understanding. Beta is that place where you are down almost into sleep, but you're in that place where you can be hypnotized. That's beta. Theta is when you're gone. Now, theta is where your energies are more pliable, shall we say, and your spirit family can interact with that level of energy, and it can come through to you and referred to as a dream, but the correct terminology is a visitation. The difference between a dream and a visitation is this. First of all, a dream is your conscious and your subconscious getting together with all of the information that you've encountered through that day, the day before, maybe the day before that. And out of that comes a weird little dream, you know? 99.9% of the time, you'll forget it. It'll be gone out your head. A visitation is completely different. A visitation is all about what is happening between you and that spirit energy. You'll remember everything about it. You'll remember where you were, what happened, what you spoke of, what you were wearing, what you thought, what you felt, what they were trying to do, how they reacted to you as much as you reacted to them. And that is referred to as a visitation. That is a direct contact with someone that you love in spirit. And that is worth 1,000 readings, trust me. Okay. Now, he says, sitting up straight to stretch his back. One more time, just to let you know that I'm coming to you live on 105.3 and 107.7 FM from the beautiful New Orleans. Coming to you on uprn.com, United Public Radio Network. You're listening to us here tonight on Thursday, the 2nd of March, and it's already 10:15. So that means I've got literally 30 minutes left. Let's get some more chatting going on here. Kay says I got to run for now. That's a bit of a shame because I wanted you to come on the show. But I'll see you on Monday. All right. Don't forget, guys, you have Roger and Faye's show this coming Saturday. This mug's for you, 10:30 in the morning in U.S. time. I can't remember Central Standard Time, 10:30 in the morning. But here in the UK, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. So off you go there. Let's have a look at Renee has shared with me 20 plus years ago. Myself and a bunch of my friends were all moving into a house together. People told us that the house is haunted, and you laugh it off. But oh, was it haunted? She says. We saw shadow figures, shadows on the ceilings, doors. Uh, so, being a bunch of young kids, we decided to communicate with them and started doing seances. Okay, we got a lot of activity that way, and it was that time I realized I could be sitting across the room from a Ouija board, meters away from my thoughts. Right, okay. Renee, you're in that long line of people. Okay, there's lots and lots and lots of people have all tried that. Listen, spirit boards are not dangerous. Okay, if they're done correctly. If you basically go through the ritual, the sequence of opening and closing and protecting, you won't have any problems. Okay. It's those people who don't know what they're doing and mess with an area of business they shouldn't be messing with is when they open I hesitate to use the word portals. I don't like that word and I don't believe in it. But they open up connections and energies to come through and they don't close it down. And that's where it gets all kafooey and goes sort of backwards on itself. Seances are very similar. You're drawing forward the energy. You're not necessarily opening a portal for an energy to come through, because if you're dealing with a seance, it's energies that are already there. That's the difference. Okay. But nobody, nobody should mess in this area of business without having any kind of training or having somebody there who knows what they're doing. Okay. But Renee, thank you for sharing that, my darling. Would love to know what you kind of interacted with. Um, Seeing shadow figures, well, at the end of the day, everybody who catches something peripherally, that'll be a shadow figure. Okay. So I don't really buy into that big thing too, shall we say, too greatly, because energies have got to try and get your attention, and it takes an immense amount of energy to get your attention. Okay. So very often they can only just manifest to the point of maybe a shape. And you hear all these idiots on these paranormal investigation groups said, "Oh, it's shadow figures and they're horrible," and like, oh, no, they're not. Okay. Big question: why do demons only appear in America? Hmm. Anyway, so my advice basically is, if you want to experience a séance, if you want to experience Ouija boards, fine, not a problem. Just do it with someone who's qualified. Do it with somebody who has experience and knows what they're doing, and you will have an amazing night, and you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine as long as you follow proper protocol. As prayer to begin with, only dealing with the highest possible level of energies. Prayer, closing, and protection at the end. Okay, prayer and protection to begin with. I'll say it again. Prayer, protection, begin. Only deal with the highest possible level of energies, those of a highest and noble intent. Close, prayer, protection, good night. Thank you. Elvis has left the building. Okay, she told me. Trudy's having a wee giggle to herself. Kelly McLaughlin's in the house. I have spirits at my job. Kelly, go on, get some video going. Okay, get the video going. Get your cell phone on, get it on the video mode, switch all the lights off. Just have the light on your cell phone and get some video going. I want to hear all about it. Molly Shipley says, I would hear the stairs creak and the cushions beside me depressed and not the cushions weren't sad. What she means by depressed as they so like somebody sat on them. They depressed, okay? They weren't sad, they just depressed. It took my family 5 years after someone unrelated told me the same story. So mm, I'm a big believer in the feet being on the ground, okay, and I'm a big believer in um, everybody, including this guy, should remain skeptical. Okay, cynical different, skeptical. Skeptical means you need you're more proof, but you're open to believing. That's skepticism. Cynicism means you won't believe it even if your mother stands in front of your face and goes, "It's me." Those are cynics. Cynics just have no beat of life. Okay, they have no time for cynics. I have even thrown cynics out of my events and shows. But I tell everybody to remain skeptical because not everything that goes bang or bump or thump or creak in the night is a ghost. Sometimes it's just the house settling after being a hot day or a cold day. Okay. Sometimes it's just the pipes coming back into order. Sometimes it is an electrical fault. Sometimes it is a water or gas buildup fault. Sometimes it's just nothing to do with spirit at all. Okay. But I'm a big believer in if you eliminate what it might be, you're left with what it could be. And that is when you start. So, really go into all situations normal first, then paranormal. A lot of people want to jump straight into paranormal, and that's not the way to do things, okay? Because you find you just waste a lot of your time. So, normal first, then paranormal, not paranormal first. But Mona, being, stairs creaking is a very, very common one. But and I would say, me personally, me would say, what time of the day was that? Was it the time of the day when the sun was going down and the house was resettling again, creaking? Could be something to do with that. But the very fact that you then said that the cushion beside you was depressing, that is a definite yes. You have energy around you. Very likely not going to hurt you. 99.999999999% not going to hurt you. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I'm reading here. Most my greatest joy is now that they actually come back to me and fell on his knees, begging for forgiveness. Oh, I don't know what the heck that's all about. Okay. Lynn, Beatrice. Okay. Oh, we got another idiot jumping in here. So we got Beatrice Sarah Benedict, who is about as psychic as a tube. About as psychic as a sponge. All right, I'm talking about the sponge that you would cut into, with jam and cream. I wouldn't go anywhere near this idiot. All right, and in fact, I'd really love you guys to report her to Facebook as being fraudulent. Paul Tina says, "Thank you so much for sharing all of your insights with us. I appreciate your treat, Tina. It's an absolute pleasure, absolute total pleasure." Uh, okay, let's have a look. Please don't waste your time with this Beatrice Sarah Benedict. She's about as psychic as a cup of tea. Um, Sue says, yes, I think so, as it's like a movie, exactly the same place. He comes over the barrier and disappears in the same place. That's a ghost, my darling. That's a ghost. But the next time you're in the area, see if you can try and record it. Be interesting. Try and record it. And please report that idiot, Beatrice Sarah Benedict, for me, guys. And let's just get rid of these tubes. Jackie says, "Hi, just getting back from cheering at the church. Good on you, girl. I hope you had a great night. Welcome to the show." Um, Chelsea says, "Hi." Well, Chelsea, hi. First and foremost, I'll never forget when my nan passed. She was my best friend. I can completely comply with that. And I dreamt I was in my younger bedroom and called for my nan. I ran downstairs and there she was. I was sobbing in my sleep as we hugged. That is a visitation. Okay. The very fact that you can remember everything to the absolute degree, your feelings, your emotions, and what you did, that's a visitation, Chelsea. My darling sweetheart, thank you for sharing that. Thank you very much for sharing that. That's amazing. And that was a direct connection between you and your beautiful Nan. Okay, and she can do it again. She can do it again. I can also assure you, with my hand over my heart, that she will be watching over you. All right. Um. Right. Let's see what Lynn just saw. I just saw Lynn and the word Archie. Wow. Your show is on again. Archie's booklet has just flown off my shelf. It only happens when you're on screen. I can hear his voice and watching you as he used to do. Bless his little heart, little Archie. Sue says, "How do I order your books, please, Paul?" Well, the best place to do it is via my website. In fact, what I should do is bring up a banner with my website on it. There we go. Audio copies of the Safeway by going to my website direct, which is www.paulfrancis111.com. I don't know why we say www anymore because every website starts with that. So basically, it's paulfrancis111.com. And if you go on there, you will be able to see links as to how to order my book. If you're finding it difficult, you can order my book through Amazon, my books. But here's the thing: there's somebody else out there who was using my name. The difference between my books and that other person's books is you'll always see my ugly mug on the book. If you're going to order the Safeway, everybody, then only order the Safeway Deluxe, the one that came out recently. That is the third and final level of that book. I did 3 levels of the book. You'll see the one in black, and it'll say the Safeway Deluxe. Order that one. That's the one that's full of all the information. Okay, and that was the final sort of style that one's coming out. My secondary book, the one that's out again, is called A Little Book of Quick Wisdom. Order them both, and they're really good gifts as well. I'm trying to set something up where I can get some to Roger and Faye for sale in their shop in their office. Okay, and if I can sort it out, I'll get them signed as well. I'm not too sure whether I can or not, but I'll get them signed. Okay. Woo. But Sue, thank you for asking, my darling. Thank you so very much. Renee says that there was fingers, three huge figures standing at the end of my bed. I don't mess with that stuff, night. Yeah, that's not a good place to go. Okay. If you go to my YouTube channel, there's a couple of videos and there's a couple of meditations. One's called The Clearing. Go and practice that. Go and listen to it. It's a meditation that I've given to everybody free of charge, and it's called The Clearing. Follow that and do that once a week for a little while, and I promise you won't have any issues. Alrighty. Right. Lynn Fern. That must be your personal. Okay. Right, we're up to scratch on that. So don't forget, you guys, it's now 10:30. So we're getting close. I wanted to share a couple of instances where I've interacted with ghost energies, and basically it's just some amazing stuff. So one was not too long ago when I was doing an investigation at a pub. Okay, and first and foremost, my secretary at that time, my PA, Barbara Babs, beautiful Babs, lovely, an amazing human being. Um, I'd love that Babs to be still part of the team, but she's not very well. So, anyway, Babs was my PA, and we went and we were doing this investigation. We were asked to come to this place and do an investigation, and we were, I set up the investigation, done a base reading, check different things at different places, and taught everybody what to do and so on and so forth. And then I was upstairs and I was teaching everybody how to do what's called glass work. And then one of the gentlemen who'd passed away, who was known to everybody in the pub, was the chef. And I said, well, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get an object that would be solely related to that particular person, basically an object that that person would use on a daily basis while he was here and while he was a chef. So I got one of those lighter guns that you use to light the gas when you're going to cook, and I put it onto a piece of clear A4 paper, and I drew around it so the object is inside its own outline on the paper. Okay, so I said to everybody, right, we're going to do what's referred to as a lock off. So we locked off that part of the pub, and the door was locked, and no one was allowed in. And we went off and did a few bits and pieces more. So the owner of the pub went out the back. We had a little bit of a break. The owner of the pub and I went out the back, and we were talking about, and I just kept seeing this vision of this huge white horse and this guy, but he was kind of looked like a knight, but he wasn't like a knight. He had other different things on him, and he had like a lion on him. Anyway, I saw this guy, and he was trying to hide. So I said, "Listen, I got a funny suspicion that royalty was here, and they were hiding for some reason." And the guy who owned the pub was like, "Okay, whatever, mate, you know." And I'm telling you, I'm seeing this huge white horse, and this guy's on it, but he wants to hide. He really, really wants to hide. And so once again, the guy looked at me like I had four heads and went, "Hey, okay." So we carried on with the rest of the event. These other people came in, and about, I don't know, 45 minutes after we had restarted, I get called, "Paul, I need to talk to you." It was the guy who owned the pub. And I said, "Yeah, sure." So I went up to the bar, and he said, "You're not going to believe this." He said, "This guy here is the local historian." I said, "Yeah, all right. How are you?" He said, "How are you?" He said, "How did you know this information?" I said, "What are we talking about?" He said, "The horse and the royalty." I said, "I was just out the back out there, and I just saw him, like in a vision, saw him." And he went, "You're absolutely spot on." He said, "The king hid here from the Roundheads when they were out. Cromwell was trying to take over the country. The king was down here, and he and his bodyguards hid here." I was like, "Oh wow!" So he showed himself to me as a flash, as a spirit. So anyway, we go back upstairs to the lock-off room, and we go over and check what's called the trigger object. And not only had it moved out of its space, so we had an A4 sheet of paper, it was laid on it and drew around it, so we knew where the outline was. It was off the A4 paper completely. Okay, so the chap who was the chef was letting us all know he was there. So that was a kind of a double-edged sword there. There's been other ones they were where we were actually frozen and we couldn't move, literally could not move our legs. In fact, in that Cross Keys pub, Barbara couldn't move. She was like trying to, come here, like that. So I went over to her, "What's the matter?" And she goes, "I can't move my feet." And I put my hand down, and boop, and her feet just released. She was like, oh my God, I can move." Same thing happened to us when we were at Baldu Church. Now, some of you guys here in the Southwest will know what I mean by Baldu Church. And there was a lot of energy there, a lot of okay energy, but there was a couple of bits of okay energy. And we were standing against a gate into that was going into a graveyard. And as we turned to kind of walk away, there was two of us, with myself and another chap to my side, and neither of us could move our feet. Our feet felt like they were just planted, like we'd stood in concrete, and the concrete had hardened. We couldn't move our feet. So I said, "Right, okay." Both of us were panicking a bit, and I went, "Okay, this is not gonna. This center, breathe, draw in our guides, draw in our angels." Boom, and both of our feet just let go. And I promise you, with my hand of my heart, my right hand in the air, that happened. Okay. Faye says, "We'd love to sell your books. Can't wait to get that. I'll get that. I'll work on how I can get that to you. Okay. Chelsea says, I'd love to see her. Okay, let's bring that up because I can find it easier to see up there. Chelsea says, I'd love to see her looking over us with our new dog. I can hear her voice in my head. My new couch, he's eating my curtains. Yes, that's how they talk to you. You can hear it in in your voice, in your mind. He's running wild like a mad yolk. That's the way to do it, Chels. And you can hear her in your mind's eye and in your heart and in the feelings you're getting around. But it sounds to me that you've got a great connection there, my darling. It really sounds to me like you've got a fantastic connection. Malik is in the room. Malik, hi. Welcome to the show. Lovely to see you. We have 20 minutes left to go. So you guys want to ask me some questions, fire away. We've only got 20 minutes left. I can't believe that. That's an hour and 40 minutes. Phew, gone. Great show. Don't forget, I will be back again on Monday, but you have Roger and Faye this coming Saturday. Don't miss that. And don't forget, you've got the guys in the team here. We have some excellent shows on this channel. Do not miss it. Stay glued into uprn.com, especially Michelle and Amelia's show. Don't forget to watch that. And support all these guys. Support us, because with your support, we're able to keep this going. Without your support, it'll fold. So come on, you guys. Get stuck in there. Sue says, thank you. Sue, you are always welcome. I tried taking a 12-stone Rottweiler into the Baldu graveyard. Dawn knows what I'm talking about. On Halloween, he went, no, it's not happening. Lots of unmarked and paupers graves in Baldu. Yes, indeedy, there's all of that, but there's also the fact that in Baldu Church, they actually performed the Black Mass. Some guys broke into it and performed the Black Mass. Gosh. Malik SB, I'm feeling flat after a day at work today. Any guidance, please? Well, do you know what? That's not tonight's show topic, but I'll give you a bit of advice. All right. Just sit comfortably in your chair, lean your head back, and close your eyes. Okay. Now, I'm not just talking to Malik SB here, but everybody. So sit in your chair, your comfortable chair, loosen your clothing, kick off your shoes, put your feet on the ground, and lean your head back and just relax. Just breathe. Right. And let all of the day's aches and pains just float away. Breathe in and out. And if you can have some music going before you sit down, some nice, gentle, melodic, spa type music. Then imagine the best shower you've experienced. So remember, the water was perfect, the temperature was perfect. And just imagine that water flowing all over you, head to toe. And as it passes all the way over you, it's pulling away from you all of the stresses, the aches and pains, the worries, and just let it all flow away with this water. Now, as you feel that you're getting better and all of the stress is being washed away, imagine you can see droplets of gold in this water now. Now, this gold is starting to replenish, it's starting to replace all that stress, all that lost and unused and unhelpful, not unused, unhelpful energy. I just see it replacing and filling you and glowing you and starting to form around you like a form of protection. Okay? Starts to create an orb, a globe around you until you're inside this globe. The outside of the globe is silver, the inside is gold. So it's energizing you, protecting you, replacing lost energy, getting rid of aches and pains and stresses and healing. And the outside being silver reflects away all negative energies. So you're getting absolutely and totally your own personal spa. And that is called the shower of gold. Give it a go. Dawn, we're going to have to go and do that. You're going to have to become part of the paranormal investigation. You're going to have to become part of Paraghost and check in with just seeing Malik just put up a I feel disconnected from my job. Well, you gotta figure that one out for yourself, my angel. Um, so Dawn, you have to check in with Trudy, especially down here because you don't live too far from Trudy. You live in Truro. Trudy lives in Mavagizzy, and we're putting Paraghost back on the map again. So let's get that going. Give her a shout. Anybody else in the Southwest who wants to be part of Paraghost, then you need to contact me. Message me privately or message Trudy and tell us when and where you want to be, and we will start putting the team back together again. Alrighty. So we are nearly out of time, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope you've had a fantastic day today, and remember, just to finish this off, just for Malik, she said, "I feel disconnected from my job." It's not about, you can choose and change your feelings. That's down to you. No one makes you feel one way or the other. I cannot make you feel. You have to choose to feel. So choose to feel about the great things that happen to you. Choose to feel about the great experiences that you get every day. And don't focus on the negatives. Okay? Because when you focus on the negatives, they take over everything. But if you focus on the positives, they take over everything. All right, y'all? I'll be back on Monday with Reach Across. Make sure you're here. Please go out and bring 3 new people to the show. Go on, give that a go. That's my task for you for the weekend. Bring 3 new people to the show on Monday night, Reach Across Live at 8 p.m. here in the UK and 3 p.m. Eastern. Bring 3 new people in, bring them in via YouTube, get them subscribed, get them to hit the little bell icon, and get them to come and watch and be a part of the show. Each one of you, go and get just 3 people. If you get any more, great, but set your start at 3, and do that for me for next Monday night. You got between now and Monday to get 3 people to come and be part of the show. Alex says, I'm aware of that. Not asking for that. Thank you. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, man. I don't understand what that statement was at all. As always, it's a pleasure listening to you, to your show. Have a fantastic weekend. I can be absolutely fine, and make sure that Malik, you need to just relax. Do what I said to you about that meditation, and let your negative energies go. Alrighty, just do that. Lisa, it's a pleasure. It's my pleasure for you being here. I appreciate that very, very much. Okay, this doesn't happen without you guys, and otherwise I'll just be an Irishman sitting here talking to a microphone, talking to himself. So I do my best to help people all over the world. I do my best to. When my day comes that I do have to go home, I'm not going to hurry to get there. Trust me, but I want to go leaving people maybe better than I find them. Maybe when I'm standing up there in front of the big guy and he goes, "No, you did it right. You did your best to help your fellow man." That's what it's all about, right? That's what it's all about. So until I see you again, look out for each other. Make sure you communicate, appreciate, and validate everybody in your life, so a medium never has to do it for you. Okay? Take time out of your life every day just for you. Okay? Take time out every single day just for yourself. Be aware of what you have. Be aware of what you're connected to. Be aware of what's literally in front of you. Okay, it's dead easy to get wrapped up in the rat race. But sometimes just step outside in the sun, take a long, deep breath of the air, and center yourself and be aware of how good you are, how amazing you are. Okay? Maybe have a wee look at what you're able to do for other people. Loretta says, "Sorry I missed this show, but I will rewatch. Please rewatch. I'm sure you'll have a great time doing it, Loretta, but thank you for being here nonetheless." So I'm telling everybody, go out there, find 3 people, bring them to the show on Monday night. See you all at 8 p.m. here, UK time, and that's 3 p.m. Eastern. And until then, look out for each other. Have a great time. Have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Alrighty? So good night. God bless.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Fika. Oh, it's not working. Okay, excuse me, everyone. My go live, but no, well, there's nobody there because it's not going live. Oh, hello, everyone, and welcome to Fika. We had a little mishap there with my go live button, but I've got it all worked out. So I'm live now, and there's 3 of you out there, so fantastic. Thanks for sticking with it. Today's guest is Janice J. Richardson. She's an author who was inspired by her experience as a funeral director to write The Making of a Funeral Director and her cozy mystery series, The Spencer Funeral Home Niagara Cozy Mystery Series, which has been acquired for television development. She was also inspired by her experience as a special needs mom, as well as being on several advisory committees for special needs to write Fading Expectations. But as much as she has been inspired by her experiences, Janice has inspired other writers and aspiring authors, much more, including myself. She's always there with a pat on the back or a helpful hint or whatever is needed. And what she thought I needed this week was to learn about the light and fluffy subgenre, which brings us to her series that is in editing at the moment. I haven't even had a sneak peek at it. So, the Sam series, which would fall under women's literature as a genre, but the light and fluffy subgenre as well. And now that I have learned about it, I'm excited about it and I really want to talk about it. So we'll be doing that later. I met Janice. Janice was my first cold invitation to Fika. And when I say cold, I don't mean distance and standoffish. At least I hope it wasn't. I was hoping it was warm and inviting, but that I didn't know her and she didn't know me. So I had read several of her cozy mysteries, and I thought, I want to talk to this woman. And so I dashed off a quick message. She dashed back a quick yes. And since it was only my second interview, I was very nervous. She was nervous, not having done very many interviews. And so we bonded, and we're still bonding today, which is kind of unfortunate in a way because Janice knows my secrets. But should any of them slip, I know her secrets as well. So, with that content warning, Janice, welcome to Fika.
Thank you very much for having me. We've come a long way, Vicki.
Oh, we have, and now things keep whatever this problem is. Remove this. Okay, I'm removing it, and I'm exiting out. Oh, why is it? Okay, it's gone, and we're going to ignore it. Why is this happening today? Okay, I'm going to put the comments up now. Hopefully that will stop anything else from happening. We have come a long way, and you were already in the process of writing Fading Expectations when I met you. We had just gone through the mysteries, and you started on Fading Expectations. Now, can you tell us a little bit about that story and why you wanted to write it so much?
Fading Expectations is the story of two special needs mothers who meet and bond, both of them very isolated in their caretaking. Having been a special needs parent for over 20 years, first with my daughter and then with a granddaughter, I wasn't able to take the other children that she had, but they've moved into safe homes. One has since died. He was only 19, but that's considering the syndrome that we had. They have Coffin Lowry, which was the first family in Canada with it. I had gone through two child rearing stages with special needs children. I'd lost jobs, I lost my career, I lost my health, but they came first. Always they came first. And it was a tough time. But when you're in it, you do it, and you don't know. So when I finally had, due to health issues, I was approached by Community Living and Children's Aid, and they said, okay, time for you to move on. We'll take care of them from now on. And they placed them with my other daughter. I moved down here, and I was lost. I was so lost. And one day I just sat down and I started writing the funeral home series, and immediately started working on Fading Expectations, because it's a story that, unless you've been through it, I don't think a lot of people can fully understand what special needs parents go through at certain levels. So that's how it all started. And it just, with the help of a really, really good editor, my regular editor, it was a 2 to 3 year project to get it just tweaked the right way. So that's basically it.
And I have often touted this as the book you were meant to write. And what I mean by meant is that doesn't mean people can't write other books. You've done your mystery series are very well, but it's the one that voice was inside of you that you needed to get out. And I think it took a lot out of you. Now, this isn't a memoir. It's a fiction work where you have these two imaginary mothers who are very real in the book. So can you tell us a little bit about their stories without giving out too much? Just,
Okay. Spoiler alerts. I don't mind doing spoiler alerts.
Well, don't do too many spoiler. I'll stop you. Just give the general, the back of the book. Just give the back of the book.
All right. We have two ladies. One is it's low income, basically. Her husband not comfortable with having adopted a special needs child leaves. She's on her own. She becomes increasingly isolated. The second lady is very well off, and she has a beautiful daughter, a very talented daughter, who is in a car accident and suffers a severe head injury. She, in turn, will not, at the advice of the neurosurgeons, will not let her daughter go. Now, the young mother the one mother that is not the particularly well off one is injured severely by her son, because as he grows, he becomes more violent.
Okay, don't
he's
tell
not
the
able to
whole
communicate.
story. Okay.
Okay.
So
Anyway, they end up in hospital. They meet each other, and it isn't quite happily ever after, but it's a book with an ending that has people making choices, which I didn't set out to do. It was an accident. I didn't realize until after the book was written that I had done that. And I actually like what I've done with that. I think people need to think for themselves and make their own choices and make their own decisions as to how it ended.
well, first of all, I love what you did with it. I
Thank
don't
you.
just like it. I'm hearting it on Facebook. But as well, you do point out that there are two, which is what I was thinking this morning when I was rewriting out my show notes. There's co do you see it as having co-protagonists, or do you think that one of the women pulls out more than the other, or that will be up to the reader? Because Janice, I think it's Joyce's book myself.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
a
I
Joyce
didn't see
person,
it
and
that way. Okay.
what's that?
I didn't see it that way, but you know what? She was my first character, and I endeared myself to her. Interesting. I'm glad you said that, because that helps me, just understanding it a little better.
I don't know. Well, everybody's going to be different. Someone else might
Mhm.
lean towards Olivia, right?
Right.
But I find that her story was more involving, or it could be that I just liked her as a character more than Olivia. Okay, so so you wrote it as a co-protagonist kind of thing, though.
I think I set out to do that. And I think you're right. Each reader sees it differently. Each reader comes not to a different conclusion, because basically there's only two conclusions at the end of the book. But I think most people do endear themselves to Joyce for some reason. I think we identify with her. We certainly didn't have Olivia's wealth. So I think it's easier to identify with Joyce, more down to earth and more like us.
Yeah, I think there's lots of more in-depth questions which we can't discuss without spoilers, so we will talk about it later. There's no one listening. So it is definitely a thinking book. Not necessarily it is not a light and fluffy book. It is possibly uncomfortable. And because of that, you felt that you wanted to put content warnings on the back of it. And so we wanted to discuss that a little bit.
Definitely. Now, I didn't realize until it was written, as I said, and published, that I had two endings. So when a reader came to me in a review that was ugly, it hit me. Wait a minute, I didn't set out to do this, but it's happened. I think I'm going to need to remediate it. So a content warning normally is used for abuse or animal cruelty or violence or suicide. So none of those quite fit that. Those are the sort of the top categories. But it's a safety valve, I feel, that for sensitive readers. And one learns to spot them in reviews. Like I said, I didn't like the ending. That's a good example that you maybe need to rethink your ending, or if it's in my case, put a content warning on the book. It's what you make it. I love a writer that leaves me with a cliffhanger, and then I have to make my own conclusions, because I feel like I'm part of it. So I did my best with that. Others see it as closure. With the content warning, they realize, okay, so this is what I'm thinking, but I'm safe now, because they did warn me and I did read the book, and that's how I see it.
And yes, I think that Okay, I just don't understand those people. Like, no, I understand people getting upset because they've had similar experience in something and it brings back memories. And much as I watched you go through as you were completing the writing of this, right? It takes a toll. So you definitely need to, you don't need, but I admire that you put a content warning on the back.
Thank you.
And it is becoming more and more popular. I was I was researching for your show, Janice. I was researching Janice, and it is becoming more popular, and I can see why. That aside, I'm going to go back to that. I don't, and I read the end of that book, and I can't see any other way that it would end. And I think it's important that we've gotten a little too involved in what writers do. You know, it's you get the story, you read the story. You may not like it, but that is the story. But you can't, as an author, please everybody. I mean, that's not going to happen. So you have to write your story and leave it within reason. I mean, we do not want any, well, you know, if you wanted to show a real villain, you would have him kick puppies, but we don't want protagonists
You
kicking
can't, and
puppies.
you cannot tell a reader what to think. They're going to think what they think.
Exactly.
And even it doesn't matter how many checks and balances you've got in place. They just have, if they have their own take, and that's probably why readers are so good at reading. They love their books, but sometimes they have to reach their own conclusions. So the content warning sort of gives them a heads up to say, okay, brace yourself, then make your own decisions.
And there's been some lashback on the content warnings. Some authors are not pleased with the idea of using them. We sort of cheated on this and we're brainstorming the other day of why an author, was it brainstorming or was it just going off? I don't know, but why an author would not want to use a warning label. And you know, we could only think of reasons why they would want to. So aside from just out of kindness for your readers and not wanting to take them any places they don't want to go, can you think for the author what would be a positive?
Well, let's put it this way. If we get content warning on movies, we get content warning on TV, how is that any different? There's a lot of books to film, and we're books that we maybe haven't read, we're watching as movies. They have a content warning. How is it any different?
Video games have content warnings.
Do they really? See, I don't play video games.
Yes, they have, like,
so, yeah.
Surprisingly enough, that would be a secret, Janice. I think you would get too angry.
Oh, if you knew what a klutz I was, I would lose every single game. I'd rather play solitaire. Thank you very much.
So no, it's true. It's out there. It's on everything. But as well, especially for indie writers, like if you have a Stephen King, people know what to expect from them. But as an indie writer, you're an unknown, and we want people to check out the unknown much more. So also, you are depending on reviews to get your algorithms out there, right? So if somebody gets the book and isn't expecting that, and they get trapped in whatever back memories or whatever, they're going to be frustrated, and that's going to come out in the review, and you don't want that. Also, I always think of the person who only has so much money left on their gift card from Christmas. You don't want them to spend the last of it on a book that they find difficult to read.
Exactly. I feel bad about that because I know what it's like. I'm in a position myself, you know, many of us are, where we just don't have a lot of money to put out on books, and I tend to go with a lot of free books, which is why I had first in series free, because it's not just to draw on new readers, it's to gives people something to read when they're not exactly in a position to spend a lot of money on a book. When they do, they should get their money's worth, and that's probably, and I say this carefully, that's probably another good reason to put a content warning when it's a bit iffy.
Exactly. It just protects you as an author as well with your audience. You don't want to frustrate the audience. They're very, very important.
No. It doesn't take much sometimes. You're always going to have that one reader. After
Oh.
all these years, you're going to have one or two readers that just, you can't win. But that's normal. That's life.
Because how dare you have your book end in a cliffhanger, Janice? Because that's never been done in the history of writing. And
Never. No, of course not. And I love, 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 love a good cliffhanger. I live for a good cliffhanger. But
I'm not
everybody does.
saying I love them, but they exist. So I'm not saying I haven't thrown the odd book, but I haven't thrown the odd author a bad review because of it either. So I'm in the middle there. Now back to the book itself. This book begins in the 80s. And so you forget how much the world has changed since the 80s. At one point, you say that Joyce was feeling behind her friends from high school because she wasn't having children yet. And she was 22 years old.
Correct.
So,
and that was the norm then, wasn't
yes, it was.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And so here is a 22-year-old who is supposed to cope without the information that we have now, without the internet, without the supports, without any of these things, having to be the best mom she can be for Evan. Now, things have gotten a bit brighter since then, have they not? For
I
services
would
for the
say that
mothers.
significantly, having raised my daughter and then moved into raising my granddaughter, it's like night and day. The services are there. And the services are often there now for the mom as well, or the parents, because it's an all-consuming 24-hour-a-day job for many parents with high needs children, and they need it. It's not an option, because I did in my day in the 80s. I ended up in hospital 2 or 3 times, and I hate to say it, I was on a psych ward and I was exhausted. And I had a fabulous doctor. He just put me in a private room and said, okay, you'll be out in about 6 weeks, sleep. And that's exactly what I did. I needed time to walk down by the water, and I needed time to just find myself again and find the energy to go back and keep going. So it's I just think we've come such a long, long way. And it seems too that the diagnoses are coming out more too. You're seeing more and more with children with diagnoses that weren't helped in that era, but now can be helped because of progress.
So in that way, the internet has helped getting information out there and people becoming, well, I think that many special needs moms that I know are the world's best advocates. They have learned grassroots, who to call, where to call. They have fought because they're fighting for their children. But that in turn ends up fighting for all the children in that situation. And so the needs in that have come a long way since the 80s. But those needs have to be, now the fight is to keep them there and keep that understanding of what is needed there, right?
And they could move forward. I remember I was asked to sit on the pilot project for the Special Education Advisory Committee for the school boards, and it started out in the area I was living in at the time. The special needs classrooms weren't there. The special needs teachers were just not, they just didn't have them. It spread quickly through the province. Things have made a lot of progress. I haven't got a problem. One of the things we did is the pendulum swung from here to here because we were trying to make it so that children could be integrated, but that doesn't always work. So they had to find a balance. And I think they finally came around, and I noticed it more in the 90s, that they were finally segregating certain children again so that they could have a school experience and not have to deal with. And then for the school assemblies, they would take that class in. They had one-on-one support, and they had all special needs individuals or parents trained to help. So that's important. So it's a blend. You find the happy medium, but it took a few years before we got it straight, I think.
No, I agree.
There, that's my
we learn. You learn as you go. We don't know all the answers, and there aren't all the answers.
Sometimes we think we do. I know all the answers.
I never do.
No, you would never.
Not about marketing a light and fluffy book. It makes a difference if someone calls it a silly and fluffy book, but we won't go there, will we, Janice? Okay. Susan is looking for some clarification. I'm just going to click on the question here. And about the content warnings. Does a murder mystery book need a content warning?
No.
But then, I mean, you wouldn't need a content warning for the murder. That would be none. But if it takes in some abusive type situations and that, you might want to put it. Once again, it's not cut and clear, Janice. You might want to put it in there.
I would think, though, that's a spoiler alert. I mean, mysteries and thrillers and some of that is very it can be very graphic.
But it doesn't like, okay, you know there's going to be a murder. So if you're squeamish about murders, you don't go to a murder.
You don't want to read the
book. You just want to read the book. But if the book were to, now boys and girls, we are not arguing, we are discussing and brainstorming. So that is what a discussion is. I will love Janice after this, and hopefully Janice will still love me.
Of course.
No, I'm just thinking in cases where, there's I don't even want to say it, but there's someone being held hostage, and
that's okay,
and something like that. So I think we're looking at more, not your usual, just not murders or battle scenes or anything not death itself. Death itself is not, but just those things that I don't even want to bring up.
No, I actually think you're right. I think the majority of particularly cozies, which are huge, that's one of the biggest genres, they don't seem to need them. But when you get into some of the raw stuff, maybe. I would think that if it's warranted, it should be there, just for sensitive viewers that might find it difficult.
Now, for you, Susan, your novella thriller, would it need warning?
I just read Susan's novella thriller, and I have to admit, it is fabulous.
It is very,
well done,
very
Susan.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll make bye, Susan, and Brian from the comments is here, and I haven't read it yet. I should have read it before I put it. Yes, Fading Expectations can be called a difficult book for a reader because it packs a tremendous emotional punch regarding a topic few people know about, but it certainly helps to raise awareness. And yes, it does. We need books like this to, I'm going to speak for you, Janice. We need books like this. We need Janice's books so that you can learn about things, because books do bring empathy. So when we're living it through a character, we're feeling their feelings and bringing it more home to us. That's how I felt you did, Janice. Now you can talk.
Thank you. And there's nothing worse. And one of the hardest parts of special needs parenting is the isolation. So they raise awareness. If that's what this book does, then thank you, Brian. I am very grateful for you to say that, because having read it, you would understand. And I truly appreciate that, because it's important that people really grasp what families in that situation go through. Our school system has done a relatively good job in this province, I would say.
And also the understanding that some people do not have control of their actions, and so you can't immediately decide they're doing things for a specific reason, right? So misunderstandings can lead to dangerous situations for special needs individuals, and we don't want that to happen. Now, Susan has both laughed at us, and I think that's a laugh. Yes, it's a laugh. And she has sent heart eyes towards us. So we have all the emotions from Susan today. Okay. So yes, the needs are growing, and we need them to balance. It's always about balance with everything, Janice, right?
Oh, sometimes unbalanced can be fun.
We're saving that for the light and fluffy.
Okay.
Not that I haven't read it yet, so I don't know if you were unbalanced. I don't remember you being unbalanced while writing it. Okay, those were different times while you were writing that book, which is why the light and fluffy is necessary. Also, it shows that sometimes as a writer, you have to do something completely different after fading expectations. But like fading expectations just drew you completely out and
sucked the life out of me. It did. I didn't write for a long time, and it's still a challenge. So, Sam, the new series, I love Fluffy, only because I needed Fluffy to write, and it's
okay. Let's go there. Let's go into the light and fluffy now. So, the other day, while I was saying, what genre am I putting Sam? First of all, tell us a little bit about Sam, Janice. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Okay. Sam is a 65-year-old lady in a small town. She's a volunteer. Her husband has left her, of course. She's happy. She has a best friend who's single as well. They're the only two single ladies. They do big sales. They do everything for people, and she's very content. And she has a cat, of course. In every book, there's a cat. So that I've written, it has to be cats. So it's just a thing. She, at the request or a suggestion of one of the store clerks, when she stops to get milk to bake the cookies for the bake sale for the next day, and she knows the clerk well, she said, "Did you get your ticket?" She said, "Oh, I don't usually buy them." And she said, "Oh, it's 53 million." So she buys a ticket, and the rest is history. The fact that it's not easy for her. It's not simple. And she has 3 books to go through before she finally comes to peace with the fact that she is not the person she was, and she will never be able to go back. So, but I had fun with them the whole time. I got them into all kinds of, she and a friend, Dolores, I got them into all kinds of trouble. I took them to England. I took them on an airplane, and they'd never flown. They had fun with that. I got her to Australia, and a water truck popped, and she got swept into a pole, and she was injured, and just silly fun. And it was just a fun book to write, so series to write. And my editor is working. I'm doing final edits on the first book. We're doing supposedly doing a rapid release. So the 3 of them should be out well before the end of the year. I'm hoping anyway.
So we are looking at the fact. Now, I have always thought this, that sometimes books are just entertaining, and that is fantastic because we need to be entertained, and sometimes we need to escape. And the light and fluffy came out strongly during the lockdowns and during a time when people they needed to escape, they needed to laugh, they needed to just be happy, and so they served an important purpose. And I think sometimes people forget that.
I have something for your readers. Now, we were discussing Fluffy. Is Fluffy a genre? Fluffy isn't a genre, but
it's a subgenre.
Library of Congress might have it as a genre. That's one for readers. If they want to get back to you and say, yes, there is one in the category for Fluffy, that's good. Goodreads has a light and fluffy or a fluffy section. I was shocked. There's oodles of books in the fluffy section of Goodreads. And since I'm a huge Goodreads fan, that's usually where I go to find books and see what other people are reading. Is a category.
Yeah, it's a subgenre. So you can have a mystery light and fluffy, you can have a romance light and fluffy, you can have, so it's not just on its own. So you're a woman's fiction light and fluffy. I did my research, Janice. I looked up.
And I think there should be a category. I don't know if there is. There may well be. OA, older author, older reader. You see more and more people writing about people because boomers have grown up. And I was reading a New England Journal medicine article where at age 65, your brain starts working with 2 hemispheres and you're at your most creative. So I guess, why don't you wait till you're 65 to write? Well, some people don't, and that's good. They're talented. The rest of us waited. We were about that age among my circle of friends. But having said that, then you're at 70, you're at your peak. Who knew? Who knew?
Well, I mean, think about it. Throughout our ancestry, years back, the elders were considered wise for a reason. And then we became a youth culture, right? So what I'm just going to stand in. So OA would be older adult as opposed to YA, which is younger adult. So it would specifically be for older people. And I think it's important that we go there. I know that I like to watch and read books that have characters that are that much. I always have, because it gives you an idea of what it's going to be like. So, say, we'll say a television series because people, I mean, a movie because people have a tendency to that. So the best Marigold Hotel, is that what it is? Have you ever watched that? The Best Little Marigold Hotel. Okay, it's about a group of English retirees who, for whatever reason, end up not having very much money, and they all go to India because it's cheaper for this thing. And it's possibly light and fluffy, but it's really interesting to see that younger people, tend to think that things stop at a certain age. But there's still romance. I know there's still romance, Janice. There's still adventure. There's still moving around. There's still drama. There's all of these things that still go on in your life. And I think that's important for us to read and to, oh my goodness, for us to read and see. No, I agree with you entirely. And to also think that we can't say that someone was a genius because they started writing earlier and earlier, because everybody has a different life path.
Oh, absolutely. Look at the YA writers. I mean, they're brilliant. They're brilliant.
Exactly. And so whatever our life path happened to be gives us the experience that we're going to write about at some time. No comparing, just because we're all in it. We all need to yeah, so like no silly, just light, Janice. Just light. Okay, we have Brian back again. Even Janice's Cozy Mysteries pack awareness raising into them, both Spencer Funeral Home and Sam. They also deal with choosing appropriate lifestyle styles. Do you see them as themes in your writing? Do you think you are always questioning, having people question what would be right?
I think I sound like I'm bossy, and I could well be.
You are. But we still love you.
Well, it comes from parenting all those years. Yes, you know what, Brian? I was thinking that the other day, Brian. I absolutely, and I'm getting a leg spasm here. Excuse me, I'm getting old. I definitely agree. I don't know why. I can't just write a book without having angst.
The moral to the story. I mean, there was a time when the moral to the story, I'm not sure. There's certainly nothing wrong with it, Janice. Don't go to it. You don't know why. Okay.
Well, I don't think there's too many books out there about funeral directors. So that was an easy write, because that was a fiction with funeral service, right? So that was an education, because people have funny ideas about, as a funeral director, it's not an easy time for them. And it's a career that people say, you what? They just don't understand that there are people that genuinely chose that line of work, and I did. And I was 40 when I graduated, so I was later in life. So I do see that as themes in my writing, and thank you for bringing that up, Brian. I hadn't really considered that before.
I think that, yes, thank you, Brian. I think that also what funeral directors are also grief counselors. Like, you actually take training in that, and right?
Depends where you live. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
but in this province you have 2 years basically of training, and I did postgrad as well. So I loved every minute. Seriously, I loved every minute of it. But the problem was, again, as a special needs mom, I really thought, I was in Toronto, and I really thought I'd be able to hop in the car and drive the 4 hours home every weekend, and I didn't make one weekend because I was too busy supporting myself, putting myself through, and sometimes when I was on call, because I was working for a transfer service, which I loved, I didn't get to bed. Sometimes I go, my longest stint, I think, was 48 hours, and I was hallucinating just from sheer exhaustion.
Because you are on 24-hour call, because
You
people
are.
don't conveniently pass away 9 to
Well,
5.
I don't see how it's much different than a doctor or a lawyer or, you know, someone on call that needs to be available. But in my case, I was on 24 hours a day when I finally did land a job. I was female, so I had a little trouble getting a job. This was in the 90s. And when I did land a job, I was on 24/7, 50 weeks of the year, 7 days a week. So I can assure you, when I crashed and burned, and it was over. And I just, the time that I had, it was short, but I loved most of it. I would say I genuinely loved working with people. I was meant to. I decided that when I was 8 years old, that I was going to be a funeral director, and to live that finally at that age was amazing. I was gifted to have that privilege. So, and I was gifted to especially children too. You know, everything that we, you know, stuff like that people would say is, well, why would you be a funeral director? Why would you, raising special needs children can't be easy. No, it's not, but it makes you and shapes you into the person you become.
And I think
that's
I like books that are inspiring. That I mean, if you go through the journey of a book, there needs to be an obstacle for the protagonist to overcome and to learn something from and become more empathetic because of it. So sometimes our challenges do make us more empathetic in the world because we understand something that we might not otherwise. But besides that, I think that the Spencer Funeral Homes takes you through the process of what happens when you lose someone you care about and you need to go to. So it offers a service in that way. Also, as letting you know what you're going to go through, what you're going to take in. So it does a lot of things on a whole lot of levels. And you don't tell people the choices that they should make, Janice. You give them the choices and then they can decide in their books.
Thank you for that, because I can't. I mean, grief it's not a linear process. Nobody grieves in the same way. And everybody's experience with their grief journey is very, very different. And even in the business itself, there are people that deal differently with death, and some are okay with it, some don't cope well with it. You have to be there for everybody that walks through that door.
And as you said, differently, like completely differently. Now, Susan has an interesting question. Are there a lot of older women protagonists in Light and Fluffies? Like, do we?
No, not that I noticed, but that was just the Goodreads list. So,
I'm thinking older women read more than like women read more than men, so that may be a part of it. The books that older women write are directed to women, and I don't think that. No, I'm not even going to say that. I would get into so much trouble. I'll save that for later.
I love a little trouble.
I won't have any older men listeners. It'll just disappear. No, there are some things Vicky has to keep in her own head. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's older women writing it, so and they have to deal with a lot of stuff. Aging parents, but many are looking after their aging parents. Many of them still have responsibilities outside of the home as far as volunteer work and volunteer. They have all these people they care about. So it makes sense that it would be mostly older women because they're writing and because they need to see something light and fluffy and get all of those things out of their head. Don't you think?
And I think too, the angst and the struggles, and when we get a little more mature in life and we are, you know, we don't have as many responsibilities, we're retired, then it's easier to be light and fluffy than it is when you're going through the situations that you might find yourself in when you're younger and raising a family and struggling and older parents and all that sort of thing. So.
Okay, so before I go on to the next question, I just want to, you know, I think sometimes that we get so used to certain words being seen in a negative way, or we don't. So I like the idea of light and fluffy. Now, when Janice first brought this to my attention, She said silly and fluffy, and I'm like, you can't market a word. Like, I have no problems with silly because I see jester and I see happiness, and that. But a lot of people just think that books are there to teach you something. Right? Am I right, or am I going off here, Janice?
I'm sure you are right.
Oh, I like that. Right, more
I'm
often.
trying to encourage you, Vicky.
I told you she was encouraging. You have your rant, Vicky. Doesn't matter how many people are listening. So, no, but we do, when I see, so silly has more of a derogatory connotation by most of society. Not Vicky, but most of society, I think. I'm going to make that call. But light is like blankets on a clothesline in a warm sun with the fluffy clouds. It is just peaceful, right? So I think there's a huge place for light and fluffy, and I think we need more of it.
I have read an author, and we've discussed this privately. Cam, I think his name is Cam McDonald. He's an Irish writer. His books they're absolutely silly. For lack of a better word, you're howling with
Yeah, no,
laughter.
silly is a
Lightning
good
tears
word
from
for
your
in
eyes.
that case.
It is, and I absolutely love his work. Love it. We need to change sometimes. I read serious works. Believe it or not, I actually do, and I learn from them. But sometimes I just need a break.
Why wouldn't we believe you read serious? You're looking very serious with your scarf and very like a mature, knowledgeable.
Well, getting dressed
woman.
up is a challenge,
And that says whether you believe it or not. Yeah, laughter is the best medicine, and we all need it more. I think, especially as we get older, and we may not be able to get out like we used to, or whatever the case may be. Laugh, people laugh every chance you can get.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's why some of us have cats.
They're definitely entertaining. Okay, so what's Brian up to now? Could OA or older
question.
adult fiction be considered a coming of age genre for those of us entering our second childhoods? Janice?
I love that, Brian. I love that. I wouldn't have categorized it as that, but you nailed it. What do you think, Vicky?
Oh, definitely. That's why I say I always read 10 years ahead, because it is a different life. So there's retirement coming. There is, a certain, last time I said people have responsibilities. Now I'm saying they're letting go of them. But balance, people, it's a little of both. But yes, you're going into, we don't celebrate going into that enough. It's always like, oh my goodness, I'm retired. What will I do now? Well, you know what? You should have been thinking of that 10 years ago, because I have a whole list of things for you to be doing now. You can just decide you're going to do a radio show.
Exactly.
Off you go.
Decide to start writing books.
It's endless. All the things that you can do. So yes, I think definitely there needs to be. It is. Well, I mean, to agree, they do that, because what do they call? They say that seniors are like teenagers. You see those commercials where the kids are like, "Oh, my dad just bought a motorcycle." There's a word they use. Think of that word, Brian, and put it in the comments. Okay.
The saddest things, I think, is when you run into a person your age and our age, and they're bored. And they don't know what to do with themselves. I cannot get that through my head. Some days are so crazy, and I'm busier now, I think, than I ever was, but I'm also happier now than I ever was. So, it is, I guess, what you make it.
The time is ticking, people. The time is ticking. And we, senior teenagers. Yes, I understand that teenage. So I put that up because I understand that teenagers would be senior teenagers. Yes.
Yes. Ooh,
so
he's brilliant. You need to keep Ryan around.
Okay, let's clarify here. I have another man. Brian is not my man. I just know him from writers group. Okay, we have a older authors writers group, and Brian is a part of that. So I'm not going to introduce him yet. But so he helps out with words. I talk fast. I think quickly, and many will say not correctly, but sometimes the words don't catch up with me. So then Brian's there to put those words in for me. I mean, he has a purpose in my life. I can't keep him around because I don't have any rights to Brian. All right.
But he's an important part. Really. He comes up with some good questions. He really does.
Yes,
I've
definitely,
watched every show and I have to
definitely.
admire him. Yeah.
But you said you have to keep him around, and that sort of sent other connotations. That I should. I mean, not that I would be. I'm just going to stop talking about it now, Janice. You've gotten into a situation. So we've hit. So I just want to bring something up to encourage people to read the Spencer Funeral Mystery Niagara Mystery Series. Okay, of course, that's my role in life. Encourage people to read and encourage people to read books I like. All right. So this part of, I learned this later, part of the funeral director's training was to prepare for a pandemic because they are always possible. So in book 4 of her series, First Call, and I read this, Janice, 4 years ago? It can't be 4 years ago. I was maybe
it would
in
have been 2017 when
2019.
it was published, yeah. And
yeah, so I read it to be,
pandemic.
so it was it, but when I read it, it was pretty close to that time coming up. So I read this book, and it was so maybe you are working on that one now. It was so intense that at 2:00 in the morning, I was like, oh my gosh, this could happen, and I need to get groceries now. Like, I'm telling you, this book was so intense and had me so involved that even when the real pandemic came up, I didn't go running for groceries. Okay, I never ran out of toilet paper, but that is it was the important thing. But this book was very intense and very real, and all the series takes place in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and it was that is my favorite of all the Spencer funeral homes. That you wrote. That one was intense. It was dead on. It was like I said, it scared me more than the real thing did. So,
well, I don't know where my mind went, but when I was a little girl and wanted to be a funeral director, I started reading about pandemics because I guess I read a lot as a child, and I don't recall ever not, like, I followed pandemics for years, and I could see that and it didn't take a rocket scientist to see that we were heading in that direction. It was just a matter of when. It just happened to hit shortly after that book was published. It wasn't prophetic. It was just preparation.
No.
And it's I still think it's probably one of my better works. I whipped that off in just a couple of months. It was an easy book to write, actually.
I think that writers tend to be very observant people because they're looking for characteristics, they're looking for all of those things, and that if you're a very observant person, you just start to feel that certain things are happening instinctually. So are you thinking people aren't observant?
I'm thinking observant or nosy. Sorry.
I think that's one of those, you say nosy, I say observant. Once again, you say silly, I say light.
And I say fluffy.
Fluffy's okay either way. Fluffy's pillows and going to sleep and calmness. I mean, if someone wants to tell me about a bad meaning for fluffy, well, I'm just ignoring them. Okay, I don't need that. Fluffy is wonderful. But I think that, because there's a lot of things in the history of books and writing where authors have come up with something happening, like the Titanic or, a large freighter going down or whatever, and people say, oh, wow. But I think it's because they're so good at looking at different individual things and putting them together in a storyline that sometimes they just come up with one that's bound to happen. right? So
Yeah, totally.
so
Yep, I agree.
you know, they're, I'm not gonna say they're geniuses, no, but some are, some are, but um, they do tend to observe these things happening against humanity, against with humanity. Okay, so Brian says he lives to serve, which he always says, but I believe he should add to that and cause trouble. Now, what is his large? Now that you're
Oh,
nearly
no
done with the
pressure.
Sam, oh, why is he? He knows.
Oh,
Now
he's
that
so
you're nearly done
yeah.
with the Sam series, do you have plans for that? No, he's asking you this on air because he's scared to ask you it with no witnesses.
Somebody put him up to this.
And do you have plans for the next thing? No pressure.
No,
I'm
I
not
do not
getting
have plans for the
involved.
next thing. In fact, I may just pull back. I'm finding I'm not burned out. I have absolutely nothing left in the tank. And I may, if I do write, it'll happen spontaneously and it may well end up being another standalone. I can't answer that. And there's no pressure. Agree. I mean, that's the one nice thing about writing is at least when you're an indie and you don't have deadlines to meet, you can do it on your own path. Then you don't have to worry about pressure from anybody saying you need to write another book.
And
So there, Brian. Thanks for asking.
okay, just Susan is. Bye, Susan. Susan is leaving. We are getting close to the end, but I want to bring that particularly up. That because, okay, bye, Brian. Brian, you need to get a new profile pic for me to use for next week's show. I want Janice, back me on this one. I want one that I can see his face on.
Oh, I think that's a good idea. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to.
We'll
I
discuss
wonder what
that
he
later.
looks like.
But you know what he looks like. But with the lack of pressure, writing can be a joy. When we're writing, we do not always have to be thinking about publishing it or getting it to a certain market or following what needs to be followed to fit into a certain genre. We can write joyfully what we want to write. Let that book come. And I think that's something that comes more with wisdom and age. You know that the chances of becoming a I don't have to work writer are nil. Just don't. I mean, I encourage, and I still have back in my head, you know, someday when I get this done, you know, maybe it will be like Sam. But tendency is to write what you love, and when you do, that voice that you were meant to have is the one that shows, just like it did in Fading Expectations. Get the book, people. Get the book. Um, we want a movie. So next week, our guest is Brian. I say Griner, right? Thank you.
So I would say it would be Griner. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what happens when you just know people on the internet. You write their name, but how often do you say their last name?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
next week's guest is Brian Griner. He is a science fiction writer whose creativity goes far beyond writing. We'll be visiting him in the wonderful workshop where all his mad inventions will be being put together. And we'll be focusing on his The Saga of Bob series because
Earth below me, sky above me, fire within me. Brought to you by UPRN Network. I'm Trish Mo, and this is The Missing Piece.
Good evening, everyone. It is Monday, March 6th. I almost said February 6th. We are broadcasting live out of New Orleans 105.3 FM and United Public Radio Network, and also now on Roku. So tonight is the last full moon, well, it's this tonight and tomorrow morning, really. The last full moon of before spring, actually. The equinox is what, March 20th, I believe. So this is the full. This is the full worm moon
See,
in
worm
Virgo,
moon,
I believe.
suck you dry.
Yes. And I am welcoming back Joe. Yes, the infamous Joe Montaldo.
The vampire guy.
The vampire guy from
Oh
New
wait, no, it says
Orleans.
something else. What does that thing say? I can forgot what it says. It says something up there.
Hell has no fury like a madman on a mic. It's fitting. Yes.
Yes, I was actually talking about someone else, but still,
Oh.
mention his name. We can't mention his name. He's a faded thing of the past. But anyway, I love doing radio. You know, I was on last night. I was on what was it, K something another out of New York. And these people in New York, they comment, "Well, I don't believe in a UFO." I'm like, really? You don't? I was like, "Well, yeah, the UFOs aren't real." I'm like, really? It's like, yeah. I said, "Do you know what a UFO is?" "Well, it's an alien." I said, "Nope, nope, nope." I said, "UFO means unidentified flying aircraft." I said, "Or area." I said, "Or aerial asshole phenomena." I said, "Oh, wait, wait." It's okay, okay. But I said, "Dude, you gotta calm down. You know, just because we're not saying everything's an alien." Oh, wait. Joe Biden said aliens are real on what's his name, Anderson Cooper show.
Nuh-uh.
He said there was a flash of light, and there it was, and it was just pointing. If that's the case, not to think that it couldn't happen. I'm just thinking he needs to be immediately removed from office. These stories come out. You never know if they're true or not. Like the one where he's wearing his pants backwards. I said, okay, it's got to be fake, right? It's got to be. How can you especially men? How do you put a pair? Well, anybody. How do you put a pair of pants on back? I mean, how do you get this thing zipped up?
Well,
you gotta be. I mean, how do you? I mean, you might be able to do it because you can twist around, but old guys, they can't be moving around like
no,
that.
I was
Somebody
gonna
would
say,
have to zip 'em.
remember in the 90s, I believe it was 80s or must have been 90s when that was a thing. Remember crisscross? And they wore their clothes backwards
Yeah, but they
and
probably had somebody back there zipping them things up for them. Well, yeah,
oh,
I
I'm
guarantee a
sure.
yoga student could do it because they're all bendy like that. Not normal, Scott. And Joe's at 80. I don't even think his bones would bend that way. They'd more likely break. I'm thinking
I
if it is
mean,
true.
I've worn my clothes like inside out by accident, when I was like in college and
Yeah, well, that shit
hungover going to
happens.
class and stuff, but not
That happens.
backwards.
Yeah. But that was just weird. So I never thought it was true. I was like, it's got to be bullshit. It's just total bullshit. And then someone sent a picture. I think it was from the Ukraine, and it was actually. You're like, no way. I'm thinking, did his wife not notice? Did his handlers not know? I mean, it's impossible. So I said, no, I still didn't believe it. And then the Poland newspaper picked it up and carried it. So that's probably why, Russia didn't nuke him off the planet. Because think about it. We called Russia and told him we're going to be in Kiev, and then we're going to get on a little rinkety ass train and drive to Poland in the middle of a war. I'm thinking, oh, accidentally, boom. But no, I don't. There's some other games going on here. That's all I can tell you.
They're like, this little American man, he can't even put his pants on, right?
I know. What are we worth? He's going to shoot a nuke at us. He's probably going to one of his own states.
They're like, we can't bully the we can't bully the special.
It's embarrassing, is all I can say. The guy, and everybody's like, well, the economy's great. I said, do you live in the same country I do? Well, the job market. I said, okay, yeah, so you can get a job, but you can't afford to buy nothing because everything's out there.
Exactly.
The other day I said, a friend of mine says, he said, how much you spend at the grocery store? I said, do you want me to tell you the truth? You want me to lie? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, in the old days, I spent about $200 a trip. I said, these days, $360 to $380, and I'm not even getting as much as I did with the 200. I said, now things have eased a little bit down here. You can get filet mignon for $9.99 now, and you can get ribeyes, and you can get ground meat for about $2.50 a pound. Eggs are down to about $2.50 a dozen. So it has eased up at here, but the only reason why is everything's grown locally down here, including vegetables. So we don't have to worry about butter. What is his name? Butterbutt. We don't have to worry about him screwing up the transit down here because there's nothing to really screw up. It's I don't know.
Well, so I have this theory too. People complain that the U.S. government doesn't provide that much for its own citizens, yet we're paying, for if you're from another country. I know in my state anyways, University of Kansas has one of the or it used to have one of the largest populations of international students, which I mean I think is great, but they could go there for free. Whereas I had student loans for the last 30 years or 20 years, you know, paying for that. And so people always say the US government, doesn't provide for its own citizens, but here we pay, and we do have, I don't remember where I saw this statistic, but the largest population of um, immigrants and refugees and things like that historically, not just this year or that means throughout time. um and I have a theory on that. So when you talk about um whether we import or export agricultural goods, things like that, I think they do the same with people. I think it's an incentive, if they're trying to drive out, because Americans have become lazy, like the ones that are from here, right? Like it seems like the whole generation, not really Generation X, but the millennial, I guess they would say. And so it's similar to crop. Yeah, it's like crop rotation, right? So you got to rotate out the people that aren't pulling their weight, like drive them out and give others an incentive who might, be a more resilient crop in here to
to take over.
to take over. Yeah. That's
The,
my theory on that.
yeah. Well, there's a lot of weirdness on this planet. That's all I can say. If I was somebody visiting from another world, I'd be looking around like, wow, did you see what that idiot just did? And they talking about intelligent people, not the real idiots. I
No,
just
I would think of planet Earth like the that nasty gas station truck stop that you see. I'm
Well,
like
it depends what part you're in. That's the real problem. If you're an alien and you come to like London or New York or Moscow or Beijing, you're like, oh my God, I'm never coming back. But if you come back to one of the more beautiful places on the planet, you may stay. I mean, the planet's
that's
really
true.
gorgeous. It's just where man lives is not at some places are still go. I mean, I live on the coast. It's pretty here. And, I've been out to Cali a few times. I've been up north a few times. And the West Coast is pretty. It's overcrowded and it's stinky, but I can't say nothing because New Orleans is stinky, even if it ain't overcrowded. Big cities, unfortunately, are just big cities. That's what they are. Somebody wrote, "Can Kansans survive on steak alone?" Wait. What was that? Steak, sage, grass, and oil. I think they could actually.
Well, you would be surprised how resilient people. I saw something the other day that said only 1% of the population of the entire United States lives in this strip in the Midwest, which is from, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and part of
Because only
Texas.
crazy people live there. Look, I was just in
That's what I'm
Wyoming.
saying.
I was just in Wyoming in September. Okay, look. First off, guys, it ain't even pretty up there. It's just
No,
some
flat.
funky brown hilly ground with some antelope running around and some oil rigs on it, and that's it. I mean, the state is monstrous, and there's only 500,000 people in a state that could span the entire Gulf Coast and go all the way up into Baltimore. So that state's huge. It's like half the size of Texas at least, and or bigger. And I'm like, what? And people, well, we're overcrowded. Really? Have you been to Wyoming or Montana or Idaho? I mean, who the hell is in Idaho? 10 people? All right, yeah, there's probably a little more than that. But I mean, it's a huge state with nobody in it. I mean, there are states that are just, even New Mexico. I mean, come on, there's what, 2 million people in New Mexico, 3 million. Um, Wait, okay, John, we'll give them 4 million. Ooh, 4 million. Other than that, where do they live? Albuquerque? Roswell? I shouldn't even brought Roswell up. Yeah, okay, look. I'm just saying. There's just little towns with people in them and then openness. I mean, all of West Texas is just a freaking wind farm. That's all it is. I mean,
Well,
you
that's
get out there
like
and goats. I'm sorry, don't forget about the
southern
goats.
Kansas now too.
Yeah, I seen that last time I was out there. It's Well, guys, anywhere where it's flat and windy, they just love it. They just put them things up. Yeah, they're just polluting our planet with nasty windmills. First off, they're ugly. They'll never make as much energy as they cost to build and keep up. It's one of them things I still don't know why we're doing. Well, some things I understand. When you build a lot of it, it gets cheaper, cheaper, cheaper. These things don't seem to do that. And they seem to catch on fire a lot.
Well, I was going to say, aside from that, oh, and that I had to look up because I've never known that statistic before. Kansas is the 15th largest state by area, and the 36th most populous of the 50 states, which is crazy to me. That was in 2020, because there's over 82,000 square miles, and it says there's almost 3 million people. But all of those 3 million people have to be in Topeka, Kansas City, and Wichita, because there's
I would
nothing
bet
else
money on
in the
that.
West.
Yeah, I'd bet money
Like
on
there's
that.
literally nothing else. And Kansas City's made up of like 15 towns. So
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's anywhere out west. Oh no, Jimmy, even Oregon and Washington's like that. And to be honest with you, once you break the middle of California up, it's pretty much like that too. There's a lot of marijuana farms up there too, but still. No, I mean, you ever been to Eureka? You remember the TV show Eureka? Well, there's Eureka, California. It's a cool place out there in the west, out by the coast. There's lots of cool little towns once you get. I can't even think of a big town above the middle of California. I mean, Sacramento and San Francisco and LA and San Diego are all down there in the bottom of the state. I can't, are midways down.
Oh gosh, what's that? That ski resort? It's starts with an M. Mammoth. Mammoth,
Maybe.
Is that a?
So, but that's just a recreational place where they go hang out and get high
Yeah.
and fall down the mountain.
It's a little village.
Anybody in the chat where y'all at? Oh, okay, never mind. I see it. I forgot I couldn't remember which Facebook page I had open, which messenger I had open. I thought I had an Instagram messenger open. Well, yeah, because Instagram people ask different questions than Facebook people, unless I have them tied together sometimes, and it's just the same people. I wouldn't. I don't know if I want to live in Northern California. I mean, it's really pretty up there. I've driven up there when I was. Oh God, I'm not even going to tell you how long ago it was. It's embarrassing how long ago. Half you some bitches wasn't even alive.
Man, I'd get
It was
abducted there
beautiful.
more often than I would here.
Yeah, they all get probed out there, and they all forget about it when they get their collides there. They have such a weird lifestyle. They just forget about it. Oh, we can't think about aliens. We got to go here. We got to go there. Oh, you know what, Bobby? I'll tell you this. So when I go out to Cali, I've been really lucky. So when I went out there to go film for ANA, and so I was out there about 5 days. They gave me my own purse. This little girl was cute as hell, knew everything about LA, took me everywhere, met all kind of people. Till we got the gig with the they had tickets for anything you wanted to go to. So there was some gala going on. She asked me if I wanted to go. I was like, sure, I got a suit with me, no problem. So I popped on a suit. We went to the gala, and I met a producer who was looking to do something different on Netflix. And then we had set up a deal to do 28 abduction reenactments. And then COVID came. So I figured, okay, that's done and over with. Well, just recently it came back to attention, and it looks like we're going to at least try to get some of them done and see where it goes. So I'll keep y'all informed on that. But it's because of her. She said, because I didn't know nothing about LA. I've been out to LA 10 to 15 times, but I don't know nothing about LA because I'm always out there. Like I always tell anybody, go with a local, unless you got a guide like I had a couple of times. You always go with a local. So when I'm out for like Writers of the Future, well, most of the people I'm out there with live there. I just ask them where shit's at. And well, last year was different because Chris was from Australia. I was from New Orleans. The other two guys with us were from three guys with us was from the UK, and one of them were from Spain. So it was a very different. People were buying us booze and giving us stuff. It was insane. I am not kidding you. I can't even tell you what other stuff was getting. Just might be some children listening. For the Lord have mercy.
They always say people out there are stuck up and rude.
Well, we were in this club. We were just hanging out drinking, and the guy came up and said, "Man, you got a kind of crazy accent. Where you from?" I said, "New Orleans." "Oh, New Orleans." He asked me 5 million questions. "Can I buy you a drink?" "Yeah." And he said, "Where are your friends from? They from New Orleans?" So I said, "No." I said, "This crazy blue-eyed, good-looking guy. He's from Australia." I said, "These 3 guys are from the UK, and the other one's from Spain." They're like, "What?" All of a sudden, it was like 25 people come out of nowhere. They all surrounding us, talking to us, buying us stuff. What's his name said, you got a weird guy, just hands you like a handful. I was like, oh my God. Then I forgot it's legal out there. I thought, oh shit, we're going to jail, but I forget it's legal in California. So it was an insane night everywhere we went. So we left that club. He said, guys, like, come next door with us, come next door with us. So we walk in the club. I walk in, the girl's like real nice, real sweet, pay my cover, get in. Two of the guys said, you got to be dressed in black. It's an all dressed in black club. And it's always like that. It's not just like a weekend thing. It's always, you got to be dressed in black. So I think 3 of us were dressed in black and 2 weren't, or 3 or 4 was dressed in black and 2 weren't, but it was an insane place. And then all of a sudden it was 2 o'clock and it was over. I'm like, what, 2, what? So in New Orleans, you don't even go out till midnight.
That's pretty normal in most places that I've
Yeah,
lived
but see, the problem is in most places they close at 2 a.m. New Orleans don't close; they're open 24 hours most of the time.
Oh, at all. See, New York, it was 4 a.m. When I lived in Buffalo, which makes for a really long night. I mean, it's like the fights escalate and stuff. The more
So
the
for
more
you
drunk
wimpy people that live in the United States, I'll tell you what an average drinking night is for a New Orleanian. So about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, they all go out and have dinner, some decent place, go have a good dinner. And then usually 8 or 9 o'clock, they'll pop into one of the local bars and have a couple of drinks and get walking. Then they go to the clubs. Now, if they're planning on dancing, there are several really good clubs that you can go dancing in. So they'll start hitting those and working their way through. Well, about 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock, everybody's hungry. So they either hit some of the good food joints, or a lot of the clubs serve breakfast, or food, not necessarily breakfast, and it's free if you're in the club. So a lot of people will hit those. But regardless, everybody gets their second win. Most people, it's why everybody carries sunglasses with it, because most people won't get out of the club until noon. Every time you walk out, your eyes are like, what? It's what? It's wait, what time is it? Oh shit, I'm going home. That's everybody says.
That's like casinos.
Yeah, well, it is like casinos, because casinos do the same thing to you. They don't have any, without any windows or anything in it, no clocks. You kind of lose track of time, and it's really fast. When you're losing a lot of money or winning a lot of money, you'd be surprised how fast them clocks go by. Do I gamble?
Oh my goodness!
Lately, not lately. I do gamble, but not lately. And no, I don't
when I
gamble
was a
stupidly.
dealer, it seemed to go by very slowly.
Oh yeah, because that's a whole different
I
thing.
was
That's
taking
worse.
people's money.
Yeah, that's a whole different. And if it's not an exciting table with some crazies on it, it does go real by slow. I know. I was in one night. This is about 15 years ago. I was walking through with my wife and a friend of mine, and I'd been drinking pretty good, and I'd been winning all night. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna play some slots. So I sit down with slot 3 red 7s. Go to the next machine, 3 red 7. My friend Mike was just getting pissed. I didn't hit 14, 15 of those. I'm up like $17,000, $18,000. I said, well, I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna go hit the tables. So I'm gonna go play some 21. I go sit down and start playing. I'm hitting. I mean, I'm tripling. I'm making money hand over hitting the girl. They came and relieved the dealer like they like to do and changed the deck. So I got it from the table. He says, where are you going? I said, sorry, dudes. I like the deal. I like the deck. You're changing them out of here. And he's like, how do you know? How do you? I said, so I went down the road, started playing high-low, whatever it's called, down the thing. And I was finally, my good friend goes, we got to leave. They're going to arrest us. I said, they're going to arrest us. I'm not winning any real money. I said, I'm going to leave here with, 20, 30, something like that. And but I'm not even lucky one. My wife Linda was. She was the one that was always winning. She won. First time she ever gambled casino, she won a freaking car.
Oh my!
I'm like, come on.
See, I'm never ever lucky. I don't gamble, but even when I've played before, I never win anything. But everyone around me wins everything, and I'm like,
that sucks.
I'm gonna start charging. Yeah, I'm gonna start charging like a.
Look.
They'd rub my head and stuff, being the redhead of the group.
Yeah, so let me steal some luck.
Yeah.
It's it's a weird thing. It's I've never won anything. I wouldn't say anything really big. I've hit some here, hit some there, and we've gotten lucky, without friends, or Linda's gotten lucky. Different people we've been with gotten lucky. Sometimes I see my stepdaughters get really lucky, but it's nobody's ever won, other than the car. Nobody's won anything really big. And I mean, the car was probably only like 30 or 40 grand. And boy, you got to watch them though. they hit you for the taxes when you pick up the
I
car.
was gonna say, is it like I didn't know casinos did that too, like game shows? Like,
Yeah.
people would go out to California on like The Price is Right or whatever, and um, win the cars, and then they would be transported by their local dealership, but they wouldn't realize they had to pay the sales tax and stuff on them. I'm like, that's kind of
Well,
shitty. That's
what's funny is though in Mississippi, you pay sale tax when you go get your tag. So here they can't
yeah,
keep it. They have to release the car to the person because there's no way for them to go pay sales tax until they have the tags.
right.
So
That's how it is
yeah,
here. You have like
yeah. So,
I don't know, 60 or 90 days.
but it's ridiculous, Mary. Finally, my car's like 5 years old now. I think four. I don't know. Anyway, it's finally down. It's like $100. It started out was like I think it was 4,700, and it was 2,700, then it was 500, it
Yeah.
was 200. I think last year was like 150. I was like, Jesus, people, you just ripping me. How many times can you charge me for the sale tax? Oh, it's the value
Right.
of your car, sir. I'm like, is that what you're telling us? I'm going to buy me a used car. I said, that's it. I'll go find something pretty, maybe a Lexus or something, but I ain't getting that worth any money anymore. And I really wouldn't mind if anybody wants to buy me a Beamer, a nice Beamer, one of them black ones. Oh yeah, I'm all in for that. Yes, I got a couple of hosts on the network. I'll trade you for a good Beamer. If any of you
You're
Arabs over there
ridiculous.
listening, I'm just saying, if any of you Arabs over there listening tonight, we can make a deal. No, I like Trish. We're keeping her. We got some other ones that we could do. Yeah, I had
Sometimes.
no problem. No, she's a good host. I like to pick on her, but she's a good host. Yeah, she's got endearing qualities. How's that? I don't. You know what? I ain't answering you no more. You know what? Where we at? You can come to UFO Paranormal Radio on YouTube. There you go. Yes, because if you're gonna keep spamming with questions, you need to come in the chat room. No, I'll answer some from Messenger, but if you're gonna keep spamming, you need to come in the chat room. I don't know. Let me stick out my tongue at you.
Because I can't see them either.
Well, no, because it's on my messages. This is a weird thing for me. So, and the girls love to give me trouble, especially Michelle and Amelia. They love to give me trouble about this. So, a long time ago, many moons ago, when Trish was just a little girl about yay tall, we had Yahoo Chat. Okay, Yahoo Chat.
I had Yahoo Chat.
So it was UFO Alien Phenomena Group on Yahoo Chat. And before that was something else. But anyway, I mean, this is many moons, at least 20 something years ago. So we started this big group over there. I think it was like 24 years ago. And I met a lot of friends. That's how one of our iCar got started, was from that group. But anyway, we got used to chatting as a group. So all of a sudden,
Okay.
the
First of all,
spam bots
explain what
took over.
iCar is, because some
Well,
of
iCar is
my
international.
listeners are different than.
Yes, iCar is an international community for alien research, and we will come back to that. But it's so these people, we started getting all these spam and things coming in. You didn't have any control. People would take the mics over and stuff. So we decided to leave. We were going to Fire Chat, but all of a sudden it turned into Pal Talk. So we got on Pal Talk. We had a huge group on Pal Talk. But still, only about a third of the Yahoo group came. They bitched, they moaned. They go, oh, it's blue. Oh, there's admins. Oh, this. I just said, we'll just stay the hell over there on YouTube. And when it blows up into nothing, which they don't have YouTube chat anymore, by the way, or AOL chat for that matter either. Well, I shouldn't have said AOL. It tells you how old I am. Shit. but anyway.
ICQ.
Oh God, yes, ICQ. I remember ICQ too. And but no, anyway, they get over there, they get used to it. Well, then when we moved the station around, all Facebook came out and all this other stuff came out, it kind of spread everything out. So some people would stay on, and some people would stay on Pal Talk, some would stay here, and it got to the where it was too diversified. It was too big of a pain in the ass. So we don't open the chat room on YouTube, on Pal Talk anymore. So most of the people come to my messenger. Michelle DeRoche, who's our manager of the station, she bitches because she wants y'all to come into one of the YouTube chats or the Facebook chats and use it like that. But y'all still like to use the messenger, which is fine by me. But she don't like it. She likes to see y'all. She wants to be able to answer the question too. Mm-hmm.
Well, and some of them, so Facebook doesn't always show, if I'm not logged into my Facebook group page, it doesn't always show the chats that they don't come through on our.
Yeah, it's weird. It does that sometimes. I don't know. Sometimes I see people. Sometimes I don't. Hey, Raymond. It's a really weird thing the way it does. And sometimes, like the Facebook pages are busier than other times, just like the YouTube. Oh no, Mike. Nobody listens to us on YouTube. YouTube is we only. You know what we keep YouTube for? You want to be totally honest? There are. I mean, we do have some listeners over there, but we use it as a backup for our video feeds. That's we have two of them over there, and they really use it for the
Archive.
backups. Yeah, so in case something goes madly wrong somewhere or something blows up or something, we use them as a backup for our video feeds. Yep, that's what we use them for. We had one really good monetized. United Public page was doing great, was making all kind of good money, and then one day they said, "Oh well, your player ran over like 4 times, so we got to ban you from ever using, from ever using it again." I'm like, what? I still don't know what the hell they were talking about. I wrote to them a dozen times, called them. Nobody would ever tell me what the hell it was. So I filed a suit on them for stealing intellectual property. Oh no, that's still going. That's going to be probably another 2 years. Yeah. Well, we'll get something out of it. Eventually, they'll settle.
I swear, I think everyone does that to our station because, and it happens so often. And people say, no, 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 it's just based on current events of the world and blah blah blah. No. So you'll see unique stuff posted or the hosts have on our channel, our station, and then all of a sudden, like a month later, people start spitting that out in the exact order. Okay. I mean, yes. Like
it is
we're
weird
all
because
a bunch of
what?
mixed nuts, but
Well, no, we have a good lineup amongst the networks and the hosts. In the old days, when we first started the station, we only did UFO stuff. Anybody who was anybody fathers, including Coast to Coast, you could go on there and my show, every week show I had on UFO Undercover was on them that week, but not just us. Some of our other hosts, like the Eye to the Sky host, and she was D. Andrew, and a couple of the other ones, they followed those shows because we were 7 different shows, 7 main UFO shows with the rest of the network, but those shows were being followed because they were good. They got talked about a lot. The guests really liked them. The audience was really good. See, it's a little different now. We lost something with the new stuff. So in the old days, people got to come. Did it drop me? What the hell happened?
I think I haven't touched it. I think we lost Joe. Can you hear me, Joe? No? Yes?
Okay. I can hear you.
There we go.
Obviously, I bumped something. I don't know, people. I bumped something. I'm not sure what the hell I bumped.
I could hear you.
I don't know. I touched something. I was like, okay, where did I go? Where did I go? Where did I go? And what was I saying before we got bumped? Something about the old days. I know that. People, when I
Probably
say
something
old
you weren't
days,
supposed to be saying. That's why you got bumped.
it might have been. Oh man. So when I say old
So
days, I mean before the days of dust. What?
yes, I was just thinking. It's funny you should mention that because I was just thinking of all the times, I've I've watched your show and I've heard about the beginnings of ICAR and UPRN and such. I was thinking I don't know why this hasn't come up. You've shared abduction stories from like 20 years ago and things like that. But what about the very young Joe?
What do you mean they're very
Like
young?
like before dust, literally. So I was thinking about that. Have you had experiences, from what age? What age did you become um, even interested in UFO research and such?
Oh, I was old. I was like, for me it was different because there wasn't anybody like me out there to inform people on what to look for. So it was strange. I used to have a lot of weird abilities when I was young. I was very telepathic, very empathic. Had a couple other things that I found a little strange. I always knew who was coming to the house. I always knew who was knocking on the door. I always knew who was on the telephone. It was just, but most of my family was like that. So I never really thought about it. My mom, we'd be going somewhere. Oh, and she, somebody would be doing. She said, "We got to go back home. Grandma did this. Grandma did that." We didn't have cell phones back then. I'm thinking, okay, we get back. She did exactly what she said. Then somebody be knocking at the door. Oh, it's the guy bringing this or bringing that. Go get it. And I was like, that's who it was. And or my favorite was, and what were you doing at that little girl's house the other day, Joe? I was like, what are you talking about? I mean, because I'm like 9 at this time, 9 or 10. Like, what are you talking about? You and your little friend such and such went over and it went and visited that little girl. What were y'all doing? Anything I need to know about? I'm like, Mom. Really, that's how I was. I was like, Mom, we's over there watching TV. I was like, oh my God. I had no idea what she was thinking about back then. People I still
I
met
do
even
that
who
to
have
my
wrote
son
that.
now.
Jesus. Now, when I got to be older, 15, 16, I'd love this. I'd be getting ready to go somewhere. And she said, remember, I know what you're doing, boy. Like, no, you don't. She said, just keep it up. I know what you're doing. I was like, no way, man. I was like, stop it. I was like, oh my God, I said, Mom, you're damaging me. I said, stop it. She's like, oh no, no, no. I was like, no, yes, Mom, you're damaging me. But she always knew where the hell I was. And I'd go places with friends of mine that I know she didn't know about or didn't know who I was with. And she'd just show up there, like if I was late or something. I'm like, how in the hell?
I do that.
I'm like, how the
I do
hell do
that
you
with
know
my
where I'm
son.
at? Oh,
Yeah,
it's like,
it,
then when I got
it's
older,
just
I was
we
the same
know.
way with mine. Yeah, I knew where mine was.
Yeah.
He'd get furious, and I'd look at him all the time. I said, boy, only thing don't lie to me. I don't care. There's a lot of things you can get away with, but don't lie to me, Joe. You know I'm going to know. And so he tries not to. He slips up every once in a while, but he's
It's
old
funny,
now.
kids nowadays, they have like this Life 360 or whatever, and people, there's multiple different parent apps where you can show the location, based on your kid's phone. And I'm like, my kids keep trying to get me, or, well, my sister and,
Yeah.
other relatives that have older kids, older teenagers than mine. And I'm like, what do I need that for? I just, and like, I don't even need a phone. I'll just show up wherever they're wherever they're at. I don't need an app.
Yeah, my
But
Joe was always like, how do you know I was here? How do you know? I'm like, Dad knows everything. Get your ass home, boy.
Yep. But did
But
you have um I guess UFO experiences specifically?
it was because those were always strange. So for me as a young person, so where I'm living right now is so just a weird story. I'll try to make it fast, people, because I don't want to kill a bunch of our time. But so right now I live in a place called Pass Christian, Mississippi. It's on the Gulf Coast, beautiful place. I live in Mohali Bayou on Mimosa Street. It's a beautiful area to live in. So about 175 yards from where I live to the, what would that be, the southwest, my family almost drowned. Me, my mom, my dad. Okay, so it's Hurricane Camille. I'm sorry, it's Hurricane Betsy. And we got a camp in Pass Christian Isles, which is about, I don't know, quarter mile from where I'm at right now, give or take, half mile, probably a quarter mile. So we stayed there, stayed too long. We had a big, huge white Cadillac. So we're trying to get out. Well, we get up on the road, you get up on the bridge, and a wave comes in and just sweeps the car. It was taking the car out into the bay, into the Gulf. So we, I could hear the panic in my dad's, and I was only like 5, but I could hear the panic in my dad's voice. And I was like, oh shit. And my mom was already deathly scared of water to start off with. So you could feel the car starting to flip. It's kind of arcing because the waves pushing it. And then all of a sudden you just get thrown back down. I was like, what? There's no water in the car yet at all. I'm like, what the hell? We caught a chain link fence wrapped around the exhaust of the car as it was being pushed into the Gulf. So the fence actually sits where the beach was. So I was like, I didn't know what it was at the time. I had no idea. I just knew the car was stopped. So my dad got out of the car. The car starting to fill it with water. And it was weird because, how to get those lights in the door. The water was above those lights, but they were still on. You could see the white and red light in the water. It was just weird. So my dad put my mom out on top of the car, and he put me on top of the car. I said, look, I'm going to be right back. I got to go get some help. There's no way I can take both of y'all. Because my mom, she was just, I'm sure she was just freaking out. So we sat there, and I couldn't tell you how long it was. My mom swears it was forever. I really just don't know. And then all I remember is I looked up, and I see my dad and 2 other men kind of half swimming in the water. It was about an eyeball high. And I remember taking it back, and I remember waking up to some stupid cartoons on a TV show on somebody's couch. I had no idea where the hell I was. And so it's just weird. It's so close. Well, if you go 200 yards to the left of there. We're sitting out there one night on the beach. My son goes, "Oh, my bug-eyed friends are coming." And I look over and I'm like, "What?" I just right there, I was like, "What?" And we look back and you can see this thing lifting out of the water. Water's just rolling over it. And it's just so freaky. And it just kind of sat over the thing glowing white for a few minutes. And then it just started, it didn't tilt, it just started moving towards us. It comes over us, and there was 2 state troopers running a radar trap right there. And it sat over the state troopers for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. And so I'm watching all of this. I'm freaking out watching all this. I got my camera in my hand. I ain't doing diddly squat. I had one of them high video recorders. It ain't. Oh, it's getting its fuzz. I can tell because I'm watching it. And so stupid me, I go running over there. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I get over there, and the cop freaks when he sees me. He's going for his gun. I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm about to die. And I said, "Did you see what happened?" He said. And he looked at his friend, he looked back at me. He said, "We can't talk about this, man. Dude, nobody, we can't talk about this." And they both said that for about 20 minutes. I said, "Well, okay. I just want to get y'all's names for later in the future if there's ever a problem." I said, "I'll give you mine." And they left, went their ways, and I left and went my way. Didn't really notice it until we got back to the house in New Orleans. It was daylight when we got home. Now, we'd only left at New Orleans is an hour drive from where we are right now. That's it. It's an hour drive. So we left the house. I think it was like 5:30, maybe 4:30. It was just starting to get dark outside. And we got up here. It was dark. And it's one of our favorite places to go sit. It's right across the street from where we live now. Yeah. And we got home, and it's daylight. That's almost, I think it was at least 12 hours, maybe 14 hours, just gone. So I called the trooper because I had his number, and I explained. I said, did you? And he said, "I do." He said, "My partner is freaking out." He said he wants to go see a psychiatrist. I said, "For what?" I said, "Look, I can tell you what happened." I said, "You ain't going to like it." And him and I talked for, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 hours, off and on. We'd get off, he'd get off, he'd come back, and we'd get back on, and we'd talk, and his friend get in a conversation, we 3-way. And we talked and talked about it. And then finally, we all 3 came to the same conclusion. Do we really want to know what happened? You know? Meanwhile, Linda's, she's off in a whole nother world. She's like, "I'm going to go kick some alien's ass or something." It was insane. And it was a freaky thing. That's not even close the first time. But when I was a little kid, all I remember is bits, glimpses, pieces, strange lights, weird things going on. Like when I was young, my grandpa used to come throw a rock at my window because we bought some property on the North Shore. And we used to go over there. He'd come by like 5:30 in the morning, wake me up, and we'd go work on the farm all day. And then come back home. There's a couple of times I was sitting up waiting for him because I was hyper. And I'd see like white lights, and I'd run out on the porch because I'm thinking, oh, it's his truck. And it's something in the sky going by. And and then I was really fascinated with UFOs. I remember when the boys in Pascagoula got picked up. A couple of days later, about a week later, the military starts putting pink and blue and green clouds in the sky trying to attract UFOs. I was thinking, wait, what? And I'm about 11 at this point. 11, but still, it never really dawned on me. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the service, and I'm talking to these guys flying these jets because that's what I used to do as an air aviation electronics specialist, first class. I was advanced electronics is what I was. So I got to work everyone in the ship. But anyway, I talked to these pilots. These pilots would tell me shit that would curl the hair in the back of your neck. I mean, close encounters, things that you like. One guy, remember this F-18 pilot, him and I are talking. He said, "Joe, I'm cruising." He said, "About Mach 1.5. I'm wide open. I got my weapons hot. I'm headed right for this thing." He said, and all of a sudden it just jumped right really close in front of me. He said, it was nothing I could do. I couldn't even pull up. And I remember going right through it, and I'm thinking, oh my God, it was a hologram. He said, then it took off and it left a wake that pushed me almost flipped my plane over. He said, I didn't even know what to think. He said it was like it phased out for a minute and came back. These pilots used to have stories about different kind of UFOs they saw. And even then, I was kind of like, yeah, whatever. And even when I was in my teens, I had a couple of girls I knew or were dating that told me they had had weird alien experiences. I was like, whatever. And then I had got a career going, and yeah, people would come in and like when I was supervising or when I was training manager, they'd come in and out of the blue, they'd just tell me all kind of shit about their lives and how they thought this might be. I mean, they didn't know me from being. I'm the guy standing there looking at the guy in the register, going, "What the hell's going on?" And they're just pouring it out. Then some people I knew told me some stuff which kind of weirded me out. My dentist, who was a very popular, very wealthy woman, I was like, "What?" While I was sitting in the chair, she told me this. She said, "Oh, I'm gonna freak you out," and I was just kind of like. And then I was at a party with a friend of mine. I was 19, I think, at the time. His mom is a local politician, an important one. She comes down, sits down by me. She had a little buzz. She puts her arm around me, starts talking to me. And she starts telling me about this alien abduction. And by this point, I've had 100 women or so and about 10 guys tell me this kind of stuff. I'm barely 20, still hadn't met my wife yet. I was like, what the hell? And then I said, okay. We're going to find out what the bleep is going, because I didn't believe it. I really thought all these people should go get tested. There was something wrong with them. There was really something really bad. Even though I was very gifted and I had a lot of abilities I couldn't explain, I still didn't believe it. And,
How old were you at that time?
19.
Okay.
So I joined MUFON. Then I met Linda and she joined MUFON. And we start researching all over the effing place. You get hold to it. I got hold to some other researchers in MUFON. We found every abduction case we could find worldwide. It came out to about 5,000. It took us a year to find them all. And we did a comparison study. Abduction criteria is what we call it today. And we went through it to find the similarities in these cases. And we went through all the cases. And so we found out what could be a legit case and what could not be a legit case. But even then, I'm thinking this must be some kind of psychological thing. And at least now we've isolated these kind of people are the ones doing it. Well, when I say that, there's no kind of people. Politicians, lawyer, dentist, policemen, bums on the street, prisoners. It doesn't make a difference. They're in every walk of life. And it does seem to be a nice even spread. So at this point, I'm kind of like, damn, this is just hard to ignore. And then Gulf Breeze, Florida comes along. We were going on vacation with a 12-day vacation plan, just cruising down the coast of Florida, the Panhandle. We were going to go to a few different hotels, go to a few different beaches, and just spend. We'd been working our asses off. Just spend the next 12 days going down the beach. So we get there. The first night we're there, we meet the team from Unsolved Mysteries. They're staying at the Sand Dunes Hotel where we're staying. They had the suite across from us. So we get to talking, and I told the guy about some stuff we'd seen. He's telling us some stuff, and they said, we're down for this. They say this ship keeps coming through. So we go out with them that night, and there's a fishing pier next to the two bridges. We're sitting on this fishing pier. All of a sudden, you see this green light off in the bay, just cruising. I'm like, what the hell is this thing? It changes colors. It goes underneath the railroad bridge, comes under the fishing pier, goes under. Wait, let me get that. I got that backwards. It goes under the fishing pier, under the car bridge, and then under the railroads, and then it gets out past it about 150 yards, and it stops.
Nope.
And we're like, okay. And now remember, we got new film crews out there. Everybody who's there is there for this event. It's about 400 people. The mayor's out there. There's all kind of policemen out there. I mean, this is a big event. And so we're all watching this, and then this thing just slowly comes out of the water. It starts looking like it's like liquid gold running off of it, like just gold droplets dropping off in the water. And we're just watching. Everybody's just, and it's completely deathly quiet. For some reason, you don't see any cars crossing the bridge. You don't see anything. And it's just, and it just, poof, it's gone. Everybody's like, what the fuck? I mean, everybody's looking at, nobody got any pictures. Just funny as hell. It looked like one guy got some kind of thing as it puffed, but other than that, there was a lot of audio, mind you, that was shh. And
yeah.
So it was crazy. So the guy who runs the Gulf Breeze Journal was out there. He's just writing away. So I said, well, was a great fun experience. I'm on my way, so we go check into the hotel at Opal Beach. We pull in, we booked a place for, I think it was like 9 or 10 days. I think it was 10 days. And we go out, and I said, okay, we bought a bunch of stuff and we're staying there. My car's parked there. So we check into the hotel. We had the kid with us. We go out on the beach that night. We're out just catching crabs. And Joe's walking around between Linda and I, probably about 10, 15 feet away. So Linda out there in the water with him. Dolphin came by and bumped her, scared the crap out of her. So she's getting further out and they're walking. So they're about, at this point, they're, I don't know, 30 or 40 feet away from it. The light got really brilliant in the water, like somebody had dropped some kind of flare. And it was just really, really brilliant. And at that point, we don't remember anything. Now, since then, we've actually recovered a lot of memories, but I still remember this. Is so weird. So the morning, I get up that morning. I think it's the morning. I get up, I walk into the hotel place. I said, you know what? We had such a good time last night. We're just going to go ahead and take the other 2-day deal and stay an extra 2 days. And, and that way, 8 or 9 days from then, the girl just looked at me like, where have you been? I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, they've been in your room every day. No one stayed in your bed. They've, the room service has been there every day. The maid service. She said, your car hasn't moved. She said, I'll show you the video. She said, no one has come in or out of your room since the day you checked in. And this is day 10. So this is the day they would have been throwing us out. And I was like, what? And really, I think this, I'm kind of giving this girl a hard time now because I just think she's just effing with me. I mean, that's what I really did. So I walked back. So I said, well, here, let me pay you for the next 2 days. She said, can I talk to you more? I said, yes, but let me go. So I walked back to the hotel room. I flip on the TV, and sure enough, it's 10 going on 11 days. I'm like, what? I mean, I just didn't know what to think about. So I said, well, maybe we're doing stuff so much that we forgot. I checked all my cash. I hadn't spent any cash at all. None of my credit cards had any cash.
Well, I mean,
on
that's good at least. 12-day vacation.
My car was sitting exactly where I left it. The same amount of gas was in it. Mileages was the same. And I'm thinking, what the hell just happened? That was it for me. I got so deep in investigation like that. There's several times in the early days. I'm lucky I didn't get divorced. I know it's later on, but still, it's.
So let me ask you this: now that I've remembered a lot of my experiences of missing time as well, and hearing other stories like yours, do you think that you were actually physically taken somewhere for those 10 days? Or do you think that you were interacting with these beings in a different dimension for 10 days?
Well, it could have been both. So I'll tell you some. Well, oh wait, I left out something from that night anyway. So while we were out there, we were standing on the beach talking, and there was two guys, a big pier out there, one of them public piers, and there was two guys standing on the end of the pier. This is how this all started, by the way. We were watching these guys, and it was looked like somebody took a big glow stick and threw it out in the water. One of them green ones that was bobbing, but it was right under the water. It wasn't bobbing out of the water. It was just bobbing. And I was like, what the hell is that? It must be weighted. And we're watching it bobbing as it gets closer to the pier. All of a sudden, these two guys just panic, start screaming, and just haul ass off the pier. That's when the light came, and that's when we didn't remember anything until under hypnosis. And then it didn't even take much after the first hypnosis. The stuff just started pouring out of our heads. But still, so what really happened that night was we were standing on the beach. She came walking back up. When we seen the guys, it looked like a door just opened up, and I still remember this. They grabbed Linda and the kid, and I went to run. And when I did, I remember there was 4 or 5 guys. They were military. They weren't aliens. They were in black shoes, black pants, black duckbill hat. They were standing. And I was special forces. I lost my cool. I was knocking people down, rolling people over, kicking people. I was putting up a serious fight. I was not going without a fight. And I just remember collapsing, which means somebody used some type of drug. I just went. And I remember being weighted down. And then I remember waking up, sitting in a chair, and Linda was sitting there, and little Joe was sitting across from us, but he was kind of out of it. And I remember looking up, and there was a room with a bunch of people in it in a line. And the 2 guys we had seen in the pier were in the line. And I remember the redheaded doctor. They had this. It's a chamber. It had 8 seats in it. They were typical for gynecological exams, the stirrups, the whole 9 yards. And I remember that whole scene and the 8 women that were in there. I still can remember the 8 women's faces, which, by the way, I have met 6 of. And if you count Linda, 7 of. So it's really strange how that worked out. I guess it just stayed in my head, or maybe there was some kind of weird connection. But regardless, I still remember that. And then I remember we were standing there, and this 5-foot gray was standing there, and these other 2 aliens walked in, and like they were scared of the gray, which, I was always taught that the grays were subservient to the other races. Come to find out, that is not true. That was some old wives' tale of some bullshit. That wasn't even close to true. These guys were horrified of this gray, like they could melt their brains if they got too crazy. So anyway, it was a strange thing. And then the more we delved into it, the more we found out. And then there came a point where we didn't want to know anymore. And there's been a couple of times over the years when weird, crazy shit has happened to us, where we went to a point, and then after that point, we didn't want to know anymore. There's been a couple of times out in Honey Island Swamp on the NASA base. Yes, and being on NASA base is asking for trouble, but sometimes it's we brought 15 people out there one night from different parts of the country because they were down here working for Katrina, and everybody saw the same thing. We even got some videotape of that. We got what looked to be not an SR-71, a 3B, a TR-3B, cruising along, and it looked like there was some type of silver saucer following behind it. And behind that were 2 F-18s and an F-16 escorting it. They were bringing it on the NASA base because that's where we were. We were deep inside of NASA, about 12 miles in the swamp. And they don't expect anybody to be back there at 3 in the morning. And we were out there looking for ships is what we were doing. And we just happened to catch it. I still remember Canuck. He's from somewhere up north in Canada. He's like, I can't. That's all he said for like 25 minutes. And that was strange. And then we left. 3 of us left. We were going to go catch up with the group. We left. We get in the car. I told Jason, my friend Jason, why don't you drive? I'm tired. And I said, no, better not. You don't know where yet. So I'm cruising. And where's the exit? Somehow or another, we went past the exit, came back past the exit, and we're going back past the exit again. I don't even explain to you what the hell was going on there. It was very strange. It was a very strange experience. There's a lot of stuff going on. And I've done so many cases where, especially with females who have been put on display at military groups for different reasons.
I was just about to say that. I was going to say one of my, and I've had over the last 10 years, maybe tons of memories come back, that were repressed. But one from the time I was probably 18, probably when I went to college, to like 25, I had this memory, and I'm like, it was so real to me. I know it wasn't a dream. I know this actually happened, but I was like all of a sudden taken from my room, and I was in the middle of it. Well, let's see, what wars would we have been in back then? It would have been like after 9/11, and so it would have been Iraq, Afghanistan, places like that. But I was in the middle of a war zone basically with US Marines, and I specifically remember it. And here I am, like in my pajamas when everybody else is in, complete soldier like military uniforms, but we're like in this desert type area in another country, and I'm terrified. And I kept having that was one of the first things that I thought I was going crazy, because at that time I had no interest. Being abducted or something like that, even by the government, was literally the last thing on my mind. I had no interest in anything like that.
No, we
I was
that.
like a freshman in college. And that's the last part. I mean, I was terrified, and I was like trying to beat these people off of me. And I was the only girl, of course, and there's all these soldiers, and literally
Hey! Remember, this is only a
I have
PG-17 rated
nothing.
show.
Yes, I have nothing against no. But I mean, I was confused as to why, like, it was the middle of a firefight basically. But here I am, like, dropped there in my PJs, like at nighttime,
What they
right? There's
call
like
neutral observers.
mortars going off and stuff in the background. You know what I mean? And it was so uh I was like, no, but why would I have dreamt that or thought I always thought that back then until obviously now that I know that whole process, and I was terrified and they're just looking at me like this is normal. Like this girl's dropped in here from
If
like,
it's a mill crew, they would think that anyway. I mean, it's weird. Over the years, I've made contacts with people who do military abductions on them, and still to this day, I get phone calls and letters because people always think I'm in charge of them. I'm like, I'm not. It all started on a night on Coast to Coast. I was on Coast to Coast one night, and some guy called and he said, "Well, I need to talk to Joe." And I was like, "Okay." And it wasn't. He got off the subject. And I was like, "Wait, he's not talking about military abductions." I said, "He said I heard you and Melinda Leslie a couple of months back on the show talking about." It. I said, "Yeah." He said, "Joe, we all know you're the guy in charge. Stop it." I said, "I'm not in charge." I said, "Do you realize how much money I'd have if I was the guy running the military?" I said, "I'd have a big old 55,000 square foot house. I'd have servants all over the place. I'd be catered everything." He said, "No, you can't be like." I said, "Oh yeah, I would be, man, because I'd be like an equal to a general at least." I'm like, "No, don't stop putting that on me." Well, I've seen you make him stop before. I said, "Well, that's only partially true. You can always request it, or you can always. I always tell contactees to do the same thing. If you're seriously having a problem and you really are a contactee, ask the alien that abducts you to please get rid of the military abductions. And guess what? They usually will. Yeah, they don't
yeah,
want they don't want they don't want to see harm brought to their abductees. If any harm's going to be done to their abductees, it's going to come from them.
yeah,
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's how that shit works. And that's
yeah,
really only from about age 14 to about age 29, 28, 29.
or
Well,
40
no,
like me. Just
it's
because
well,
I
no,
didn't know
no,
you
that's
could do that.
well, no. So the funky stuff usually happens from puberty to right around 30. Now, there's all kind of other stuff that goes on after 30, but it's different for different people and whatever the program may be for that person or whatever the interest that person. See, the bad part is for a lot of contactees is they forget. They'll be on the craft and they'll be, oh yeah, okay, and they start working deals or they've gotten unscared enough that they want to walk around the ship or they want to talk to other people who are scared of stuff like that, keepers and things like that. So, you get useful, so you get abducted more. I'm just
Yes,
saying, you might want to
yeah,
think about that. But something else, ladies and gentlemen, while we're on this subject, for anybody who thinks they're an alien contactee, I'll give you two simple pieces of advice. One, don't go public. Two, don't get hypnotized. And the reason why is once you get hypnotized, you can't put the bitch back in the box. I'm just telling you now. Anybody who's ever lived with a bitch understands what I'm saying. You can't put the bitch backs in the box. So you can't do it. It's just not something you can do. You can't forget their memories. They're stuck in your head for life now.
with me. I had
And,
never been hypnotized, but they led me a higher, I don't know, uh being than the military and whatever had been happening to me led me to get my hypnosis certification, my clinical
mm,
hypnosis so I would realize what was happening to me, probably
mhm.
to protect myself. They're probably like, she's just gonna let them kill her. She's just
Well,
gonna let
that's
them.
good to know. It's good to know about the hypnosis, because especially if you need to be hypnotized or if you're going to hypnotize, it's just good to know about it all the way around. And then of course, if you go public, ladies and gentlemen, and you're somebody who can go public that may have, maybe you've seen operations of a ship, or maybe you've been in certain parts of the ship that the government might be interested, or maybe you've heard about programs you think you're getting millabbed. Okay, I'm just telling you now. You go on coast to coast and you start running your mouth about, oh, I did this, I did that. They're coming for your ass, and there's nothing nobody can do about it. Now the alien might get pissed off and do something about it later on, but at that point you're getting taken. That's just the end of that. I tell people all the time, be very sure, because some of these people, what kills me about some of these people is they're not really abductees. They think they are, and then they go run their mouth about all this crazy story, and then they get millabbed, and then they're like, wait, yeah, and
Yeah,
then the government finds out it's not true, and then they'll tell them, government just drop you in a ditch somewhere. Um, it happens, people. You
That's
can't go
yeah,
around running
I
and saying what happened to yourself. Besides,
well,
people think you're crazy anyway.
and for me, it was I'm even the same way with groups that want to they're like I want to be abducted by whoever, military or whoever. I want to go find these and I'm like, okay,
Have
listen,
fun.
like that's basically whether you're going out looking at the night sky and trying to, you know, contact aliens and extraterrestrials or if you're going to the ocean, it doesn't matter. That's the same as like you don't know what's in that forest. You don't know what's in that ocean for that matter. Like we haven't even discovered or explored half of the ocean for that matter. So just imagine something from all of the universe coming back to like I don't understand it. Not only the good ones are going to come, it's the same with
Well,
paranormal.
you shouldn't give me trouble because I'm Bob, and I will come for your ass in the middle of the night. Bob, bad.
But
Bob is
that's what I'm
bad.
saying.
He's getting
Like
bad.
if you go, just call out to it, same with people trying to find Bigfoot, and then they draw in a grizzly bear, and they're like, "Oh shit! Like how'd that happen? Well, we didn't expect. Oh, okay, it's the forest, people. Like we,
It's the forest.
it's not
What?
just so it's dangerous.
Who has? Yeah, no, really, no. That's a real alien skull. They gave me that to prove that they were real. Yes, they did. Well, yeah, it's a real skull. Come by and see it. You know what? I got some really good land for sale too. If you come by, oh yeah. Don't mind the water on top of it right now, but it's good. That is a replica. Okay, I don't know. Real quick, what's his name? Lloyd Pye. I met Lloyd Pye a long time ago. He's a local New Orleanian. He was living in Pensacola. Lloyd Pye is the one who had the alien Star Child skull. So he calls me up one night because I'm trying to get an interview with him. Well, I'd already talked to him in air a few times, but I was trying to get to see the alien skull. So he calls me up one night. He said, "Take me to dinner at this Thai restaurant, and I'll bring the skull with me." So he brings the replica of the skull the first time, and I guess because we're in a restaurant. And I'm looking at this thing. It's way bigger than our skulls. Way, way bigger. It's way different shape. And it doesn't look like a mutation. It doesn't look like anything odd on it. It looks like this is, it's all uniform. It looks like the way it should look, like any skull would look that didn't have defects. So we talked about it in great detail. We talked about a mini show. So then I forgot where we were. We were at a conference, and we were out having dinner. He breaks out the real one. So this skull is, I'm not kidding y'all guys. It's about yay big, about yay big. I pick it up. It feels like it weighs, I don't know, 4 ounces. And you can see these weird honeycombs in it. And he said, "Go ahead and hit it." I said, "No, I'll break it." He said, "Go ahead and bang it on the table." This shit is like super strong. The guy the couple of people who did the DNA studies on it, they said they actually had to get a little power chisel to get a piece off to actually do the DNA. All it came back is that the mother was human, and the father's DNA was uncomparable, or they couldn't tell what it was. At first, they tried to say it was a mutation, but then there was no other weirdnesses like that in the area. So recently they had done another DNA study on it, and it doesn't appear that the father has any genome ties to anything known on the planet at this time. Maybe it was a hybrid. Maybe it was like Lillian Hetrel's hybrid. They say her daughter was a hybrid. And what's great about her daughter thing is when she wrote the book, Helen's Eyes, there's actually military and government backup to this story. The FBI was actually involved with it. So was the NSA. So, and she actually had handlers. She actually went to college. She looked different enough that even in college, people they were nice to her, but they definitely, thought she was kind of something strange. She was very skinny. Her arms were kind of linky. Eyes were a little bulged. Sounded a lot like maybe a gray. And it just sounded like it, she was more of a hybrid. That's part of the missing baby syndrome. And I'm pretty sure what the missing baby syndrome was was they came and took the ones that couldn't live here, that they were too different. Maybe their abilities were too strong. Maybe they just looked too different. I think Helen's daughter, I think, was an experiment to see what humans would take and would understand. And in this case, and she just disappeared one night out of college. Nobody knows what happened to her. You know, the story's real. You can check it out. There was a lot of ABC alphabet organizations involved, and they used to bring her. She had to have special food, all kind of special stuff. She had a roommate. A roommate talked about her a lot. They didn't even try to hush her up, which I thought was odd. You know, they just let her talk. I guess they thought nobody was going to believe her. I interviewed her a couple of times. She was getting very old at the point. I think she was about 82, 84 at the time, but she did a really good interview and we talked a lot. And I have a good sense, well, you know, voice stress and stuff, but I have a good sense when somebody's lying or telling the truth. I felt no malice from this woman in any shape, form, or fashion. She was very willing to take a polygraph or a voice stress. She had no problem with it at all. And and she went and got herself a polygraph, passed 2 of them. So, you know, she verified it and the story, and sure enough, you know, all of a sudden the kid just disappeared one day. She says she knows for a fact that the aliens took her, not the government. I guess they just figured she just couldn't make it here. But I think that's what happened to all those cases we interviewed in the 90s, the late 80s, throughout the 90s, and even the early 2000s. There was just cases. I'd get a call from somebody who said, I think I had an alien abduction or something. And then you get a call like 3 weeks later, I'm pregnant. Okay, so you're pregnant. Okay, why are you telling me? Maybe you should go tell your husband that you're pregnant. You don't need to be telling me. And she said, well, I've heard about these other things that have happened. And then all of a sudden we started getting these calls. I got to show you something. I got to show you something. Can I meet you somewhere? Can I, you know, very cloak and dagger stuff. So we'd go meet them. They'd have the x-rays. They'd have the ultrasound. They have the original blood work. All showed they were pregnant. Then all of a sudden, 3 months in, the baby was gone. The hormones were back in check. There was no sign of any damage to the uterus or anything. It was doctor. All the doctors said that they couldn't understand it because at first they tried to say it was spontaneous abortion, and but it wasn't.
They also call it what did they tell me one time? Phantom.
Yeah, I've heard of something else called it that too. But the problem is
even when there was already, you know, an ultrasound and stuff to begin with, doctors told me that my body spontaneously absorbed the embryo because it wasn't actually.
And that is something that does happen, but anytime that all your hormones,
I mean,
well, you can tell. I mean, as a woman, you know, I mean, you're going to know your hormones better than anybody else. But so, you know, I've been around enough pregnant women to know that, you know, at 3 months, your hormones are going in all kind of different directions. There's a lot of stuff going on there. You know, there's a lot of other emotions going on just besides the pregnancy. And then all of a sudden, it's not there anymore. And the thing of it is, it's just nothing. I remember the first ultrasound. I still remember this doctor. I went with her to the doctor. They were talking. She goes, well, this is the original ultrasound and this is the original x-ray. And why they did an x-ray on a baby, I'm still trying to figure out. But I was like, what the hell? And he's like, it was definitely there. He said, I don't know what to tell you. He said, I would say it was spontaneous abortion or something like that, some kind of spontaneous something. But he said, the problem is I took your blood. Your blood says you were never pregnant. There was never a baby here. All your hormones are in check. Nothing's out of balance. I see nothing, no attachment marks to the uterus. She said, I can't find anything. And, you know, the doctor was just telling her, and she didn't know what to say because, you know, the baby was just gone, and she was just like, you know, she's very emotional. But I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, it's gone. It's gone. There's nothing you can do about it. So we started saying, well, look, if you think this had something to do with aliens, and next time you think you're being taken, ask. Just put it in your head.
Well, so the last time I had twins taken, it was 2018, maybe. No, 19. Sorry.
I was only like 7 then.
You're so cool. but at 3 months, the night before, I kept writing like I was doing automatic writing, and it kept saying steal, protect yourself, and I'm like, what does that mean? And I thought that, and then all of a sudden there's this big flash in my window, and I woke up the next morning, and I wasn't pregnant, but they told me when they took me, they said, and this was a very well, I don't want to say pleasant because they were taking my children, right? But this was, and I had a premonition of this months before I was ever even pregnant. I had a dream that this beautiful, like, eh, I would say Nordic, because she was tall, had like a bluish face, very pretty, and she's explaining to me why my babies are being, and they told me if they had not taken them, they would have been taken by humans, which could be true. It could have been that the military or whoever could have taken them later, anyways, and some of those were much less pleasant experiences. So um, but again, any time that happened, if it was a hybrid situation, they communicated with me. The fetus did. It got to where, and it seemed like they grew so much faster than a human baby.
Well, that's something
Almost
else they
like
talk about.
in
That's
dog times, like a dog's only pregnant for what, like
well, 8
a
weeks.
few months or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
12 weeks. I can't remember. I think it's only
But they
8
were
weeks. But
bigger than they should have been at that, at 3 months. And they were so much more advanced, like they communicating with me.
well, we have had so many stories of people seeing their babies aboard the ships and shit like that, and um, they notify them, and then the baby starts to grow, and they allow them to see the children on board the ship. They can't come here. They talk about that all the time, but eventually those children are shipped off somewhere else. I don't think they want them spending too much time with the original parent. So eventually they ship them off somewhere, but it could be food. I don't know. I don't think that's what it is, though. It's an awful lot of work to go through for food.
In some cases, like you said, it's too hard. I've been different all my life, amongst people, and it gets hard. It gets hard in modern society, and with social programming and the education system here and such, when you're different like that. um Many humans don't, it's out of fear, I think. They don't accept different.
What was that? I think something came by my screen a minute ago. Wait, what is that? I like that Nick, whatever that is. Mary Lynn, who? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Where the hell are you from, Mary Lynn? Okay, yeah, I was looking at that comment she just posted up there. Yeah, and then, well, E.T. loves us all, Well, okay, let me rephrase that. E.T. loves all abductee and contactees. The rest of you poor bastards, they don't could give a good shit about. Y'all like cannon fodder them. They don't care about y'all. It's about how much the Russians care about the people living in the United States. It's about that kind of thing. They don't care. Somebody asked me one time, just recently on a radio show, they go, well, Mr. Joe, actually they call him Mr. Montaldo, but still, Mr. Joe, why did the aliens want us? What are they here for? I'm like, that's a lot of questions. They just started rambling off on questions. But I'm like, look, he said, why don't the aliens show themselves? I don't understand. Why don't they just disclose? I said, they have disclosed. I'm like, no,
they
they
do
haven't.
all
I said,
the
why?
time.
Yeah, I said, first off, the damn government already knows they're here, but more importantly, they disclose themselves to 1.5 billion humans. They don't give a shit if the rest of y'all believe or not. They don't care. That's what y'all don't understand. As far as they're concerned, they have disclosed to everyone that they want to disclose to. That's just how it is. They're abductees and contactees of the people that they've disclosed themselves to. The rest of y'all, see, I always get in trouble for this next comment. I don't think you can see an alien craft or a UFO if you haven't been taken. Yeah, I don't think you can. I think it's a trigger memory. And what I mean by that is it's a memory that lets you know, because not all contactees and abductees see them anyway, but only a handful do. But the reason is so let's say you said something on board the ship or you showed a general interest or a lack of fear, then they want you to work. And if you're willing to work along the project and help them out, then they're gonna keep you there. And that's when you see them. You'll see them. Well, you'll see like a UFO, or you might see other things. In the old days, people would see like owls and deers. Those were trigger. We used to think they were cover memories, and we were wrong. It's one thing. See, at least iCard checks itself and changes things when they know they were wrong. They weren't cover memories; they were trigger memories. It was to let the individual know that something very strange just happened to them, and they should think about it and work it out. And when you work the memory out that way, when memory comes back full, you retain that memory. They can't wipe it out again. It's just a memory that'll stay in your head, and it helps you every time you're on board the ship when you're dealing with anything. Because there is an age, probably in the early 30s, maybe mid 30s, where they're not really doing harmful experiments to you. They do things that'll aggravate the crap out of you, or they like to see you in awkward situations sometimes. But they're not doing any more of the medical stuff as much. They really are more interested in who you are and how you can help out. And just because they got you helping out does not mean they might not irritate the shit out of you some days, because they are aliens and they
Now,
think different.
I will say this, and I used to think it was like MILAPs, but there is one species, and I didn't realize this until um, you know, you told me one time, you're like, well, if something stopped like mid abduction or whatever, it's because something bigger was protecting you, as
Yeah.
in me. So what used to happen to me, even in my 30s, there was one that was their agenda, was to invoke fear in me, like extreme fear, because they feed off of they literally
Shit, they were
feed
probably
off
invoking
of
fear in you because it was funny. You gotta remember they
well,
do have a sense. You know how you scare little kids sometimes, or you do something like that.
right.
You gotta
But
remember,
this
as
is
far as they're
like
concerned, we're little kids.
well, and that's the thing, I have such a strong energy, good, bad, or otherwise, whether I'm happy, sad, angry, scared, whatever, that it it probably, if something was feeding off of that fear, like quite literally, and people ask, how that can happen. Well, that's adrenaline. That's an actual, energy is very powerful, whether negative or positive. So that kept happening. I mean, and it was like terrible, terrible, terrible. And
Probably like crack to them.
exactly. And then it got to where it was so often through, and I really attribute that to like numerous heart attacks I had, because I was, unless they were trying to kill me, but I don't think they were.
Nah, if
I
they
think
want to
they're
kill you,
like,
you'd be dead. So you got to worry about that
right. I
part.
think they're like, oh,
Oh,
but
fuck,
they
I forgot
had,
I had it
it's
there.
like the crackheads. Like they had to slow them down and be like, okay, idiots, if you kill her, then you don't get any more of that drug. So
That's right.
you might want
It's weird. Experiences are weird, and sometimes they do things. They do it in such a way that we never really get what they're really doing or what they're really after. And sometimes I think they're just testing us in ways that they're hoping something else will come out of, but you never know what it is. And
and I
they're
could
not
have
real
been
good
bait.
about saying, "Hey, Trish, this is what we're going to do today. We're going to see what this actually does to you. Just hang on. We're not really trying to be mean to you, but this is what we're thinking, and this is what's going to happen." But that's just one of them things.
I literally felt like the goat in Jurassic Park, that they just tie there to a pole in the middle of a storm and wait to draw out, Tyrannosaurus Rex or whatever. Like,
Oh, Dean, you watching this on Roku? Well, hello, look, baby, I'm looking good. How you doing there? Look at that hair, man. Yeah,
oh
you can't
no,
touch that, man. You can't be touching this. No, no, you got to be serious before you be pulling on my hand. Oh, no, 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 it don't work that way. Costs
oh,
money. Somebody
I,
wrote to me earlier and said, "I like how your hair's on one side and Trish's is on the other." I'm like, "Really? I didn't notice. Well, that's cool."
I,
I was like, people might tell me this weirdest shit sometimes. I swear. It's but I do like having Messenger. I really do. It's two of my messengers. One of them's tied to my iPhone, 2 of my Yahoo accounts, I mean YouTube accounts, and 2 of my Instagram accounts. So they all go to one place. And then there's the other one. Matter of fact, the one where my hair is actually down is a whole separate messenger system. Just because y'all people in that account are weird. You got to keep the weirdies in one account. But that's what I was saying earlier. It's irritating because we used to have such good guests, such good questions that people would just come in and get on the mic and just talk for 4 or 5 minutes with outstanding comment or questions. And we lose that now. I mean, we can put it up in text, but it's nice to hear the person's voice, unless it's one of those squeaky voices. But most people have decent voices. I had one girl come on one night, little tiny little thing, cute as could be. Her voice was deeper than mine. I was like, whoa, baby, what's going on here? Did you have an operation or something? She got mad at us, but it was a great, seriously deep voice. I'm telling you, she was like 5 foot nothing. If she was at 100 pounds, she was doing good. Mm-hmm. What can I tell you?